Roshka just controlling up the Enigma. Won't even have an opportunity to use the spells. Dancing in and out, Yatoro goes, and Puppey somehow got put on the high ground. He might be able to clean off Mirror, but Toronto Tokyo gets a lucky bash. Soon to be a dieback for Chrysalis. He wants to enter the fight as well. Being able to clean up the Sansa up to the northern side. He's going to get some distance away, but Toronto Tokyo, hot pursuit, a bash there, and now he can bounce back, but Spirit, they want to get out.
Getting dragged by the Ether Remnant into the kisses and the roll. They've got a bit of chain stun here onto the Faceless Void, but Lumiere's able to get the chrono off onto the two of them inside the pit. Grabs up the Aegis and the Refresher Shard as Yuragi's chasing Analog on the right-hand side. But this Faceless Void, taunted, stunned and controlled. OG doing everything they can, but Lumiere just refuses to die. First life finally claimed up as OG kill off him and the Undying. Cheese grabbed by the Earth Spirit as Lumiere inside the pit still with his BKB to go, gets another chrono, finding Yuragi's Alchemist and whacking him down. That's him gone. A huge fight for Lumiere's Void, and there seems like nothing can stop him here. Gets away from the two spirits. Amado with a triple kill on the other side. Did find the Undying another time as Theo forcing himself away from the Razor, but it's still this Lumiere show. Getting gobbled up and spat on, rolled upon by Tiger BZM and Yuragi. The control, the Abyssal Blade right at the last second.
He has BKB, but he can't get it off.
Yeah, it's going to prevent that from happening. The toss away, but Bryle, didn't even need the split earth there. Set it all up. Maybe a second time was going to condemn him. Not needed. Katomi doing what he can there on the toss to try and save his ally, but no chance. And now, I mean, look here, they just mid.
Yeah, I want to kill more.
Yeah, and the call is going to hold somewhere in place. That's going to be through the roll-up, and Tomato is here with immense damage here.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Brylis is going in, huh?
Entity, they are being pulverized one by one into the high ground here, 20-3.
Turning towards the front as XXS slamming away at Armel. Armel going to turn himself into us. He gets hexed right now. Raven looking for XXS. He might have found himself a target. Certainly does as DJ with Sharpshooter to finish it off. And now they move on to the Death Prophet as well. 2 down on the side of Asta. They don't have buybacks either. Moving for more. Monet! Oh, he gets out just in time as the Avalanche comes crashing towards him, but he does escape, and now the Black Hole comes down onto Baboka. Sansa? Okay, doesn't
I don't think it would have saved him.
I guess he's dead anyway, so...
Take anything you can find at this stage. They've found the Luna. Stuns are going to connect. She's got the BKB, but hasn't used it yet. Pounce comes in from Skidder. He's going to commit the Shadow Dance early. Sacred with the stun control, but there's the Primal Beast on the side. They'll hop across onto the Dazzle. It cancels out. You see the Pounce interaction right there. Eclipse on the side, but Bakaz is just leaving. Everything has been used. They have achieved nothing, and Tundra originally were looking towards Roche. Now they might just look towards the base.
I mean, the kite-ability of this Radiant team is actually fairly impressive, I'm not going to lie, but it's just going to be all for naught. 2 more dead. There's a buyback on a Marcy right there. I'll say Luna understandably spent all that time trying to kill the Tombstone, wasn't even able to do so successfully, and she's in trouble again. She's going to need another 4 step to survive. They killed Marcy, who went too far, and now it's Dawnbreaker's turn to go too far.
Pops the smoke, the ward drop instantly. Amar's going to drive up to the high ground as well as Yuragi just assassinates one of the members, but they're completely split. They've been able to deal with Amar. First use of the Global Silence. They've got a second one ready to go. Matumbaman as well. Another dismember into the middle. Onto BZM. Mickey just posturing on the high ground with the right clicks. Raining down. He's going to look to buy back on BZM and get back into the middle of the fighter's eye. Black Hole. Where's the counter? They're not going to have it. And BKB will hold the back.
Just a little late.
Whoa! They've got the damage. Mickey starting to pummel into the TA. Back into the lane.
This
They
is
go
be a
with Matumbaman. A dieback onto the Batrider, and Liquid are doing it.
Just looking to try and secure this one. The final lane of Barracks now as Katomi will jump in with a stun, but Fishman is already dead. And a tidal wave, Dragon Lina right out of position. Stormstorm is going to get dropped as well. That's 2 dead on the side of Entity. I'll look for more here as the X-Marks comes out onto Toby. Chrysalis, his Aegis is now up. He doesn't even care though. Jumping in deep. Gatomi coming in, throwing throughout the stun. Pure trying to get on top of the gyrocopter, trying to catch it with the Aegis down, but do they have the damage? Does not look like it, as they can now turn around and Pure trying to get off some fancy footwork here, but Grillem's back in from Puppey, and that'll get it a kill as well. Buyback, but well, there's a GG coming out from someone.
Sox are already getting a bunch of those kills. So Mira does end up getting doomed. So 33 just chasing around here in the tree line. Do manage to go. They get the Moonlight Shadow. Still trying to find Mira. Then we'll get the denial off. But 9 there finding the opening. He's found his target. The arrow will connect over onto Yatoro. Skeeter just ripping through Yatoro. Now Toronto Tokyo left behind. Oh my god. Now Collapse. He goes for the call. He's getting a couple spins. It's not going to be enough. That's yet another kill. And they're diving really far here from Aposhka. I don't know about this one, guys. Yeah, they want it, though. They'll chase all the way over.
He is a savior. Indeed, Punch. That's a swing and a miss. Puts himself in an exposed spot. The Ghost Scepter goes off to dismember, but as soon as that wears off, he's likely dead himself. And there we go. The big red numbers coming out from Ori. Thanks to that Daedalus. Sleight of fist. Get away for Ember Spirit, but now the tier 4s are focused. There's the GG. It is over.
Yeah, Monet's like, do we need to pine the fountain? Okay, you guys have caught it. Good job, good game. You took game 1, but Asta are not going to make it simple. They draw it out in the end, 1-1 apiece in this SA Chinese showdown.
Okay, let go on mid there.
Yeah,
No global.
Nightfall, very tanky. Storm immediately onto the back lines, trying to get on top of X Nova with the right-click damage. Nearly has it as the hook shot from Fly now cutting in and finding Somnus here. Chalice doesn't have a lot of spells to use. Still has a BKB though, but Abed out of mana now, actually getting jumped by Ghost. Steals his Vortex and uses it as the global is out now. Can Abed still fight through this one? The answer is yes.
Welcome to the final day of the International 11 group stage. We started with 20 teams. By the end of today, we will have culled a 5th. But so many stories still hang in the balance, and it's my pleasure to help tell those stories. I'm Killer Pigeon, and here to help me tell those tales is the one and only illustrious Breaky CBK. Breaky, how excited are you for today?
Obviously, I'm pumped, as I'm sure everyone is. I mean, this is it, as you pointed out. It is a pretty big deal. 4 of these teams will officially be eliminated. And we were talking about how on yesterday we should have a really good idea as far as who the teams may be, even have some guarantees. We really don't, because as of right now, technically so much can still happen. The only guarantee is that Evil Geniuses is going to be a top 4 team over there in Group A. Other than that, there is no guarantees, KP.
Exactly. Everything is just still up in the air. Even those that are scraping by, Bet Boom and Boom, just representing the bottom of Group A. Talon Esports and TSM down there, some remarkable results, allowing them to still contest and now leaving fate not just simply in the hands of others. If they can snatch a win here or there, they could throw someone else into despair, especially when you look at the bottom there. Sonic's looking a little bit shaky, especially the way we saw them perform yesterday. Entity, while they've started to scrape a few back, still a big question mark. Not to mention Beast Coast, they started off pretty rough, have made some miraculous recoveries. Everything's still to decide, and I think these first series being played on each of the channels are going to start to paint a picture. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we lock in 2 to 3 of the teams to the upper brackets and knock out 1 or 2 at the lower, not the lower, but the elimination phase.
So it's worth pointing out, Group A, they only have 2 more games to play. 1 more series is left for all of those Group A teams. That'll be the second set of series in each of these streams here today, obviously. For Group B, they have 2 series left, or 4 games in total. So you can kind of use that to take a mental note as far as, okay, where teams could potentially move up and down still on those lists. But yeah, again, to that point, the fact that nothing is guaranteed other than the very impressive group stage performance out of Evil Geniuses, claiming that #1 seed up there. in the Group A spot. It absolutely is ridiculous. And yeah, again, the fact that our very first series here of Tundra versus Fnatic that we're going to kick things off with, again, you look over in Group B, knowing that they still have 4 games in total to play left, still with these 2 included. I mean, if things go right, you know, Fnatic could still jump up to the number 1 seed and Tundra could fall all the way down to a bottom 4 team. I mean, it is possible, so it's crazy.
Yeah, you know, it's not as clear-cut as people are starting to think. You know, Tundra, of course, they started with a lot of draws. Now they are just punching everyone out, just taking the top spot. And when we look back at some of their results, one of the draws that they had, I believe, was up against Asta, which is quite interesting when you consider that Fnatic were able to get a 2-0 victory over Asta. So don't write the SEA team out here. These guys came in as the region's favorites for a good reason, and we can see the schedule and what's going to be happening today. There's plenty of interaction. If you didn't know, there are 5 different streams going on, but specifically here, if you are a big fan of anything that has S and A in the region name, you probably want to hang around. We'll open the day with Fnatic versus Tundra. We're closing it out with an SA bout between Thunder and Beast Coast, and squeezing in between that, a very important series for Sonics and Game and Gladiators, because whoever loses that, probably going to be plummeting to despair. Very tight at the bottom there between those 2 teams. GG are 6 wins, 10 losses. Sonics are 5 wins and 11 losses. So that could really choose who tastes despair and faces elimination still.
Yeah, this is a hell of a stream. Not because we're on at KP, obviously, naturally that's the case, but as far as these matchups are concerned, and to that point even further, I mean, hell, finishing it off with the El Clasico of Thunder versus Beast Coast, of course, is pretty epic in itself, but again, knowing so much is on the line, going back to those standings on how everything can still fluctuate so much, including those possible eliminations. But yeah, that second series of GG versus Sonics, that one, I am certainly very pumped as well that we're going to be casting next. But kicking it off with Fnatic versus Tundra, its own storyline to tell. And 2 teams that, again, they're as far as their stories coming into this, I mean, Tundra, you know, expectations were there, but they're a number 1 seed right now in Group B. I don't know if a lot of people would have certainly expected that.
Yeah, I think one of the casters even said they were like the top team, or one of the top 4 teams, and you know, they're making an argument for that. Maybe they've just predicted the future after a start that made us question whether it was feasible, whether it's possible. You know, can you just get by on draws alone? Tundra says no. No, instead, we are going to look to take the top spot. And a lot of the top stats at the end of day number 3, they had the highest average GPM, XPM, and kills of any team for day number 3.
That's crazy because, you know, we've been covering a lot of the South American squads specifically, and it feels like that I would have honestly moved like a Hakori or Thunder Awaken would have actually, you know, had one of those stats specifically, the kills per minute, kills per game or whatever. But yeah, to hear Tundra is on top of that list, pretty intense. But again, a team that clearly deserves that number 1 seed with the way that they've been playing, and they have a formidable opponent though in Fnatic, and not only for a team that is certainly higher expectations coming into this event as a whole, but the Southeast Asian team, right? And so it's kind of their home turf. They got that added pressure that we've been talking about. You know that they are certainly feeling it.
Yeah, I think Fnatic has always been the pedigree of SEA. Even though the headquarters is located in the UK, they've always had representation elsewhere. And, you know, we can talk a little bit about the Mad Lads now. So many familiar faces coming in. And they are definitely delivering results. Very big, surprising outcomes for day number 3. Not to mention the fact that they are looking pretty hot in some departments themselves. They have incredibly long games, the highest average match duration of any team for day number 3. But they are really on point in the way that they control vision their games. Highest on Wards Destroyed, Placed, and Sentries placed as well. These guys are all about finding a way of grabbing map control via creep pushing and vision.
Yeah, personally, I've been a huge fan of Ravens specifically as a player. They're position 1, now playing for Fnatic, but you know, even back to the TNC days, back when they were the pride of Southeast Asia in a lot of ways, and he was right there at the forefront, especially when he was starting to become a bigger name on the scene. So I think he's certainly the player to look out for on the side of Fnatic. But speaking of Tundra, kicking it off with 3-3. He is, oh yeah, 9, so showing off those muscles. He's got a lot of carry in him, as we've seen in that mid-roll. But yeah, 3-3 for me, it continues to be the standout for this squad as their offlaner. Definitely a big reason why they're on top of those kills in all these games.
I gotta go for some representation, my boy Snake. Snaking really does a lot in that past 5 role, from the way he assists in the drafts and the way he flexes, and also the way he positions himself across the map. Always just being the one who gets ganked and spanked, but ensuring someone else doesn't have to. And I love the way he still finds high impact later on in the games with these heroes that tend to pitter off, such as the Crystal Maiden, that I might expect to see coming out, as I think it's one of his most played heroes so far at this event. And they have been winning a lot of it. But, you know, you mentioned 33. I can't discount what Nine and Skidder bring to this squad as well. Saxer is his own god. We don't need to talk about what this man can do on someone like a Hoodwink. But Skidder, for me, has especially been the surprise standout. I think this is a guy that has suffered over the years. You know, there's been always these memes about Tilt or how easy it is to throw him off his game. It seems like he's matured as a player. He's come into his own. And he's no longer an easy pushover or target for other teams to get an easy win.
One other thing I wanted to address as we're getting ready to kick off with the draft here of game number 1 are the coaches of these teams. I mean, there's so many great coaches with awesome pedigree in this tournament as a whole, but, you know, especially these two teams, right? Tundra, you look at Owie, 2000, then Fnatic, Sunbi. We all know the history of these two players, or former players, I suppose you could say specifically, and now being these coaches for these squads. But where the coaches are the most important certainly is the draft in KP. We have a draft.
We do. And I love that you bring up those coaches. Just a lot of pedigree there. You know, Sunbi representing on the coaching side for so many years. Owie, TI winner. Actually one of my favorite all-time players. You know, I'm a very big fan of the guy. Got a lot of love for what he's done, both as a coach, as a caster, and as a player. You know, there's not many people that can brag that they've done all 3 of those roles at a TI level, but he has, and he definitely brings someone special to the squad. So definitely interested to see how this one's going to play out. I mean, Tundra, you know, a little bit slower to rise, but at the top, Fnatic quickly recovering. You know, when we came into this halfway through, when you saw how Tundra was doing compared to Fnatic, before that Asta series between Fnatic and Asta, you would have assumed this is a 2-0 for Tundra, but now you just have to throw your notes away. Anything could happen here.
Oh, yeah. No, we've gotten to see a lot of Tundra over here on Stream East specifically. We haven't, at least I haven't personally covered any Fnatic myself over here on Stream East. So, again, I know all about them, certainly, and I've been hearing how they've been performing. But knowing what I've seen out of Tundra, Fnatic certainly has their work cut out for them. But we are going to open a Crystal Maiden, a support hero that has certainly risen the ranks when it comes to these TI group stages.
Yeah, I mentioned it for Snake before we even got the draft. I expected it. I mean, this guy is vibing on this hero right now. It is his most played hero in competitive Dota. He has 9 games total, 8 wins, and only a single loss. This guy's on fire, ironically, with a hero that's made of ice. And, well, she is icing the veins, cool as can be, because right now, as it stands, 31 picks and a 77% win rate for the CM here at TI.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, for a hero that's 13th overall, to have a 77-78% win percentage, it really is absurd. So, understandable why Tundra is very confident the first pick. It's specifically to that stat you pointed out too, being 8-1 record individually for Tundra. But the Clockwork early response, a hero that hasn't had as much success necessarily when you do look at that overall win percentage, but still understandable why teams like him in the end.
Yeah, it's a staple TI pick, right? No matter what you're in, it feels like Shaker and Clockwork come around. They're both heroes that have been criticized, scrutinized in past days. But I have to give some credit, especially to the Clockwork more than the Shaker. Clockwork is recovering on the stats. He has appeared, I believe it was in about 20 to 25% a game so far. And he has a 48% win rate. And when he's not picked, he actually gets banned about 45% of the time. So you can see that this is a priority in each team's mind. It's not just a flavor pick for one side or the other.
Yeah, the cog block is always going to be useful, but what we've been seeing more is just even that getting that shard, you know, picking up that jetpack, just being this really annoying support hero that's in your front lines and starting these fights or tanking ganks, as we've specifically seen. Everyone remembers Gardic from last night, of course, over there and making those big plays with Clockwork. So seeing what Fnatic can do with this hero, but they're going to pair it with a Death Prophet and then a pretty quick Broodmother for Tundra.
Yeah, good old Gardic or Gardic, however you want to give him, whatever his nickname's going to be. He's definitely going to have some by the end here, but of course we're not going to see him here. What we're going to see is that DP that has been banned out quite frequently, especially against SEA or if Chinese teams are involved in the equation, but finally gets through. And has to be said, you know, leading into TI, this is one of the most popular picks of the SEA region, at least in the high-level pub games. So definitely excited to see what's going to happen and how they're going to flex it. You know, there is the possibility this is going to be something through from the 2 to the 5. We've definitely seen a lot of that, and I think SEA in China specifically held on to this this dream of the support Death Prophet still being relevant when other regions gave up on it. And, well, you did mention the Brood, so we'll quickly glaze over that. 33 special, baby. You know, you mentioned it. This is your star. This is the guy you want to see them play around. Maybe not on the level of the Visage, but Brood, we've still seen some amazing displays out of this godly Micro.
Yeah, he's a hero that, honestly, you look at the opening of Fnatic as well, he's not necessarily too concerned about either. He's got great mobility, obviously not really concerned about the cogs necessarily, and can get away from the siphons and the exorcism use of Death Prophet, and the silence really doesn't affect a Broodmother, especially in comparison to a lot of other heroes. So I could see why Tundra was very confident to really almost snap pick this in that second spot. And to top it all off, as you pointed out, in the hands of 3-3. That's just kind of the chef's kiss, as we say.
Yeah, c'est la magnifique, if you want to be more elegant about it. You know, and someone that could be very elegant here as a solution to the Brood deep in the draft. I'm thinking Raven here is historically, I know he likes to play a lot of Gyrocopter, hasn't done much in competitive recently, but I'm actually on the bandwagon. I talked to Wagger a little bit about this, you know, against these type of creep-based heroes in the offlane, things like Beast and Brood come to mind. Gyro can be a good solution, and we've seen some Gyro-focused drafts that work really well. And Fnatic, like I said, this is one of the regions and one of the teams that's still willing to flex that DP to a support role, so this could just be 3 core picks back-to-back for them.
Well, we got one more ban on either side before we actually see what is happening, but you notice Chaos Knight taken away. Skitter, a specialty of his, and one that he's ran a couple times, of course, in these group stages, and not going to have the option here, though. But Templar Assassin, that final ban to go with the Monkey King and the Pango. Monkey King's an interesting. I feel like Monkey King we've been seeing banned a ton by these teams, but we haven't actually seen it picked. It's just he's not good enough to first 2 pick, but feels like he's usually banned in those 3 to 5th spots and never get the option to see him. So
yeah, you have to get rid of it against the Brood. It's one of the better counters to Brood. That's why usually whenever you see that ban, there's almost always going to be a Brood ban or a Brood pick in the games. It's just that type of hero that almost crashes your PC because he's so fast at wiping out the Spider Army.
A lot of reserve time being used here by Fnatic.
Yeah, so I wonder if they're thinking about going for the Naga Siren ban. It depends where their draft wants to go, but like usually when you pick a Broodmother, there's 2 ways to look at it. This hero is going to take over the game and end the game in favor of the team, or this hero is going to distract us and create space for something else. And heroes that definitely come to mind, definitely I'd say Skitter's standout, consistent hero here at TI so far has been the Naga. I think he's maybe only lost 1 game so far and several wins to his name.
I don't know if I recall Tundra necessarily running a ton of Razor. I believe in the laning phase, you know, may have potentially been pretty good and okay against these heroes so far, I suppose. So, but a little interested on that ban and whether or not it was warranted.
There you go. That makes a little bit more sense of it, is this idea that they want to get probably multiple melee cores at this point. You know, I mentioned that this is likely going to be your 2 supports. Also, Clockwork doesn't really like brawling Razor too much. You know, you go on top of him, you battery assault, you cogs in. And Razor's like, great, I'm just going to leash you. We're going to stand here for a while, and then eventually you're going to have so many whiplashes over you, you're going to need to go get a paramedic's assistance.
We've seen plenty of Pudge this event in that core role, and the hooking Pudges, it's been fun. So, yeah, then one that, of course, is good against the Broodmother as well. Goes back to that point, so...
He has a 68% win rate. He's been picked 22 times. Pudge is pretty lethal in the right game, and it makes a lot of sense when you consider the opening from Tundra. You know, you've got like an immobile support in the mixer, followed up by a very mobile support, but then you've also got this Broodmother that has insatiable hunger. So she's not going to get as much lifesteal once you get the Ags online on the Pudge, and Broods don't really build BKB. The current compositions, usually they're going towards, you know, these kind of utility items like the drums, like the Wraith Packs, so you will be exposed in these fights and unable to easily sustain on the side. Love to see the Hoodwink coming out from Saxa, though. I feel like this is his most standout hero in my eyes at this tournament so far. I don't think he's his most played hero in competitive at the moment, as he does get, you know, a decent amount of Marcy and the likes in there. But the games we've seen so far, when he does get this Hoodwink, guy looks like an absolute god.
Yeah, he's a very comfortable hero for Soxus, certainly. And to the point about Pudge as well, as, I mean, Hoodwink, kind of another reason why the stats of Tundra, as you said, going in, this team loves to kill. They are leading the groups right now as far as the kills per game, I believe you're mentioning. So Pudge is another one of these cores that... not concerned about that. In fact, you know, he's fine with that. He'll be encouraged to do so as well. So I think Fnatic perhaps has that logic as well to work with. But Lifestealer, the Skitter Lifestealer is coming out.
The Wife Stealer has arrived because they're going to try to snatch everything away from Fnatic. Something to keep in mind with Fnatic, don't be deceived by this Pudge pick or this Clockwork. This is a team that doesn't fight that much. They actually have one of the lowest kills and hero damage averages coming into this event. They're very focused on map control, which is why the DP made a lot of sense as an opener. Just want to see them play towards their strengths there. I don't expect this Pudge to really participate much until he's got all of his items and they're ready to go. And if they couple this DP with another push type hero or Roche taking hero, they'll have clear timings. And as long as they can evade the pressure of Tundra, Fnatic will reach their comfort zone.
Well, there's only so much avoiding you can do against a team that's just running at you and trying to force these fights. And again, this lineup screams that Tundra is certainly going to be active earlier on. Lifestealer being a core fits that role. So Fnatic is going to have to find that fine balance, I suppose you could say. But they'll finish their top 4 at least with a Lich.
So this is looking more like a DP2 now, because usually when you pick Lich, it's to cover a squishy mid, and you have the Pudge as well that can also cover a squishy mid. So it looks like a lot of this is going to be drafted around the DP. Quite a cool pick. They needed some reaction to the Lifestealer, because it has to be said that Lifestealer is one of the best counters to Pudge possible in the game, which is why Tundra so naturally go into it. Looking to round out these drafts, I'm expecting to see probably an offlaner Fnatic, and then for Tundra, they still need to get their mid for 9. Oh, by the way, seeing as we're here, I feel like it's an appropriate thing to point out. It is Zhao Nuel's birthday. So really big happy birthday to him. I'm sure what he'd love is a win over Tundra.
Hey, well, yeah, that kind of goes hand in hand. They not only win over Tundra, but win their final series too, get a top 4 spot, and feel pretty good going into the playoffs. Certainly, so a little bit extra that Fnatic is playing for today.
Yeah, you know, maybe they get a cake halfway through. Like, and that could go both ways, right? Some people get a cake in the middle of the series. It gets you that sugar rush. You're fully paying attention. Other people, it's maybe a bit of a food coma, you know? I don't know if the TI requirement is you have to eat your whole cake. In which case, John might be in trouble.
I don't know if you want to be taking down too much sugar when there's a lot of games to be playing. But
it's very early on the day for that, right?
Yeah, it's a little early for that cake binging. But
it's like, I'll cover that one up for the tiebreakers.
I mean, save that for later. Yeah, you know, once it's all done. And that is a good point. I mean, tiebreakers are obviously very possible as well with how things are shaping up. So you also got to be prepared that you could be playing multiple more matches as a result. So.
Yeah, what a present for your birthday. You don't get to sleep tonight. Oh, that was a great present when I was like 8, Dad, but now I really want to get some nap time after a long day of games. But a long time being picked on the final phase here. Lots of reserve time has been used by Fnatic. Tundra, a little bit more calm as a cucumber here. They will round out the bans to the SF. Makes a lot of sense because Fnatic could still flex that DP into the offlane, get an SF in the mid, and have a clear win condition. And SF has been no pushover in this group stage so far. He actually matches Marcy for most picked and has a better win rate than her.
All right, that final pick for Tundra, though, the mid-hero, it's, or Batrider would have been fantastic, so a good man there. I'm thinking of one that's kind of a Lifestealer transport, right? Because they don't necessarily have that yet. Storm Spirit comes to mind as, like, off the bat, but...
You'd be picking Storm against 4 heroes that can get you, though, right? I wanted to think Pangolier or someone akin to that, but it's another issue with that pick as well, is you've got like the Silence, you've got the Dismember. Oh, you're right, I'm an idiot, ignore me. But like those type of heroes, Primal Beast, did he get removed from the pool? He's still there, actually, surprisingly so.
Fanatics turn to pick.
Yep,
boom.
There you go.
Yeah, it just makes so much sense because like the idea of these spirits, like it's similar to what Primal Beast does. The difference is Primal Beast doesn't care about all this lockdown. He just goes in anyway. You can't kill him quick enough. It's a respectable pick, even on the lane against the DP. You know, ever since the changes to DP where she doesn't have as big of a movement malice over you, it's very difficult to disengage if he starts trampling on top of you. So I think Fnatic are likely to now pick a mid and just push this DP into the free roll.
That's what I was going to say with the DP pick earlier on, how have they been running in, and certainly the flex, you know, as you mentioned, we've even seen that support role, so I guess just that flex option is really that makes him that good second pick in the end, but...
Okay.
Nice against Lifestealer. Yeah, this is... Okay.
I love the voice line straight away from 9. It's almost like he's like, oh, you're going to try that one. I don't think you're going to find too much success there, buddy. I mean, I don't feel like Huskar's been that successful. We've only caught 1 or 2 games, but it looked... flimsy. It looks vulnerable. I think Huskar, more so than ever, more so than any hero, it kind of reminds me of where Viper was at for a long time, where it's this hero that has a really good bullish start to the game, but then if you overextend, you get caught out once or twice, like your game is ruined.
Yeah.
I think that game I'm referencing did end up being a win, but it most definitely wasn't due to the Huskar.
No, it was. I was going to bring that up because Hakori was actually the team to run it in their series. And that's only Huskar we have seen, apparently, according to the stats that we're looking at here. So, but yeah, he wasn't the reason. It was the Shadow Fiend in that game, certainly, that dominated. So, but to that point, he does feel like a good hero here overall. The great pretty solid, I would think, in the laning phase. One that could not be as concerned about the Primal Beast, running in and trampling on top of you. So, and obviously a fantastic hero potentially against the Lifestealer as well. So, yeah, I see what they're thinking here.
Hold up, we've got a big switcheroo here. Actually, this is a little bit different. It's a Pudge free and a Death Prophet 1.
Yeah, Raven's
Fnatic.
playing the DP. Okay.
Now, but this makes sense for what he's talking about, their idea, right? Like, if you look at all their heroes with the DP, these are all kill heroes. But that's not what Fnatic play for. They buy time and they play towards objectives. They're all about how they control the lanes and then play towards Rosh and towers afterwards. So for Fnatic's game philosophy, this way of drafting this makes a lot more sense. So I'm in favor of it. It's just a question mark on whether they're going to have enough to deal with this Primal Beast early on. I would lean slightly towards Tundra based on these two drafts. I think they have great solutions to these tanky heroes of the Lifestealer, and the Disarm and the Huskar's not going to help much. The Primal Beast doesn't feel fully answered. They can at least hunt Saxa constantly on this Hoodwing, but I think like if your draft is only good at hunting supports, it's not going to be enough to get you through. So slightly Tundra favored, but still could go either way.
I think the Lifestealer kind of, I don't know if it threw off Fnatic a bit, but it's what ultimately is making this change for them, I feel like, because that the Pudge, if he was the position 1, you're prioritizing all that, early farm on him. The Lifestealer, as we pointed out, he in fact, enjoys that. He would even do more damage against him. So the idea that you would have that is probably not the best feeling. So I think that might be one of the big selling points why Fnatic decided to have Pudge in the 3 role and Death Prophet in that 1. But again, Huskar does feel like a solid pick here, as we mentioned, both with the laning phase. He is great against the Lifestealer as well. It's just a matter, can they enable him? Will he be able to capitalize in that laning phase that he's setting up to potentially have, and then how do they transition out of it?
I don't necessarily think Huskar is that amazing against the Lifestealer, just from the rage perspective, right? So you lose a big chunk of your damage and you get slapped down by physical. I get where you come from, though, that the Disarm in a prolonged fight is good. But I loved your point around the Pudge specifically. Like, it's this kind of weird feeling where you see your opponents are going for a healing lineup, and Pudge Ags makes a lot of sense, so you pick it. There's like one hero that gives more sustain, more healing, more lifesteal, that counters out that Pudge idea so well, and it is the Lifestealer. So I love that play by Tundra. Like, it's going to be pretty effective here, and it's one of Skitter's most played heroes, so definitely a comfortable pick for him. We are just waiting on a pause before we get into the game, but I think in terms of priority lanes, ones that have to pop off for me, Fnatic, I mentioned they want to make a lot of space to reach their win condition. Their win condition is very clearly Raven on this DP, so keep an eye out for that lane. Like, if the side of Tundra are able to deny that or push the DP off the lane quickly once they hit 6 on 33, then this game gets very uncomfortable for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility. So as you mentioned, we are on the pause here. That's why we're still on our beautiful faces, but we'll jump into the game once actually get things going here. The first game of the day, make sure the tech issue is taken care of. The computer is warming up for what potentially is a long day, as we mentioned. Even the tiebreakers with the parity in these group stages, I believe we're gonna have at least some tiebreakers. And honestly, wouldn't that be epic in terms of tiebreakers for like the elimination matches as well? Knowing that if you lose that, you're done. I mean, it's both that twist of epic, but at the same time, unfortunate feeling.
Yeah, it's not a sweat for either of these teams. I think it's impossible for Fnatic to end up now in a situation where they have to worry about that. But what they're playing for is upper bracket, baby. If they get a 2-0 here, they could comfortably sit themselves there, depending on the results from Thunder Awaken a little bit later today. But for me, the bigger story is going to be what comes up later when what you're talking about is, we've got some series involving the likes of Sonics and Gaiman Gladiators who are on the edge of falling into despair if BetBoom or Boom win their series. Admittedly unlikely for those who don't know, BetBoom and Boom, their last series respectively are against LGT and EG. So, you know, pour one out for the Boom Boys. It's going to be a hard day for them, but
Hey,
fun
I'll
day
say
for us.
this on that EG, they're guaranteed first place. You know,
No, don't give me that stuff, Breaky.
I'm
I
not.
hate
No,
that
I'm
stuff.
not saying. No. I'm not saying they're obviously not going to sit here and say that. Oh, they're just going to give it to them. But there is that mental
Experimental.
checkout. There's that. Yeah, there is. That's fair. Like, you know, they might try something a little funky, or, you know, have more fun with it, you could say. But I mean, they're competitors, though, right? So I'm
Yeah.
sure they're not just gonna give up by any means. But to that, I think that is a little bit of an opening. But I want to actually address real quickly what you said about Fnatic. Good to go. Technically, they're not. If they go 0-4 today,
Oh, yeah?
and other
that's
teams at the
true.
bottom go, you know, 4-0, even 3-1 potentially, there is a chance Fnatic could still be eliminated. That goes back to
you're
the
right.
point that it really is still so close for these teams. So you just need to make sure that you win and take care of your own business.
Yeah, I forgot. It's 2 series remain for TSM Talon, so you're right. It could get a little bit shaky. If TSM and Talon win both their series, they'll go up to 8 wins, and you know, if Fnatic loses everything, they're going to be stuck on 7. So that could relegate them, especially considering Entity and I think Entity's clashing with one of the Talon series, so that might make it even more difficult. Like the probability of Fnatic being eliminated must be about 2%. So you know, Fnatic fans, don't panic too much. Don't worry, it's finally time to boogaloo on into a game of Dota 2. We get underway with game number 1 between Tundra and Fnatic.
Fate is in their control. That's the most important thing. That's the best feeling that you could have going into a final like this. And well, obviously what I mean by that is, like, as long as you take care of your own business and you win, you're good. That's all that matters. So both of these teams, that is the case in terms of trying to not only get top 4, but again, in Fnatic's case especially, even stay alive here in the group stages. But all right, we got the early, though, as far as the runes about to spawn, and both teams just having this standoff here in the middle.
Yeah, this is what a lot of teams have been doing. They've just evenly spread out 5 heroes along the river to just keep an eye out for any deep water attempts. Of course, the way you spread out usually isn't fleshed across the entire map, which is why it's very easy to get these north and south wards down, at least on your own safe side. I think we got more or less mirrored vision.
The battle begins.
Actually, no. Radiant, yeah, so Fnatic haven't... There we go. They did commit the second ward. Yeah, it's more or less complete mirroring of vision. Interesting. So let's talk a little bit about this mid lane, because I think we've seen a lot of situations where people have tried to find solutions to the Primal Beast and failed. I'm curious to see what the Huskar can do. Considering the Inner Fire build, it could work if the Onslaught is used early, because at that point, you're pushing this enemy 400 units away, which is far enough to disengage from the trample.
So, want to touch on that in a second too, but you look at the lane setups here. Tundra, I believe it's their decision here in terms of trying to match up and sending the lifesteal at the bottom lane. They wanted to match up against this Pudge Lich down here, and then that means, of course, their Broodmother are going to be up against that Clockwork Death Prophet at the top. So a bit of mind games coming out as far as the early lane phase. Again, a reminder, this is technically a position 1 Death Prophet in the hands of Raven, but trying to make the lane set up, but the Tundra team making their early adjustments now.
Yeah, I think it's a great read by Tundra. It's quite predictable. Like, you can't go the other way about this. We already mentioned the lifestealer counters out the Pudge on lane and beyond lane. So, you know, the best thing they could have done is just tried for this Gambit, but they made the better play in the fact that they didn't give this hero to Raven. I think if he just gets shut out of his farm, you know, you have to then have this big question mark on where your win condition is. And DP in the mid against the Primal Beast, I already mentioned it, I don't like that. I think you move way too slow, and ever since they made the change to Spirit Siphon where you don't slow and return anymore, the Primal Beast will not stop. He will kill you.
KP, we forgot to mention the hook on the bounty rune at the beginning of the game. Oh my gosh, so game changing. This game is just so in favor of Fnatic now.
He got 2 bounties.
Okay.
Two bounties.
It's game over, man. No, obviously that's one
He's
of the
an
fun things to
outcome,
do
and
with the
Raven's
Pudge.
playing an out now, kid. There's no
Is
outcome.
you got the hook, but it was a 3-for-1 in favor of Fnatic, so certainly
It's a nice
to their
start.
benefit. Yeah.
Definitely a nice start. And the nice thing about that is it gets him quicker to this ring that he needs badly. And lovely hook there. Gets the fat creep. Just like how close he's to the ring of health. This is very important in this lane, because otherwise you're just slowly going to get whittled down by this combo of Lifestealer and the Hoodwink that can easily guarantee some slaps with these Bushwhacks.
Testing in the jungle over there. But yeah, back to this Primal Beast. Honestly, thinking of these transport targets, and especially what we saw picked up, and it really feels like potentially one of the best options you can have with the lifesteal bottom lane. We do see
Oh,
Jay's
he's
in
gone.
trouble. He's going back in with the Frost Shield, but he is just dead, isn't he? No, it's going to pop the stick. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, his hook was on cooldown for 4 seconds. That was what he's waiting for. But man, you see that the Jarl has got his work cut out for him. If he's not with the Pudge at all, if he doesn't come in with the immediate save with the Frost Shield, they're just going to run him down with the physical damage. Meanwhile, mid, yeah, starting to get impact here. Like, this is what I was concerned about. Like, the nice thing about for Armel is you play low health in this lane, so you can then harass more back. But Tundra, like, I don't know, man. I'm still not convinced that this will be the answer to the Primal Beast because of how easily he just turns around and overwhelms you with physical damage.
But again, the Primal Beast seems like a fantastic transport for the Lifestealer because not only is he one that he's got that 2,000 range as you love to reiterate over and over again, but the follow-up that he can bring from the Pulverize to the Trample, the Uproar, everything is just so good about being on top of them. The damage assistance that he'll be able to provide with the Lifestealer is it's going to be intense, and it's going to be difficult to deal with for Fnatic once it really comes online.
Yeah. I mean, Bushwhack and the bot lane again. They even connect onto two. The Pudge is going to live, but it feels painful to just be a bully type laner and be bullied this hard. Like, Lifestealer is one of those subtle bullies. He just overwhelms him. Mid lane 9. Oh, he got paid in for it. Oh, Mel comes out ahead.
That's the Huskar factor.
Oh, man. I think what happened here, if I'm not mistaken, did he start with Trample? Because if you start with Trample, you get a low chance to kill. Speaking of kill, Snake King, that's going to be a 2-on-1 where DJ gets the kill. Wow.
Yeah, Death Prophet not even there exactly. TJ's just manning up against the both, and the Cog Trap causing issues. So yeah, well played there, but again, back to the Huskar. He's definitely getting a bit further ahead now in the CS and having that kill to work with as well, the level advantage as we see. So this is that Huskar final pick that if you're going to do it, you better be sure that he has a great laning phase, and Armel is guaranteeing that. Bottom lane?
Sax
is dead.
He tried to frustrate the Acorn shots and no hesitation came out straight away. Jay just came in with the hook. But yeah, just to like the point in this mid lane though, like the weird part for me is now the dynamic completely changes. Like, this was a race to 6. Armel's going to beat him, and the importance of that is with Life Break. You remember that Shadow Demon that you were really big on for the idea of countering out the Primal Beast. You kind of get a similar effect. This slow stops you from engaging. And Snake King in the meantime will go down top, but I think it's really important to round out this fort. The combo has to be Trample into Onslaught, because if you look at the damage type, despite what you'd think, it's the other way around. Physical damage is on Onslaught, and Magical is on Trample. Speaking of that physical damage, he's going to pummel on top of Raven here, so good rotation out of 9. Realizes he can't win the mid lane anymore, so might as well win the outers.
Yeah, and Crystal Maiden's having a tough time up there, understandably, especially with the Broodmother partner. You know, not much Brood is going to do other than try to be intimidating with attacks. Different story with the Primal Beast rotations. Yeah, excellent kill on Raven, playing that Death Prophet as he's going to head back to the mid lane, but exactly. Huskar continues to farm away. He's got the Armlet build in the works, his top net worth in the game currently. But 9 will need to be active in other lanes, because this lane is already a lost cause at this point.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, if you're ahead, what you can do is you can bully him out. But like I said, it's the order of the combo. The Trample has to happen first, because if you use the Magical when he's high on health, he gets less of the magic resistance. And the whole idea is you treat this Onslaught as like a kind of a Dagon effect thing, where it's just your last hitting tool.
Are they setting up here? Oh, Bushwhack's going to pull the creep wave, actually.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Again, Snake King is not having a game whatsoever. DJ has been so on point with his clockwork.
Yeah. The Frost Shield is kind of the Iron Shell synergy. The Frost Shield, in this case, a great ability to have to partner with the clockwork, as we see right there. Even without it, it's probably a kill anyways, but just more of a guarantee that kill is actually happening. Pudge is by himself currently at the bottom lane. They know this, but he's fine.
He's got the Vanguard. He also went for Ring of Protection. I love that small detail. Like, this is a hero with no armor, right? You're a 0.6 by default, so just adding that a little bit extra bulk into the equation. So, good choice. And Skidder, until he's got the armlet, he can't stop bullying again, so he might need to be babysat a little against Jabs.
Yeah, Jabs is not afraid to play a bit more aggressive now, as you mentioned with the Vanguard. We are going to be seeing Armlet on multiple heroes this game. One being the Huskar, of course, and the other one being the Lifestealer. It's a pretty traditional build on these two heroes, so expecting those to come out.
Yeah, and Lifestealer will be the solution to most of what Fnatic has. I think when it comes to the DP specifically, it's not his job as much as it is others. 33. What a rotation out of jabs. 33 is gonna... No way does he get away from that. DJ will clean him up with the rocket flare. Now, EXO was committed, so they need to get the tower out of this.
Yeah, that would be ideal, and only with the bushwhack here, so they should be able to. The hook is going to miss. Saksa going right instead of left, and that proved to be the right direction. So Snake King nearby, but they are going to pop fortification. Exorcism is going to wear out in about 10 seconds, so I don't think they're going to be able to get this tier 1 tower. But I mean, they got the Broodmother kill, and they're really controlling this top lane now, at least for the time being. So I still think it's just certainly a victory of sorts for them. But you look what's happening bottom lane. They understand everyone up at the top lane, so they're trying to kill this Lich down here. It's making it difficult, though.
You can't make it difficult enough, though. Skitter's just going to tap him down casually. Since Gaze won't even help him, saves the rage to the very end. We'll finish him off, and while that's happening, Clockwork in the top lane will also be punished for being in a little bit too deep. Thunder strike back.
Yeah, that's 2 kills going the way. Another hook just missing the bushwhack. More so
Did they have vision? Like, I don't think they even had vision. That was just a blind hook for a hook. So I think he saw Saxa walk up and then he ran back, but the scurry made him fast enough, and wow, that's a big one.
Yep. Crystal Maiden rotating. Hasn't been the greatest game for Snake King. Couple of deaths on him, but that's a hell of a kill. 3 deaths, in fact, already on him. Setting up onto Armel. The first death on the Husker, certainly needed for Tundra, and immediately going to smoke up with the Lifestealer. Go to the top lane, yeah.
Yeah, well, there's no EXO for 60 seconds still. Like, realistically, Fnatic, they got stuck here because they have 2 cores in the same lane. And now they feel committed to the tower, so they are going to be punished for it. Skidder cuts the tree and looks to move in. Will hunt onto DJ. That'll create the space to at least secure the tower. They won't be able to save the life of DJ here. Instead, they're going to give over a second one. 9 does arrive for the party. Pudge will be leaving in a body bag.
Sharpshooter guaranteed. Let's go. Kill secured for Saksa. That was a little interesting, though. Jabs, understandable why he did it, but you can tell he was pump faking the hook right there. So do I go for the save? Do I hook the Lifestealer? No, he just started to run, and by then it was too late, though. The onslaught came out, as we saw. And this is Tundra, though. Again, most kills per game coming into this here in the group stages. This is why they play so active, and this is a team that certainly speaks to that. And they're going to keep this going. A big fight on the Huskar. They had the vision, and they take him out with low life.
Okay, but that's one detail they want to be a little bit careful with. You saw what happened there. They threw the bushwhack to keep him perma-stunned, and then 9 broke the trees. That's maybe one of the de-synergistic elements of these 2 heroes. We actually saw it from Tundra yesterday as well. I think it was against Asta with the anti-mage, where they panicked to try and get him, and they dropped an Undying Tombstone, which made the bushwhack miss. Just didn't matter in that kill, but it's something to keep in mind moving forward. Is like they could screw over their own combos a little. I think that's why a lot of teams haven't necessarily rated Hoodwink that highly at the moment. It's just, it feels like your stun is just so easily countered by a lot of popular picks that you pick right now.
Yeah. The Huskar is trying to build that BKB, understandable, just again in general on the hero. It is going to be really effective this game, so he's going to love to have that, but it's still a ways away. He does have the Ogre Axe, still needs a Mithril Hammer in the recipe though. He's going to come back to the mid lane and continue his farm there. Meanwhile, 3-3, his new land is the bottom portion of the map. He's basically has his webs down here now, and Clockwork to claim. Clockwork's just dead.
Yeah, poor guy. I think he was looking for the hook shot out. He wouldn't have had any luck there. The creep camp had been cleared. Actually, I think that was cool, actually. I think what happened is one of Fnatic's members came over to check the camp, or someone made the call and said there's no creeps there, so you can't hook shot out. Which is important, right? Because that is a big cooldown at this stage. I mean, it's only 60 seconds, but it feels big when you're being overwhelmed like this.
Yeah. Certainly would have helped him if there was, but not the case, so. Free kill in the end for the Lifestealer, and he's 6,000 net worth now. He is 1,000 plus over the opposition.
Skid is so good at this. Yeah, he's so good. Yeah. Like, he had a great CS on the lane, as you expect against the Pudge, but there's something about the way Tundra rotate. You mentioned, like, they're very aggressive, but it's what they get out of that aggression. You know, one of the big puzzling details to me when I saw Skid on teams is like, how do they get enough room for him? He's a very traditional carry. He wants to farm, but this Tundra roster is so good at finding that space he needs.
Radiant are scanning.
Pudge working on that axe. Oh, but here's the Lifestealer. We haven't seen this yet. Inside the Primal Beast.
2.2k HP. Good luck doing anything to that.
But They're not making it the most secret strategy here. They're just gonna simply push the mid tower for the time being. Yeah, they're basically saying if you want to fight us, you're screwed. So let us just take this objective in the process. However, they are moving to the bottom, so Pudge will need to be careful.
Pudge, who desperately wants an Ags, but there's only one component in, and might be going for a quick tap. If he's not careful, Saxa is going to try to open up. Bushwhack is ready to go. They've used the pig pole to get in quicker. So Sharpshooter going to be charged up. The second charge now comes from the Onslaught, and bye-bye to Jabs. They didn't even give a chance to counterattack.
No, that was the slowest gank being developed right there for Tundra, but it ends up working out. Yeah, Jabs a little bit greedy to pick up that farm down there, and in the end, sticking around a little bit too long, but that's all that Saxa, or that's all Saxa really, in terms of being that Bushwhack in the front lines, getting that initial catch, and allowing for the team to follow that up.
But you see it's an issue. It's an issue with Fnatic's draft in that they now need to throw people out into lanes and be vulnerable. In some ways, it's kind of weird to say, but it almost feels greedy the way they finished this draft because of how they got counted. Like, these heroes that are usually active are unable to really be as active as they want unless they've got Exo to play with. And this time they commit it and they don't even find the kill on Saxa. He's going to get away. DJ now in way too deep. Sharpshooter, surprise, surprise, already off cooldown. Sets up for a nice kill for 9 to snatch at the end.
That was already a very risky move, doing it at that tier 2 tower. You know the TPs could definitely come in, and they certainly did. So, yeah, Saxa able to evade death just long enough, and by that time, for his teammates to come in and help. So, understandable that Fnatic is already starting to feel a little desperate in terms of making some plays like that, as, that hook, unfortunately, the creep's in the way. 3-3 is like, yep, you tried, but I'm just going to sit here now knowing you can't do anything.
Yeah, it was close to the minute spawn, so he assumed that the Brood had cleared the camp, so he just gambled for it. But I was watching that develop, and I was like, this is literally the hardest kill you can find on the map right now, just because of all the spiders. Like, you're a Pudge. How do you hook? How do you get in there? Hook shot as well. Like, unless 33 is being careless and just greeting out to the maximum of all the spiders hitting on the same spot, it's very difficult for either of these skill shotters to initiate. Oh my god! Well, they forced the hook shot out. DJ was being chased onto. Now it's going to force a bigger fight here. Pulverize. It's going to be dropped to Dismember straight away. Science now comes in clutch in the end. Primal Beast cannot be saved, but they'll be able to turn it into a win in the end. Huskard's being traded out. Pudge has not got a leg to stand on in this fight, as he's going to be kneecapped, and the follow-up is going to ensue. They're going to chase on the Zhao as well. He'll at least be able to stay alive for the moment, and I don't think they want to dive into the base too deep, but overall another fight win for Tundra.
It just takes too much damage to kill that Primal Beast initially. He was in a pretty bad spot, but is Primal Beast really ever in a pretty bad spot? Not necessarily. He's just, it felt not near impossible to kill, but again, the time that it took to actually kill him, it allowed for Tundra to get in there and respond appropriately. Lifestealer even jumping in, doing his explosion, and then we saw the after effect as far as Huskar going down pretty quickly too.
Yeah, and keep in mind that next time that kill won't happen. Lifesteal is almost at level 12, which means you have level 2 ult, so it's going to double the additional HP you get. 9's going to be too tanky. And speaking of 9, forces out the hook shot. I mean, everything that I'm seeing out of Fnatic, minus that attempt on the Brood bot, is now reactionary. You know, or at least anything that's successful has been reactionary. Top, they tried the Exo play that just didn't work out. It just feels like Tundra is setting the pace, and it comes back to that issue that Fnatic have. They have no heroes that can clear jungle safely. They have to all be present on different lanes, and that offers up gank opportunities to Tundra.
And
God.
It's just bottom dead. Yeah, Pudge, he's just going to be collapsed on from all different angles. Now, he's going to be too tanky, though, especially with the Frost Shield, but Broodmother's not going to get this out. Going to constantly poke Sharpshooter. Nope, never mind, he already used it.
She's going to give up a lot of gold. That's all the spider's dead. But as long as they get the kills worth it, they baited him into going for the Ray Pack or a nice root interruption. So we'll go down. And now the charge through will get a bonus kill because Saber Hero Syndrome set in. Zhao said it's my birthday. Can I please walk away? No. We'll give you a cake later.
Yeah, and this Fnatic lineup, it's not one to recover from behind. That's just the blunt truth. Again, they picked a lineup that was ideally able to contest coming out of the laning phase, have the wins out of the laning phase, and being able to accelerate themselves, specifically with objective pushing. Huskar just explodes.
My God. And
that is not a good feeling.
There was no hook shot. They didn't come out in time because 9 was just holding on that Pulverize. This is... I mean, this could easily be 4 or 5 minutes from end, unless Fnatic finds something to grab for. Like, they don't actually have many objectives so far. They've got a DP lineup with 17 minutes in. They've only taken a single tier 1 tower. I think the next EXO, which is now going to be a level 2 one from Raven, needs to get something big. Force a fight and push towards an objective. Anything less will lead to a slow but imminent death.
Frost Shield going to help try to delay this mid push once again, but Broodmother turning your attention to it. And the whole team of Tundra is here. Infest not ready yet, another 30 seconds, but yeah, you see that Deso already on Lifestealer, the +2 on that. He's even thinking about building into a BKB next. Interesting. Shows you how Magic community, how much he's going to value that here in this game.
Wait, what, on the Lifestealer?
On Lifestealer, yeah.
That's I mean, that's not your usual build, but and I'm intrigued by it because I guess it's like he feels like the Pudge can live long enough. Then there is the disarm, so there is layers that he has to be frustrated about. But it's interesting to see him make this item choice against 2 Magic immunity piercing abilities, the Hookshot and the Dismember. Although one of them won't be in the equation for an upcoming fight. Jabs, he's just going to stand here. He's done.
But, I mean, to that point, again, is Pudge really an issue this game? No. I don't think he is. So I think that, yeah, that makes sense to me in terms of why he wouldn't feel like that's going to be an issue. And, yeah, the BKB, it will just give him a bunch of damage reduction freedom as well in these fights. I mean, even Huskar, of course, as you talked about also with the disarm of the inner fire and his burning spear damage, not going to be so much with that BKB, so.
Yeah, I mean, so, like, the awkward issue, actually, I think the reason he's doing it is because the only way that they can turn a fight is if Raven is able to go in, just drain everyone dry of health with Spirit Siphon and EXO to his heart's content. If you're BKB, you remove that from the equation, right? Like, I mean, 33 is not going to match him. Instead, he's gone for a tanky build a different way with the pipe. But it does mean you're sacrificing a lot of scalable damage here. You know, you could go for something like a Basher, for example, instead.
Ooh, Hoodwink finds a double damage rune. They're going to try to get that on the Lifestealer, maybe. He's pretty far away, though. May just
Fnatic could steal this. Yeah, Fnatic just steal this. This is the best move you can make. They're going to move with the EXO. This is a brilliant read. I think Primal Beast maybe shoe on the lane for a moment, maybe 20 seconds ago, and they haven't seen anyone since. Now they're seeing people push on the mid, and although they're closer, they're not close enough. This is a great move out of Fnatic. Exactly what they need to try and claw their way back into this game.
Yeah. We saw the open wounds pick up on Lifestealer with that shard, and they were attempting the Rosh on themselves, but then, yeah, fell back, retreated, figured they'd do something else, and exactly a great steal for Fnatic, and at least part of the puzzle pieces that they need to start coming back. But Primal Beast has a double damage rune. He has the Infest inside him, and they're hunting, but it's not going to be found, though.
They were hunting for a good reason. Like, they see that Rosh go, and they're like, the only way Fnatic has done that was with EXO. So there is a weakness to this move from Fnatic. It's now that you have to play safe until EXO's back off cooldown. That's a 100-second wait. And keep in mind that, you know, even when Raven does have that EXO up, they put the Aegis on the Huskar. So Raven, the win condition, could still be picked off.
Yeah, Huskar is certainly a hero you expect to see it on, but understandable there. So Onslaught in, though. Speaking of Huskar, he's got the Frost Shield up immediately. The Onslaught didn't hit initially, but he's already still low alive, but he's going to be doing some good damage now. BKB's activated, however. The Siphon and 9 starting to run. Chain Frost is bouncing around with the Ice Spire, but good spread from Tundra. Soxa attempting to get away from the Huskar, but he can't. But now Skitter hits his turn. Great hook shot, though, and Skitter could be in some trouble with those cogs, but no, he's going to get out the hook. Brings him back in, though. Remember that Ray's not going to help. And Skitter's going down. Skitter will fall, actually, in the midst of this. 9 now. Already using this Pulverize, but it's going to be stopped pretty quickly. And he's dead. Fnatic winning the fight. They keep the Aegis. And they are now returning fire.
In a big way, swinging the gold, 3K back towards them. What a fight coming out from Fnatic. And all that comes off the back of Tundra's over-aggression. Opens up with 9, charging in deep before his team is even remotely in position. You see them just flocking around the outpost, trying to get in quick enough, but that's a delayed response. By that point, Primal Beast is pretty much dead. He thought he could catch the Huskar, did not show enough respect. You see here, Inner Fire is a counter to this onslaught. It keeps you just out of range, and look how close they get to pop that Aegis. It was always a bait, though. Armel says, you were dealing magical damage with the trample? Okay, BKB on, Armlet Tolkien could easily go off because you're disarmed, and then I'll turn around and punish you. And, well, as we come back into the main game, there is going to be a little bit of punishment going the other way, as they do pick off a Pudge, but you see how Fnatic can take these fights if Tundra overestimate their power and don't come in as 5.
Well, overestimate their reach. And again, Primal Beast, he's got that insane reach, but no Infest inside him, and the rest of the team just wasn't there. They weren't there to support immediately, and the fact that the Onslaught didn't even connect and hit Armel as well has kind of just, topped it all off as to why that fight was having a lot of potential to be turned around, and as we saw Fnatic doing a very well played on their part to do so. But yeah, giving them hope, giving them signs of life, and that's got to feel good absolutely for Fnatic. Even with that death on Jabs, this Huskar showing that he's potentially going to be an issue. The Assault Cuirass is being built next as the BKB, of course, finished, and certainly coming into play that last fight as well.
Yeah, I think this is the realization Nine now has, where he'll probably have to BKB before he charges in with the Onslaught. That was the problem there. Like, if you have the BKB activated, maybe you're able to turn that into an initiation. It's still a long reach, though. So you need to learn lessons from this. Armel. Yeah, pushing back. Hook shot on the back line as well. They found Saxa. That's going to intercept before he can connect with the break onto the Huskar. Now going to split up the fight a little here. DJ committed onto. He's going to fall first. The whip is going to slow down Armel as he tries to retreat away, getting out of range of the Wraith Pact Aura. Doesn't want to have to reinitiate, but he's going to be forced to do so. Skidder gets through the first life. Saxa does have a stun waiting when he comes back up. And there's the Onslaught into the Bushwhack. They're going to cut and run, though. Buyback does come up the clockwork, and they're probing because the BKB is still there on Armel. Let them use it. Raven, Exo is about to run out, though, so Fnatic need to get out fast with Onslaught coming off cooldown.
Yeah, exactly. Tundra is just waiting for that timing. The Exorcism going away now, but that's a good job by Fnatic picking up on that realization, the communication kicking in, and we need to get the hell on out of here because Exorcism is now offline. However, double damage picked up by the Primal Beast. Lifestealer inside the Primal Beast. If they catch anyone, they are absolutely dead, and that anyone likely going to be the Lich. So not the worst target if you're Fnatic. It's still the kill going away with Tundra, but that's probably the best case scenario considering.
That's true, the best case scenario. You got to remember Huskar's around half HP. The Onslaught charge in with a DD as well. Like, the follow-up damage would kill him. Armel wouldn't be able to survive against both a Primal Beast and a Lifestealer on top of him. So, as is appropriate, even though it's his birthday, he will tank that gank.
3-3 taking the creep farm, though, and he's building the Heaven's Halberd. Of course, that's a very, very good item to have against the likes of a Huskar. So, going to be nice to see that on him for Tundra. Lifestealer has the Ogre Axe, so he doesn't have the BKB yet. Still working on it. It's been occupied, so Skitter's network slowing down a little bit because of all the fighting that's been potentially happening. But he's going for it now. It
almost feels like, they don't feel they need this one true carry to end the game. Instead, they're very complementary, all these heroes. 33 has the most gold, but he's just itemizing to enable these prolonged fights to counter what's happening. And, speaking of fights, we might be getting one bot as Raven, a little bit too far out here, has to commit that BKB, and that's not going to feel good. Exo was coming off cooldown in 20 seconds, but now no BKB for 90.
And the range on those open wounds, pretty damn long. And immediately once they go off, Death Prophet realizing that he had a BKB and teleport. So yeah, you're right, though, with the BKB on cooldown now for another 70 seconds. Exorcism is coming off cooldown, but without the BKB, of course, a bit more fragile, so you want to play safe for the time being. That BKB, speaking of that, Lifestealer, is he almost there? 700 gold saved up, needs the recipe. So yeah, just about there for him. The Heaven's Halberd also finished. No, almost, but clockwork.
Okay. Yeah, it's because Nine, like, he can't commit because he doesn't want to BKB before onslaughting because you waste 1.5 seconds followed by like an extra 1 second. So that's always an advantage Fnatic have, is that Nine won't use the BKB to start.
I know he's turning this into a Hurricane Pike, but it is interesting the value here that Huskar going the 4-staff first to the eventual Hurricane Pike. But yeah, it certainly would have been helpful that last fight. Yeah.
Yeah, like if you think of what happened in the river, he couldn't get anywhere near anyone. Even with 2 lives, he could get nowhere near them. So this makes sense when you consider you need to counter Tundra's gameplay. Because so far, I've looked at the 2 itemizations on these sides, and I feel like it's Fnatic getting what the heroes require, while Tundra, everything they're building is directly designed to counter what Fnatic did.
Well, yeah, and getting even more to that point, Armel, clearly an adaptation, because he did have that Assault Cuirass queued up, and he even picked up the plate mail, as we see. So, but figuring that, okay, yeah, I'm getting kited, need that 4-staff. Again, the eventual Hurricane Pike certainly going to be useful as well, but certainly adapting to the game and how it's being played out. Saxa's been a bit of a distraction here at the bottom. You even see that boomerang coming into play He's going to get away, though.
You start to realize just how impactful this open wounds ag shard pickup by Lifestealer is with the Primal Beast, actually. The trample is going to allow you to just lifesteal as you mash someone's face in the ground. So if 9 was hard to kill before, it becomes even more difficult, especially if you don't have your BKBs available. That's at least the plus side for Fnatic fans. Like, all the cores do have BKBs, but as we've seen, it's very easy for Tundra's lineup to force a BKB prematurely.
Well, there is the BKB finished on Skitter, so certainly going to see the added value here. That mixed in with this Rage. A lot of uptime in terms of Magic Immunity. 15 seconds right now to be precise.
Which will more or less bring him into another Rage.
Right, that's true. I guess it'll even longer, yeah.
It's a very unfun game for Fnatic. Now, we mentioned they have these Magic Immunity pierces. It's just like, you can't... I don't feel like you can commit wholly onto Lifestealer. And once again, it comes back to the fact that Tundra done this by design. They prioritize all 3 heroes equally. Bushwhack. They're going to follow it up. Jabs. Doesn't use the BKB straight away. We'll get the Dismember out now into the Lifestealer. He is controlled up, but way too tanky, and they've used the Exo already. Everyone's going to look to leave. 9 will make his retreat out with the Ags causing anarchy on the exit, and that's Exo used for nothing.
Yeah, the reset from Tundra is successful. The onslaught just slightly missing in terms of hitting the heroes, but still, Tundra, again, able to reset this. Like you talked about, no BKB commitment from Lifestealer either, whereas Death Prophet committing everything. So it's going to be another case of Fnatic. They want to just avoid a fight, and speaking of avoiding fights, that's not good news because Roshan is up and immediately Skitter's in the pit. This should be a pretty free one for Tundra at this point.
Yeah, you can't make a play about Exo. The last time they were able to get Roche, it was off the back of that. And you're starting to see why, while DP can be a very impactful hero, teams aren't crazy to go right after it. It's this exact issue. You press one button, and if you don't do anything with it, you're useless. If you think about the drafts we've been seeing out of a lot of teams, there's these disengaged type drafts. Tundra have it in bundles. 4 staffs, they've got heroes that are independent, can quickly move away. It's so difficult, and it's about to get worse. Raven gets caught in the bot lane. They will counterattack onto the CM, but TP rotations coming in from the rest of Tundra. They're ready to fight, and they're going to connect. Before they go down, they lock the Huskar on the spot. DJ is going to be a follow-up kill as well. They do at least get Raven out, but a very high price.
Yeah, very, exactly. Huskar dying is... Again, I know Raven's the position 1, but Huskar is your key, definitely, in terms of just being able to be that presence in these fights, getting on that single target and bursting them down and killing them quickly. So him being dead, a big factor, especially when you go back to the point that Death Prophet doesn't have his exorcism currently. It's still down for another 45 seconds. So if you're Tundra, of course you understand that, and they're just slowly but surely restricting the map now against Fnatic and which lane they want to actually push in, the bottom lane and the mid lane, both getting a push. I guess the mid lane's not necessarily, more so the bottom one, but they're just going to go right into the racks.
Yeah,
no backdoor protection. Let's go.
And the creeps are close enough on the bot lane, so it's going to disable the backdoor. So instantly forced to use the glyph here. Still going to be a window of opportunity, and with the amount of pushpower they have, the Dessa and the Broodmother, that's a melee racks guaranteed.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Stick around for range, probably not.
A little bit greedy.
Mother, but yeah, no point. No, we've seen that before in these Lich games. The Frost Shield, it's a factor.
It is. It's just they're so far ahead on Tundra that it's not going to be as impactful as games we've seen before. Yeah, it will slow things down, but if that's Fnatic's game plan, I then ask, what are you waiting for? Where is the recovery point? There has to be something more, because when I look at the scalability of these two sides, when I consider the way Exos are being used and how hard it is to use them well, Tundra will still have the advantage later on.
Look at Primal Beast. He's just waiting with that Lifestealer inside. Waiting for the chance. He's got that Uproar buff as well, of course, from the Ags. I don't know if we brought that up yet, but that's another tool in these fights.
It's so annoying. Yeah, the damage. It's not just the damage, though. It's the break as well. Like, you've got multiple heroes that get hurt by this. The Pudge is going to lose that a little bit of extra damage block, but the big one is the Huskar. This BKB getting lower. Luckily, he's been able to hold on to 8 seconds because he's not able to use it so often. But once that gets low in these prolonged fights, being break, that range is so intimidating.
It is. Gets him to use his cogs and then walks away. So you're really just trying to get all 3 lanes pushed in is what Tundra's doing right now. The Aegis has, how long? 216 on it, so I'll give you this a couple more times.
Tali's going to go down. The full 33 was just going to right-click it before the creeps arrived. It was that low. But that's all our tower's gone. So Fnatic really don't have anywhere to play outside of their base right now. In fact, if you check their vision, this is your nightmare. We've all been here in a game of Dota before, folks. Where are they? What are they doing? Do we leave? All the answers are no, 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 stay in the base. And we've been seeing a lot of TI as well. Just teams, even when they're behind, even when it feels like they need to make a smoke play out, they hesitate. I'm hoping that Fnatic will try to make a play in the next 2 minutes. Once that Aegis expires, they need to try and find a target.
I mean, they need to get the jump. They can't let the fight come to them. That is very evident, right? The jump starts with the Pudge specifically, you know, whether to get that good hook, and, you know, follow up from there. I know, again, it's a lot easier said than done, but when you're finding yourself in a hole such as this one, got to make some desperate plays sometimes. But the Aegis, it's starting to get down there, minute 16, but we see a smoke play now from Tundra as they move towards the bottom lane, hoping that somebody may get greedy and push this one out on the side of Fnatic, but that's not going to be the case. As we see, goes back to that there, just comfortably sitting back in their base, just waiting out this Aegis, if anything. And at least the Hurricane Pike is now finished for Huska. I was going to mention that. He's been sitting on that 4-staff for the longest time. Hasn't upgraded it yet, but he does get the Hurricane Pike.
Raven, that's too far out. Ooh. I mean, they could have committed, but it's a little bit too close to the base without vision. But he's playing with fire right now. That Aegis is still in play, and they are still hunting. If Raven goes down there, he does at least have buyback, but that gives a clear win condition. So Fnatic, they are on a razor blade edge here.
Yeah, it's if you're Tundra, I suppose going high ground isn't necessarily the easiest.
It's slow
for
by
them.
that lich you talked about, right? Like it's not quick, which is why last time they came in, it was off the back of a Fnatic mistake.
We got the tier 4 items going to be popping up here in the near future, so.
Yeah, but this smoke timing.
Oh, so close.
I mean, it's such a tough kill even if you connect. He was so far back, and he's got evasion, he's got Lotus. Like, it's not even the ideal one to go after.
I think it's a blessing that he missed. No, I'm with you. Because especially since Tundra was honestly pretty close as well to the Brood, that could have just been an absolute disaster of a fight, so.
Yeah, it's like one of those fights where you're like, ooh, look, what's he doing here? And then when you hook shot in, you're like, wait, his team is probably on the high ground to the right. Oh no, we're out of position. Because then they just slap you in from the side, right? It's like, you know, you're in a battle, you've got these cool little blades looking to finesse someone, and they just come in with a giant warhammer and slap you in the ribs, and you just go flying. It's not the type of fight you should ever be taking. But I like that they're looking, you know?
Yeah.
Even if they're maybe a bit too ambitious with what they're reaching for.
No, certainly. It goes back to that as well. You know, it's, if anything, the more entertaining than just sitting in the base, which is also understandable. But yeah, not gonna get the catch there. Broodmother, though, it's the classic case of that overall net worth is continuing to grow for Tundra. As Fnatic,
they're dangling
safe about it. They are,
but they've left him. And I don't think Jabs gets out quick enough. No, this is too late. Sax is here. They're gonna keep hunting. They have got the bushwhack, and he's going to gamble on it. What?
Nope.
But how did it miss?
Don't question it. It missed.
No, I got to question that. Like, replay.
Bottom lane,
All right,
bottom
pause
lane.
that.
Onslaught. It's going to go in. Catches Lich. After half-life, he's going to get the Chain Frost off at least off the path. It's going to do some good damage. BKBs will be activated, though. And Lich still alive for the time being, but Clockwork not so much. Finally, Lich is dead. You see Huskar holding his ground. Going for the auto attack to Skidder. Skidder sitting on top of Jabs. The Onslaught back in. The BKB is going to be wearing off for Raven soon, though. And he will be much more vulnerable. The Infest helping to save 9-9. Does go down. The Act Effect, though, gets the kill on Huskar. 3-3 credit for it. And he also gets credit for the kill on Jabs. Raven blinking away, but yeah, this is going to be a push into the base now for Tundra.
It's no exo, Breaky. Like, this is worse than it even apparently appears. Even if you have your buybacks ready, even if you commit everything now, Raven is just a giant walking creep at this stage. No exo, no BKB. Great fight coming out from Tundra. The patience, the cover. This is what I love about the Lifestealer. A hero that can infest save. It's a carry that offers support saving mechanisms. And definitely saved the day there. Now they're going to drag him in. There's a mess you don't want, though. Star's going to come out to Jabs. They'll whittle him down. He's gone already. Clockwork's also going to hit the deck. They'll double buyback with the Clock plus the Huskar, but they still have no answer. Huskar's rooted up, no BKB for 35. Skidder's still ready to party. Rage coming off cooldown and free. Bushwhack will connect. Break follow-up is going to be a whiff. DJ with the intercept will slow things down. but they're waiting in the tree line, ready to break out. 33 says, hop in, buddy. I can get you out of these trees. And now that you're out, let's go about. Straight on top of Raven. He's going to be gone quickly here. No save is going to be good enough. Armel also now in trouble. Rage to make sure he can't disarm Skidder. Skidder can't quite finish, though. The save from DJ keeps Armel in the game and buys much needed time. Exo still on cooldown, but only 40 seconds away.
No, it's not going to go off, actually. Clockwork's going to die back, though, so he's out for 70 more seconds in the backlands. Raven, BKB, T-Bounce, we got the BKB, though. Livestream using his. So does Armel, but that physical damage, that's going to shred right through the armlet toggle. Keeping Armel alive a little bit longer. Here comes 9, though, trampling on the ground. Onslaught in 3 seconds. He's just going to pulverize the Lich instead. Says, fine, I'll kill you. Armel back to the fountain. They're not going for the objectives. They want the damn hero kills, but now they focus back on the Mithrax. Never mind. They're going back in, looking for the finish, and there it is. 95 seconds. GG, well played. Tundra will officially take game number 1.
Dominant from start to finish. Tundra, what a draft and what an execution. Fnatic, you know, there were moments where they looked like maybe it could come together, maybe they had a plan, but they're always locked in behind these cooldowns. I love the way they tried to flex their draft, but there's no denying at the end of the day, Tundra had a cleaner draft and a cleaner way to use it in this game. And as is appropriate, do take game 1.
Yeah, the Life Stealer, it goes back to that. And it kind of talk about the idea of the shifting things around from the Death Prophet and the Pudge, and the idea of, well, we don't want a Pudge to match up, you know, against the Life Stealer, and it's somewhat or he's, you know, countered by the Life Stealer. So let's put him in position 3, give Death Prophet that position 1. But that really then kind of made that emphasis on the Huskar final pick, that they needed him to have a great landing phase, which he did. Early on, he had a decent landing phase, but then there were those couple of deaths, and a cheesy, snowbally hero like a Huskar getting behind like that early on, unfortunately, after the landing phase was getting over, is just it's going to make things extra difficult.
Yeah, I think this idea of the cheese of the Huskar, those days are kind of gone. It's not as easy a hero to execute anymore. I mean, when I say like the draft feels good for Fnatic, I feel like the draft, they've done the best thing they could after the counters come out to a certain extent. I still don't know if I'd say Huskar was the best solution, but they were kind of drafted into a corner at that phase. You know, this idea that DP seems good, but Tundra had the number. If you look at Tundra's heroes and you think about the cooldowns on all these heroes, all of them are no cooldown based, right? Like, they're just go, go, go. Saxa has 45 seconds on the Sharpshooter. You know, the Pulverize gets down to something like 22 seconds, 24 seconds. Is ridiculous. You do have heroes to match that. Late game hook shots, the Dismember as well, but no matter what you try to say about Fnatic's draft, all you're doing is looking back at EXO. And where this really goes wrong is that fight where Raven's running back to the base after they take a bad one in the jungle. He doesn't have EXO anymore. At that point, the game already feels over. They do a great job to try and delay things, but this was always going Tundra's way, and I damn well agree with this. 33 really was the domineering factor, and you could see it in the way they itemized. All 3 cores were about how do we enable each other, how do we survive together. 33 set that pace. If it wasn't for such a great display from him in the early mid game, we'd probably see one of those more traditional builds out of Life Stealer, where he's going for raw damage, but instead, he just plays around survivability, because as long as they live, they'll come out ahead in these fights.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out, because that to me is the reason why 3-3 definitely deserves the MVP, the itemization. You saw that Lotus Orb, the Scythe, the Wraith Pact. I mean, he was all about that utility and being that support for the team in a lot of ways, and that proved to be the effective choice. So, yeah, hell of a game from Tundra, hell of a statement to make. You know, 35 kills, something tells me that's going to help keep their top kill per average of games in terms of top of the list there. So, a very comfortable lineup for them in the end. Again, it just so happens that Skidder also is a comfortable Life Stealer player as well, and the pick just seemed to make a lot of sense here. Let's not forget the final pick, Primal Beast, too, right? Like, that's kind of the cherry on the top there of the cake as far as a great transport target for the live shows we saw multiple times, and a pretty solid mid-hero when it's all said and done. So, but KP, game 1 in the books. I believe we're going to be wrapping up for this one. Had to do a break. But game 2, just around the corner. Tundra up 1-0 over Fnatic. Can Fnatic come back again? They got to be careful here. The elimination is still a possibility. They got to get some wins in. It starts with game 2 coming up next.
to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality. We're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Tundra seems like an appropriate name because at this rate, they're going to be freezing out all the competition. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to Fnatic versus Tundra. We're almost ready to get underway with game number 2. But just looking back at game 1, Tundra fans have got to be doing cartwheels right now. This team is on fire, Breaky.
Well, apparently also with that victory, whether or not it was the victory or not, but they also are claiming a top 4 finish from the looks of it. So Tundra, you know, obviously a big deal there. As we're in this final day now, that's going to, like we keep going back to, it's going to become much more clear, even just with one game in the books for the day, okay, where teams are starting to shape up. So Tundra, they're feeling good. Now, you know, still playing for positioning within that top portion of the group, but it's got to be a little bit of a relief knowing that, whew, you know, we're at least going to go to the upper bracket, and very, very well deserved. But Fnatic, they're the opposite, KP. As they are playing for their tournament lives, technically. They need to get some wins here to feel comfortable about that, and CM's a good hero to start with.
That's true. If Talon and TSM pull off some miracles and they win all their remaining games, they could actually push Fnatic down if Fnatic go on a losing streak at this point. You know, with how the group stage opened up for them, that's in the realm of possibilities. They need to get themselves a win here. They need to snatch it back to a draw to feel very cozy with where they're at. And should Tundra go ahead and get themselves a win, I feel like they're almost guaranteed to be top spot. It's very difficult for them to be pipped at the post. Most likely candidates in Aster and Team Secret have to clash, and I'm expecting a 1-1 there. So Tundra could easily turn this into a top spot in the groups. But definitely looks good when you get an opening like this. We're going to see the Primal Beast again. Instead of waiting till the end of the draft, Tundra pick it up at the start.
Yeah, and it's something, especially in this series, let alone 3-3 as a player. This is why we keep talking about it. I mean, he was the MVP last game for good reason. And 3-3, to me, really is just one of the standout players this whole tournament, let alone on Tundra. And you look at the bans. I mean, they respect Ban of Doom against him. Like, this hero is not being seen in general right now, but to use one of your first 2 bans, and understandably so.
Both of them.
And exactly, well, to that point, they also banned the Broodmother, which we just saw in the first game, and then they banned Enigma themselves, which certainly he could have played too, but you know, obviously he's just overall a really good hero, so yeah, the respect is there.
Yeah, they understand 33 is a problem. They understand that's where the real win came for Tundra in that last game. Just great plays around by the entire squad, but 33 was key. The way he itemized, the way he converged upon that mid lane was lethal. And Fnatic looking to get lethal themselves. They pick up that CM, and instead of allowing Tundra to get it again, we mentioned already, this is one of the best supports if you want to win your games at TI. 32 picks, 33 picks at this stage. I think she's now up to an 80% win rate. It's getting out of control.
So the Pango coming out, of course, good partner with the CM, as many are, but in general, just one of the more powerful heroes. One that, you know, even though you're kind of giving away here, you're potentially just going to run in that mid lane, is still going to be able to do just fine. Even if it's in that Primal Beast matchup or whatever else. I know we've addressed that point several times where, yeah, he may get behind in the CS, but he gets level 6, that Rolling Thunder, he gets active elsewhere, and he can make some plays. Now, you do have to ban some heroes, specifically that Bloodseeker, but they already take him out at least, so more. I mean, other, like a Pudge comes to mind still, though, so.
Yeah, like kind of get active, but Fnatic, like, remember, the goal is to reach a clear win condition state on Raven. Usually they'll play around objectives. They don't have an objective-based hero yet, so something that can push in towers, for example, would be good. Something that could take Roche could work quite well. Pangolier assists with that. But to the Pangolier versus Primal Beast point, I'd be a very big fan of them flexing this into a free roll, drag it away from the Primal Beast location, because the problem with this Pango, if you do want to prioritize a 2, is the Primal Beast in the lane will already do really well, but then on top of that, when you get into the mid game, unless you've got a Lotus or something equivocal, Global Silence is going to ruin your ability to counter-initiate or follow up the initiation as this Pangolier.
They're going to ban Visage here next, watch. I mean, they already banned the Beastmaster now. They're
going
to take out Visage. Just look at 3-3's hero pool and just be like, okay, we need to take care of these because, yeah. He's pretty good.
They start off with the Shadow Demon ban on the side of Tundra. Just makes a lot of sense. It's really good against the Primal Beast. You'd think, actually, why would they ban it when they got the Silencer? Silencer is quite a good hero against SD because SD is a reactionary type support designed to save. So usually if you're trying to be productive with the Silencer, you initiate as a team and then you global, right? So it's interesting to see that ban, but we've seen just how good it can be against that Primal Beast. And the follow-up Monkey King is an interesting one. Usually it's if you've got the Brood in mind, but that was banned in the first phase. Likely Tundra are thinking about going for a melee brawly type hero for Skidder. Something like the CK, Naga, or the Lifestealer come to mind.
Yeah. Okay, so they banned the Shadow Fiend, which is completely reasonable too if you're a Fnatic, but so we'll see if maybe Visage is in the hands of 3-3 this time around. But yeah, another hero I wanted to bring to mind as far as like kind of that save that we saw yesterday, remember, in the Aster versus Thunder Awakened series. Aster going with the Omni Knight kind of as a response to a save specifically against the Silencer as well. So I wonder if Fnatic perhaps has that in their arsenal as far as a possibility here. But for now, it's going to be Clockwork for Tundra.
Yeah, and this makes sense. They're just getting rid of the most likely interrupters to the Primal Beast. You can see Tundra's draft is a lot more prioritized early on around 9's Primal Beast, which I think this is going to be. The reason the Clockwork is the good one to get rid of is that the Silencer, he can cover you on the global, but the way the Clockworks kind of initiate and also itemize, they can usually still count you out. Other heroes that can interrupt the Primal Beast, like the Pudge, are going to have a much harder time of running in and doing so if the global silence is in play. But Fnatic, quick on the response here. The Marcy does slip through into the series. I'm not even sure that this was banned in the... It must have been. There's no way, right? It did, yeah. I don't think it was first phase ban, though. Right? Maybe second. I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I would
really
look
would be
back.
surprised.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I would need it. Yeah. See, now you're going to make me. I'm sitting here like...
Oh, you're my little stats man. So I think I'm pretty sure it was... No, it was not banned.
Okay, well, never mind.
Yeah, no, it wasn't banned. Wow, that's surprising, man. I mean, that doesn't happen very often. That could just be an effect of the meta development as the group stage goes on. I did mention at the start of the day that SF was about to overtake Marcy for most picks. And most of Marcy's picks, I said, came from the first 2 days. All right, she's at 57 total, but I feel like by the end of day number 2, she already had 40 to 45 picks.
Trying to think again. Visage is still there for Tundra. Darkseer, another one that maybe comes to mind. You got the Clockwork synergy coming out. Maybe the wall's not necessarily going to be the greatest this game. Vacuum, I suppose, wouldn't be the best. Yeah, probably not Darkseer. Lineage is okay.
Yeah.
Tide.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so definitely leaving Skidder's hero till last. So 33 on Tide up against Lone Druid, not too bad. You can just be annoying, get up in his face, slow him down. Likely you're going to couple this with the Clockwork. I wouldn't mind the Silencer being the support for the Tide, though. We have seen a really big development with the Silencer, especially coming out of the South American region, where they prioritize farm on the Silencer instead to get him those important items, to get him to 4-star so he's able to be more present around the fights, not just worry he insta-gibs and doesn't have a global anymore, and also eventually the Refresher. Refresher priority in this game isn't necessarily that high. I think unless Fnatic pick a really big ultimate team fighting type hero, they'll probably just run this as a POS 5 Silencer still.
Yeah.
And there's the ban Lifestealer. Yeah, I mean, it deserved the respect after that game. Skidder is a very unique Lifestealer.
I feel like they can maybe still use another... I mean, I guess they already have several saves.
10 seconds
One more so specifically with the Marcy, but I'm looking at Fnatic like almost like an off-lane Snapfire.
5 seconds remaining.
Could be interesting here.
I mean, it would give them something to lock in the initiation, but the core initiation is the issue right now. You know, we can talk about the magic that Marcy does and the way she miraculously turns up from nowhere. They haven't got this big hero that goes in to start the fight. So unless they want to prioritize Pangolier with a Blink Dagger, they don't have that solution yet. And usually when you're up against a Sansa, you want this overwhelming firepower at the beginning of a fight that kind of relegates the value of the global as a counter. So you want to just be in and someone needs to be dead. So, you know, if they want to run this Pango, say, in the mid, they're still thinking about that. You got to start looking at offlane heroes that can just start the initiation. Something like a Beastmaster comes to mind, and funnily enough, Beastmaster has... Oh, he's been banned. Okay, yeah, we aren't going to see that then. There's fun enough it's banned by Fnatic, which it would have fit their draft really well. It would have been a secondary layer of push. I'm just looking for alternatives. Visage is still in the pool, but I'm not sure how I feel about it against the Tide and Primal Beast?
That Omni Knight is still a possibility too. I mean, I guess they would have to go maybe a core Marcy then.
Yeah, but like the thing with Omni Knight is I don't think you get much value with it on the Lone Druid specifically. It's kind of a weird one. It makes more sense with those things like Ursa, Troll Warlord, you know, even a Lifestealer. But for Fnatic, like rounding this out, I mean, we'll see if it's going to be a core Marcy. I'd love to see some core Marcy gameplay as a free here. And then they just round out with a kind of safe saves type support, maybe a healer. Okay, there you go. So not a save, but it's a present killer, which I like. So I mentioned they needed something to initiate the fights, and Hoodwink does that. But it does leave you susceptible to the global silence because you bushwhack, and there's a clear delay in the next layer to the fight. So they will want to try and hunt for this silencer in the tree lines. And has to be said, like, you know, Tundra, they have some ways of getting on this Hoodwink, so I wouldn't even call it a free Hood game.
Chaos Knight and Naga Siren are still on the board, both very potent Skitter heroes.
Ooh, I like the Naga actually. I think Naga works pretty well here. I mean, it disarms annoying on your illusions, the only thing. I think Panglia is really good against illusion heroes. So maybe they just go for a raw right clicker. It's hard to think like what Skitter would go for in that case, because I feel like most of his picks have been around either the Lifestealer or these illusion heroes. But yeah, he will go for Naga. It is a really, really good Naga game. She matches the Lone Druid really well. She scales well. She's not really phased by this break element to the Hoodwink. Marcy struggles to brawl into her. It's a double minus armor lineup with a Tidehunter and Naga. So yeah, good round out by Tundra.
So it is going to be the Marcy core with that Hoodwink final pick. Jab's going to be playing Marcy. So yeah, and it also makes me wonder now, is Lone Druid going to think about that Radiance build? Again, you're up against an Naga Siren core on the other side with all those illusions. They don't have the greatest. They have Pango, Swashbuckle, etc. It's not too shabby. And I guess Crystal Maiden can certainly assist there as well. But will that be enough, especially in the later game? You know, that's up to debate. So I wonder if that's something Raven will be thinking about, at least when it comes to his Lone Druid build. So
I think the issue with like the Radiance build is you maybe feel this rush to get towards the Deso and a Basher because you don't have push right now, and you also don't have an answer to the Primal Beast grabbing someone. Once Nine gets a BKB, he's free to just smash them into the ground for the full duration. Not even the Roar from the Lone Druid will save you there. So there might be an itemization pressure on Raven. I think you could argue either way, but the issue with like the Radiance versus going Deso Basher is you're essentially playing for a later timing instead of playing for what should be a higher tempo that you have with this LD. And it's kind of weird for Fnatic because usually they are a team that avoid fights and just try to push lanes and buy time. I think they need to come online fast. They need to be quick in this game. If this goes late, I definitely favor Tundra's draft.
Well, to the stats, as you said, Fnatic is the longest game team as far as duration goes, so it's not necessarily something they're going to be hoping for this time around, and it's kind of funny to think about that because, again, on the other side, Tundra's a team that just loves to play fast and often and early, and in this game, you know, maybe they are going to be a little more back as far as not looking to be as aggressive. At least that's what the lineup suggests, but being Tundra, maybe they will still play pretty aggressive. We'll see. I do think the Hoodwink final pick to me is... It's hard to sit here and say confidently that as a final pick especially that this was this really feels good, right? It doesn't necessarily feel like the hero that you want as that final pick to feel truly impactful, but...
I think it's easy to put a lot of pressure on the final pick to do everything. Sometimes it just needs to complete your draft. It doesn't need to be this god tier gotcha like a Brood. It can just be something safe. And I think Fnatic, this draft is a lot better than the first game. Let's see if they can draw it out, or if Tundra are just going to steamroll them through. Now, to talk a little bit about this Hoodwink and why it got picked, it's the Tidehunter specifically. It gives you a break so you can burst through him. And Tundra are going to rely on this Tide to do a lot in the early game. But something I really love about Tundra is, once again, how they give Skitter this save-type hero. If you think about the two sides, one side has two really good resets, the other has none. You've got Global Silence and you've got Song. And why I said that it matters that Fnatic plays fast and doesn't let this go late is once you get late into the game, for Tundra, you're probably going to look at that Agshard coming out with this Song, with all these bulky strength-based cores. You'll be able to save everyone. And on top of that, you know, if Snaking does get a little bit of cheddar along the way, we might be be talking about a double global silence type game.
It is going to give Fnatic that opening, that opportunity of, okay, Global Silence and Song are down. You know, we can reset a little bit faster and try to make a play. Obviously, that'll have a lot of factors in play once we get to that point in terms of the overall farm, etc., where the game state is at. But that is, of course, something to keep in mind, too, when you talk about all these longer, big reset abilities on the side of Tundra. But certainly, viable strategies for both sides.
To that point, Breaky, like, how do you force them to use these big ultimates? The same with Ravage, right? Like, how do you force them to use it for nothing? Like, these resets will force you to go in, and one issue for Fnatic's heroes is outside of the Hoodwink, they don't have heroes that kind of in and out. Like, you can talk about Pangolier, but the way he in and outs is he commits the Rolling Thunder, and even though it seems like it's a low cooldown spell and you can't punish it, think about how many games we've seen where Pangolier uses Rolling Thunder, and then they immediately lose 2 towers, or Roshan, or just the game entirely.
Well, Armel on that Pango, matched up against the Primal Beast. This is a matchup we have seen a fair amount here in this tournament.
No, it has not looked fun for the Pangolier players.
No, Primal Beast has definitely been enjoying it, but again, to the point, Pango feels like he's one that's not necessarily too concerned about falling behind in CS earlier on, so he's good to go. I've noticed Soxed here at the bottom lane, by the way. He'll block this camp as well as now he's doing the creep pull, so certainly accomplishing his job as the support roll down here.
I do hope that around 7 or 8 minutes into the game, we see rotations out of Armel and Hoodwink moves to the mid lane. Because to me, I think to counter that issue of we have to commit to get these resets out of Tundra, DJ is going to be the MVP for them. If he has a really good game, if he gets some decent levels, he's going to force reactions out of Bushwhack sharpshooter players. So definitely keep an eye out for that. And I love the idea of this Marcy Hoodwink because I think it's a very good brawling lane.
See 3-3 down here at the bottom, just with the Creep Wave way behind. You mentioned Clockwork doing the pull, he's behind his own tower, but 3-3 with that Anchor Smash, the Kraken Shell, he's feeling very cozy. They wouldn't have a stopper for him at this point anyways. Level 1 Crystal Maiden still, so he could just get away easily if it feels like he needs to. It's almost like an axe effect.
It really is. I mean, it's the type of lane that Sax is going to have a smile on his face on as well. Like, you can eventually rotate, and you'll kind of want to, because the one issue that usually occurs is this Marcy forces these weird tri-lane scenarios, or you sacrifice heroes. And if your tide is always safe, you can always rotate away, or maybe you even end up rotating down towards the Marcy. But for now, Marcy's making some action happen in the top lane. Good first blood coming out for the side of Fnatic on the lane where they need it most.
I mean, this is a hell of a brawling lane, that's for sure. The Marcy and the Hoodwink together. 2 heroes that could definitely kill, especially as level 2 hits, and they make it happen quickly onto the silencer. And Naga Siren, you don't expect her to have ensnare anytime soon, so.
No, we have seen some builds where Skidder gets it by like level 5 before in the lane, and it's been really impactful, but I think this is the combo, not with a silencer. And I like the way they played this, because I think one very big issue for them on this lane is if this turns into a 1v1 and a 1v1 where the supports are fighting, it doesn't actually favor Fnatic. Like, Hoodwink doesn't trade that well against Silencer because of the Arcane Curse. Because if you then have to run away, you're using Scurry, that's another ability, that's even more curse damage coming out. So the best way for them to approach this is finding a way of converging as 2. And with double stun, that's easily done here. Triple stun, in fact.
Yeah. Well, Armel's actually doing a really good job here in this middle lane. 15-3 versus the 11-2 Primal Beast currently, so props to him on the Pango. Managing that early CS lead.
You got a few cheeky denies early. I think what happened is in the first wave or 2, 9 would use the trample, and then there was a low HP creep that Armel would be able to deny between the trample strikes. So really good reactions out of the Pango so far.
Oh,
spin that trample.
Yeah. Goes right back in. Good swashbuckle though, and keeps his distance. All right, Naga Siren, how's he doing? Naga Siren's 10-0. Yeah, this is proving to be a pretty difficult lane to the benefit of Fnatic up there. Mid lane.
Yeah, it's the high damage of the Marcy. She starts off strong and she's gone for a double bracer. She hits for 83 damage at this stage. Naga doesn't have much of a response. Mid lane, a little bit of shuffling around for the runes. Armel does get his hands on it still though, so good for him. And 9 has to re-engage the onslaught. Nice turnaround there. They get the kill. Reactions will come in, so 9 will be punished for this, but overall, fight going the way of Tundra.
Saxa should be good. Getting blocked there slightly, but nice. So maybe Frostbite.
He'll get away. It's going to take a while. Oh.
Oh, he's going back in. DJ, you got to be careful.
He had to be extra careful as well because the rocket flare was coming off cooldown. So luckily the creeps were nearby. Otherwise, Saxa would have turned that into a poor little squirrel feeding.
Yeah. So goes back to the Marcy though. Yeah, she's having a hell of a time on the other side of it, as you're just talking about for Jabs, or in the hands of Jabs for Fnatic. But again, how much impact is she going to be able to have? Yes, the earlier BKB, especially playing this core role, certainly going to be powerful. But again, she's not necessarily an illusion clear, right? She's not like a counter to Naga Siren. So
no,
she'll be able to pick up the backlines though. Something like the Silencer, that'll be her mission, I assume.
Definitely. She's a frustrator on the lane, but not much beyond. Because one of the big issues you run into is that even with all this high damage, you are up against a hero that has 10 armor. That being said, Skidder is at risk of going down. Snake King does finally arrive in the nick of time, but that's the 10 armor effect. Any other hero there just dies.
Well, you know, as I'm kind of talking that out there about the Marcy being in this offlane role, they don't really... Oh, mid lane. Nice play coming out. Never mind, he's fine.
It's a problem base, come on.
Yeah, no, he's good. They don't really have, like, that aura carry. I mean, eventually, like, an Assault Cure, sure, on the Bear. But Wraith Pack specifically comes to mind, right? That is such a powerful item in this game. Top lane.
Oh, Jabs is in too deep. He made a very big fatal flaw here. He didn't respect the armor differential up to 15 when Naga's under this tower. You just do no damage.
And he got Ensnare, level 4. He had Ensnare, and that certainly caught him off guard, too. But yeah, no Wraith Pack that I would expect from the side of Fnatic is what I'm, again, getting at. And, you know, is that something that's unfortunate?
Against an illusion hero especially, right? Like, you're not going to be able to reduce that overwhelming firepower that Naga can provide. And we've seen, like, Naga's no joke these days, you know. Ever since they changed the Riptide, the way it works, and once you get the Manta style, you can do a lot of work. In fact, there's even some nice builds around things like the Orchid that we've seen before that allows, or Diffusals as well, that allow her to go for solo kills, easy peasy.
But that is the meta right now, though. Again, all these offlane heroes are building basically Wraith Pact, it feels like, at least a heavy majority of them. Marcy, you wouldn't expect it on. And at least I expect you to go the traditional, more the BKB, like I was talking about, Blink, etc. From there. Bottom lane, though, Raven.
Bringing the number here as well. If he's going to push them away, this won't be a kill. It might be the other way, though. Ravage connects onto free. 9 says, jackpot! Let's get him. Raven's going to be brought down. Zhao will try to make his way out. 33 doesn't have a point in the gush, though. They will at least find Armel, but Armel, confident to stand his ground. Roll of Thunder will come out in time before the battery assault comes through. 9 will have to dodge like a god here. Onslaught is coming off cooldown, so might still be able to get away, but the Bushwhack ensures that will not be the case.
Yeah, that's a massive turn kill, at least for Fnatic. Yes, that started off pretty tragic. It was a Ravage commitment, though, with the rotation of the mid-primal beast. The fact that Pango's able to get in there and clean up as he did, I feel like Fnatic, and yeah, looking at the recap, in fact, it was a slight gold in their favor for them, about just under 100. So you see Lone Druid now mid lane, he's picking up some farm there. So yeah, Fnatic, honestly, really satisfied with the outcome.
And they need to stop punishing this type of stuff because Lone Druid is having a hard time. He's the poorest core in the game. Naga's not too far ahead, but when you consider the start of this lane, you know, the fact that Skidder is ahead of the LD is maybe something that people wouldn't have expected. But it just shows you that the power of the Naga in the right hands. So it's going to be a rotation back towards 33 again. Mistakes definitely made there. Tidehunter will be an easy picking for Armel, and looks like they might actually make this a permanent switch as the LD is still hanging around a mid.
No, I think this is a fair argument. Kind of like to talk about the potential Radiance on Lone Druid. Probably not going to be the case. Similar to Pango, though, because again, are they going to have enough answers to this Naga Siren illusion-based hero? Does he go maybe a Maelstrom, even into a full Mjolnir? Like, that's not the typical build right now on these Pangos. But I got to think that's maybe a thought at least.
I think the Diffusal's just better, especially against the Tidehunter, because if you take the Tidehunter out, and you can do the same to the Primal Beast, right? Like, he's going to have BKB eventually, but you get a very big window of opportunity. Also allows you to just find solo kills on these other heroes like the Sansa and like the Clockwork. But we'll see. It could just be that he opts into full utility. Things like Lotus would be really good this game against the Pulverize, against the Ensnare, and the Sansas as well. So I'll have to keep an eye out. The only issue with rushing a Lotus is you just lose your own scalability entirely.
Arbor Corrosion for now going to be coming out. Makes sense there. Jay, Jabs, whatever you want to call him. He's at the top lane and unleashing to help get that top tier 1 tower kill. That's the first one for them.
I would like to call him Jarcy. There you go, that's his name now.
Why? Oh, okay, I get it now. I was like,
Come on.
is there some inside, like, deep joke there or something that I'm not getting? All right,
bot lane.
bottom lane tied, he's probably dead.
And he's looking like a joke. I mentioned he got counted out in the draft by the Hoodwink, and you see how easy it is. Like, even if it's not a full charge sharpshooter, it's enough to stop him from getting the dispel quicker. Top. Oh, hello. They found Jarcy, but she is no joke. Quite tanky. Not tanky enough, though. Onslaught through, and the trample will finish her off.
Pulverize used there initially. Good execution to make that kill happen, but yeah, you're all right. That is where the Hoodwink is getting a lot of that value with the final pick, and the fact that they're able to just kill a Tidehunter so easily, thanks to that break effect, has to feel pretty good for them. But speaking of Tidehunter, he's got the Vlads. Again, going to be building his own Wraith Pact as you'd expect, and that's coming along for 3-3.
No, it's just, you mentioned it's kind of just the go-to. We see it on pretty much everyone. It will allow them to push pretty effectively. It's a way that you can kind of get the Naga to start participating. You know, the extra bonus damage from the aura is no joke. It's something that they snuck in a while back, and oh man, like I remember a few years back when I was casting, and I pointed out how broken it was, and it should appear at TI. And it was funny because a lot of players even forgot they even had the damage percentage to it. It's always just been such a good item. I think that's just an extra layer that makes this pack build so damn good.
Yeah, it has definitely been realized here at this TI. And coming into it, we expected that. So, Lone Druid, though, he is going the typical, the Mask of Madness into the Desolator. Will be his play. And as far as Pango's concerned, again, the typical. The Diffusal queued up as he has that Orbit Erosion. So, they're not necessarily going extra tools to try to deal with this Naga Siren later on in the game. We'll see if that comes back to hurt them or not.
We mentioned this already, right? Like they can't address the late game. They need to address the mid game. Their win condition is mid game. If they play for a very late timing, they're going to lose this game. So, unless they're miles ahead. Like, I just want to really like highlight that there before. It's like whoa, but what you're saying? They just GG out at 35 minutes? No, if they've got like a 15k net worth lead, if they're escalating, they can be comfortable with a little bit of late game. But if we say we're 40 minutes in this game and both sides have equal net worth, I'm going to favor Tundra's draft every day of the week.
Soxa's down here at the bottom lane, protecting this Primal Breeze Armel, though. Going in, there's a hook shot. Not going to do too much, though. As far as jumping in here, Primal Beast, he can't TP out just yet, of course. Got to be careful about that. Global Science is going to be used, though. They're going for the turn. As Skitter shows up as well. The Pulverize on a Hoodwink, and now Pango has to be careful. And Snare, he hits. The song is ready as well for Naga Siren. The onslaught through it even catches the Crystal Maiden in the back lines, and the illusion starting to tear him down. 9 getting low. There is rotation coming out from the Marcy. Keep an eye on her. She's found by 3-3 though, and that'll be the end.
Run, Jarcy, run. Don't want to deal with 33. Now, this is the thing about this hero. This is why this hero looks so busted. How many heroes in Dota 2 can do what 9 done there and survive multiple times? Like, he came to the edge of the abyss multiple times. He should have been dead, it felt like, around where the tier 1 used to be. And then the dive in on the CM afterwards, gets rooted, still somehow survives. Not many heroes can do this. Usually you think heroes like Tidehunter, but the difference that balances Tidehunter in comparison is he doesn't have this level of mobility to him that the Primal Beast does.
Oh, yeah, not close. Naga Siren, though, she continues to be the top net worth. Again, even getting involved there at the bottom lane. She's got Manta Style well in the works, has her Yasha, 1,800 gold saved up.
Top.
So that's going to be soon. Top lane, they are running in.
Yeah, they got the vision. So it looked like Marcy was tempting fate there. I was watching that, it's like, you have vision. You remember, there was a 2,000 range initiation hero in this game. So it does back up just in time, as they were getting in position. They do have the hook shots. They might still find a target here. Ward goes down from Saxa. They do see jabs. Oh, Thunder. It's an easy piece to kill the Silencer.
He's like, come on, man. I'm the one that's supposed to be locking you down with Silencer. Top lane, the engagement takes place. They go for the kill on the Jarcy. And it is going to be successful, maybe? Yes, it is.
Yeah,
they try to save Armel's here. The punishment is there. They take out Silencer Clockwork, and now Primal Beast. Onslaught. They're trying to predict this. You see the swashbuckle forward, but he's going to turn into that piggy, and he's got the distance.
Can they just change his raw noise to a bye, have a good time? It feels more appropriate. Like, once again, he goes in, it's an initiation tool, it's also a get out of jail free tool. It's kind of funny how other heroes in that situation would have most definitely died with such a great rotation out of Fnatic, but just shows you how elusive this hero is. And at the end of that, ends up being a slightly better favorable trade for Fnatic, but maybe not for long. 9 right across to the mid lane. They'll catch on a Jao. The bear has arrived, but the Ravage is going to come out. He does at least use the true form, so they need to get out fast, but not able to do so. 9 gets caught by the bushwhack. Global Stance is going to be essentially wasted here. Ravage only gets them a kill into a Crystal Maiden.
And here's that window now that we talked about, right? Where with the Global Silence, with the Ravage on cooldown, now you can feel very comfortable if you're Fnatic in terms of starting to get more aggressive, take more map control. That's exactly what's happening here. They get the tier 1 tower. Diffusal's coming for Pango, so he's going to have that now as well. And he's got Rolling Thunder back online. So they're going to start restricting the map quite a bit against Tundra for the time being. As I say this, Naga Siren currently at the bottom and still feeling pretty cozy for now. But there is that window of another minute or so that they have, basically.
Exactly, and that's the beautiful thing about Fnatic. They're low cooldown base. There's not much that restricts them. You know, outside the Summon Bear, of course, that's definitely going to be a big one. But ultimate-wise, they're ready to go. The longest cooldown for their ultimates is actually for the Marcy with the good old Unleash. So a good state of affairs for them. I mean, you feel good even when Zhao's in the mid lane using his ultimate to push out. It shows you where their priority is.
There hasn't been much talk about Raven. That is because he's been kind of just, I'm not going to say AFK, but he's been just farming as he should be. He's been prioritizing that, and he's working on that Desolate and needs the second Mythal Hammer.
Yeah, he's almost got it, but let's talk about the other characters. I feel like this has been silently happening. Second game in a row where Skidder just finds everything and anything. Once again, it's Tundra playing towards their real win condition. How do we get Skidder into the game? And this is how he's going to do it. He's heading towards an Orchid. Dangerous item for the side of Fnatic. They do not have a way of dealing with this. No hero has Dispel, and only one of them is going to be building a BKB this game.
Yeah. Goes back to the idea of
break.
Lotus Orb as a possibility, but...
Saxa. He broke it on them.
3-3.
They were trying to rotate. Yeah, but he's under a sentry. But you can't jump the Tidehunter. Like, there's not many heroes that feel more confident than a Tidehunter running in, even when they're revealed. Like, yes, please, hit me. Even more so with that Wraith Pact complete.
So yeah, it is interesting though with the Orchid that you talk about. Makes sense as far as the offensive capabilities here, the lack of dispels. The typical build we haven't seen on him, and just in general these Nagas though, is that the Iascati next, right, and then even the Butterfly, just really those heavy stat-based items. So he's not going to be as tanky necessarily, but I think that kind of also goes back to the fact the lack overall of Illusion Killer on the side of Fnatic, and maybe feeling more confident about that too.
It's one of the benefits of having these two bulky boys as well. Like, you just have heroes that are already going to be in, so you're kind of the second layer of initiation. Speaking of Shane, top lane. Stuns both sides. BKB activated now by Jabs. 9 has bitten off more than he could chew. He's got the BKB on the way up. It's not going to arrive in time. Global Stance counterattack onto the Pangolier with the hook shot in. We'll be able to move away, and Armel will get the Roll of Thunder off. Now the counterattack is going to come in. Top side, Jabs is still 2v1ing here. 9 has to back away. 33 is going to stand his ground, but he has no lockdown remaining for the Marcy. They'll be able to shift away. Both supports on the side of Tundra are dead, and Raven even here to party, but so is Skidder. Orchid instantly gets a return kill, and now they'll look to retreat.
Yeah, he has Ravage, but it didn't have mana. Now, so that was something. There was basically two different fights going on. Basically, as you pointed out, Jabs was 1v2ing. Tidehunter saw that his Primal Beast was almost dead, tried to help him out. He didn't want to Ravage, though. If he Ravages, I do think they get that kill, but it would have been very close. And I can completely understand why he didn't want to use that cooldown, especially as the fight was still continuing on. He knew that the other enemies were just south of you. But Jabs did get out as a result. They got the 2 kills, and again, the support kills. Naga Siren still fine, and all the cores essentially on the side of Tundra are still fine. So it's one of those fights again where I think both teams can be okay with the outcome of what happened there.
I think Tundra's very happy with the outcome, because in the end they've just used the global, but like there's no repercussions, right? Like, you just see what happens. Instantly Raven's back into the ancient area. I haven't really felt the impact of this lone druid so far, and yeah, I felt the impact of the Naga. That's not the way these drafts are meant to go. I meant to notice the lone druid quicker than I notice a Naga in this type of game, yet Skidder is just omnipresent now. He's going to be able to hunt and kill. You see the power of this build on Armel, by the way, the reason he went that Diffusal. If it wasn't for the Diffusal, that Ravage does come out that you mentioned top. And then it's a turnaround where Naga's not just going to get 1 kill in support, probably be 2 cores as well.
Oh yeah, no, the Diffusal is definitely what burned that mana when the following fight did proceed. I was paying attention to that fully, so You're absolutely right. That diffusal multifaceted in terms of what it's bringing to the table. And speaking of it, Armel wrapping around here in the mid lane.
I don't know if you want to wrap around this though. 33 has plenty of mana this time. Roll Thunder, bushwhack. They've got the lockdown for the time being, bring him low, forced off to get him away. 33 has got the Ravage, cannot commit it though. No good target. Hookshot counter attack off the point. Woodwink will go down response, and it looks like Tundra run out, but no, they're back in. Global Silence committed straight away on top of Jabs here. You already used the BKB. Skidder is ready for a party. Pulverize comes out to Raven. They're going deeper though. 9. No Onslaught to work with. Zhao will stand his ground for a moment, but the SingStar Elite is here. Skidder is going to stop in his tracks. That's going to be a dead CM, a dead tower, and a good fight for Tundra. And they still have Ravage to play around when Tug comes back up.
What did you say from the very beginning too, KP? The reset capability of Tundra, and several times we saw it there in that fight. The Global Silence, and then eventually the song coming out to just make sure to at least secure the kill on CM, get the tower kill, and basically force Fnatic away when it was all said and done. And yeah, even further, as you suggested once again, Ravage wasn't used. Well, that just means he has it now as he resurrects, and he's going to be joining the team eventually for another inevitable big fight to take place. So it was a great kill on 3-3. The lockdown was there for Fnatic. That's that single target burst they certainly do have, especially with the BKB activations themselves. 3-3 did not feel comfortable to cast the Ravage, understandably. You also see he has those tendrils of the deep now too, but using all that upfront burst on him, it's one of those double-edged swords, because killing him's good, but then you lose out a lot on your firepower to deal with everyone else.
Yeah, you start to see the issues in Fnatic's draft, right? Like, they only have one hero who's going to be able to BKB in this game. They are very, very susceptible to the lockdown of Tundra. That's why I like that Fnatic's making this play the best one they possibly could right now. They're going to sneak in the Roche pit because they know that Tundra is in the bot lane. They just revealed there underneath a ward. So this is going to be a freebie for them. Aegis now in the hands of Raven, and I'm happy to say that this should be where he can participate. He should be participating anyway with this Aegis. If he turns it into a farming Aegis, I do think Tundra still escalate their net worth lead.
Yeah, no, I mean, Fnatic certainly needs to get a bit more aggressive, specifically with the lone druid to that point. I mean, Pango's certainly been aggressive. I mean, the whole team has been, but yeah, getting LD involved, it seems like the strategy that's going to help them start getting control of this game potentially. And the build choice of him, by the way, which he has queued up initially, is the Silver Edge, which, again, kind of makes sense. Get that opener there and the break effect for more damage, especially against the likes of the Tidehunter, but right now it's the smoke play from Tundra that's moving and trying to control the map on the top side.
Exactly. It's like, oh, you got Roshan? That's cute. We still have map control. You haven't taken anything away from us, really. The funny thing with Tundra is they weren't in a rush for that objective. That's one of the nice things of this Naga. Look at her build. She's got a heart complete now. She's almost 3 KHB. So sure, you've got this Aegis to play around, but she's not going to die in these fights. So it's not obviously the same level of like impact, but there is an argument to it, especially if Raven loses this bear once, because this is a transformation type hero when you think about it. If your bear goes down and you have to resurrect up, I don't know. I feel like you're in this situation where there wasn't a better target,
mid lane,
but this Aegis isn't that impactful. And they try to initiate 9, but you see how BKB just trivializes everything now that Fnatic want to do.
Yep.
Radiant's top tower is under
Clears up the
attack.
creep wave, and the rest of the team is still up at the top side for Tundra, led by that Nagasar, and you mentioned the heart. He's nearly 3,000 life pool now, and this is where that factor of the lack of the illusion killer, I feel like, is truly going to start becoming apparent if it wasn't already. Now, with that said, they do have objective pushing on the side of Fnatic, and they take advantage there as with the lone druid as they push bottom, and they're going for tier 2 now.
And just to that LD Aegis point quickly, I'm pretty sure the way it works is when you lose the Aegis, when you die, the bear doesn't die. So that's at least one upside compared to your other typical transformation heroes. You know, you think things like the TB, you think DK as well. Lycan is another one. But it's still one of these issues where you don't want it to be a farming Aegis, but it's inevitably going to be a farming Aegis. And the issue with that is, as you've noticed, Tundra can just do exactly what you're doing at a similar pace.
Pango, he's got the blink now follow up, but he is building the Maelstrom. I think that, so it's become, you know, very apparent now that if it wasn't going to be earlier on, they are going to need those tools to deal with this Naga Siren a bit more. That eventually will turn into a Mjolnir, I'm sure, and at least that'll be the idea. So keep an eye on the progress there for the Pango, but Fnatic, they're knocking on the door.
I mean, the sidekick is no joke. I'll give them that. This bear just mauled the town to blink the eyes. They will end up using the glyph just at the very end. You're not expecting it to be that effective, but you got to remember that is an extra 65 damage per claw. Saxo. Okay, yep, did stop the tap gun. Pulverize under the bear. Silencer as well. That's going to force the initiative out. Oh, no! Worst spot to get stuck. Has to use the blink to get out. Bear's going to have to be resummoned. The hook shot is going to be a whiff. 9 will be rooted up, so won't be able to hunt deep for a kill. Fnatic will be quick to TP out. Tendrils of the Deep go the wrong way down the center of the 2, so they do get out clean.
I mean, yeah, it was unfortunate for Armel in terms of the positioning with that Rolling Thunder getting stuck, having to use a blink, but again, I'm going to say, considering the situation, I think they could be happy that they were able to at least get out. They got the tier 3. So that's the good news for Fnatic. But now Tundra, it's their turn to respond. Everything is ready. Primal Beast to pulverize up in 18 seconds, so not a big deal there. And you could tell now Tundra, it's their turn to make a move. I know the Aegis is still up for a minute. If anything, trying to play around that, the idea that it's going to be despawning soon, and trying to make a fight happen as it does. Butterfly is also coming along for Skitter pretty nicely, as he's got another 3,000 gold saved up. Working on all the components currently.
And they have got Silver Age complete on the bear now. Best opportunity, but Ravage in the middle. Pangolier here on his lonesome. You have to ask why. Thought he could confidently push out the mid, but he was dead wrong.
Yeah. It's understandable, again, just trying to push out that mid lane as his team is pushing top, but it was greedy. And that's exactly why. If the other team was ready to jump you as they were, speaking of ready to jump, Song is going to turn this.
They're bringing in heroes. They want to fight. They've got the global silence still. They haven't got Ravage anymore. The Tendrils, the charge through. The timing on it perfect here on the back line. Splits them up. Global makes sure they can't fight. And the Silver Edge is passed over to Raven so he can run away. The only good play available for Fnatic.
Yep, and Aegis was going to despawn in 5 seconds. So it is a good thing he gets out of there because they were likely going to wait that out and kill him if not. So that's the good news for Fnatic is he survives, and good transition there of the Silver Edge on himself. But again, the reset, what more is there to it really? Nagasaran comes in. She also has an Eagle Song now, so again, that Butterfly will actually be a reality coming up here. It's looking much more difficult for Fnatic. But yeah, it goes back to that Pango pick mid, obviously, and that's just well played by Tundra, the patience, and reacting when they saw him.
And just to emphasize, like, Raven should have died there. That is why that could have been a very dangerous fight, but they saved him. He passed the Silver Edge from the bear to himself so he could get away. But as we talk about that, another fight. Jabs hunting in, hold on to the BKB. Pulverize comes out first. Rolling Thunder is going to be there. 9 now out of position, not able to move away. The Disposer is going to stop him. Force Staff will not save the day. Big kill on the Primal Beast and a nice follow-up on the Silencer. Saxar will at least get away with the hook shot.
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but going to, again, cooldowns are in play. So now it's Fnatic's turn to really capitalize and take advantage of that being the case, and great job by them. They're doing what they need to do when it comes to that perspective. And that certainly is what's helping to keep them in this game at the very least. So they are going to push out this mid lane, and we know the damage that they can do to these towers. The tier 2's dead, and Raven is going to send the bear to the bottom lane now. They want to clear up these racks. They're going to force a response.
They're punishing the cooldowns. That's what they're doing specifically. Like, everything's not available for Tundra, and it's still not. Ravage still on cooldown for 5 seconds. Global's now coming off cooldown. Maybe this is the point you're a little bit too deep. Bear is going to maul through things. Tendrils are deep. We'll stop him for a moment, but Raven still have to get it. The Ravage is going to be committed here for the Bear. 33 will not let it leave. Wow.
Doesn't have a resummon. Doesn't have a resummon for 30 seconds, so not the longest cooldown, but yeah, I mean, that's
a big commitment.
That is a big commitment.
For Bear.
Kinda. It's a rabbit. Again, they have Global Science, Sleep, so they still have other big tools here. So using one of them, I think, is fine, right? And Ravage is really the only one that kind of makes sense there.
Yeah, especially, like, I guess if you do the maths on, like, usually they're happy to use Ravage if they get one hero kill, right? Because they've got these other layers. Technically, it kind of serves as a hero kill, because as you mentioned, he's going to summon the bear again. It was still on cooldown for 30 seconds. So in reality, you kind of like crippled him for 150 seconds, right? Because now there's 2 minutes where he can't get another bear back. If this bear goes down, you're technically without your hero.
Yeah, he certainly has to be more careful. Nagasaran, speaking of being careful, trying to run down this Crystal Maiden. Doesn't have a blink yet, though, so. But gonna run right into him. That's unfortunate. CM, like, should have gone north. 30
I guess
seconds.
he lost his compass, you know. It's very difficult to find your way around this map. I mean, which way is north truly in this game, right?
But by the way, look at Marcy as well. So again, really just understanding that they have to answer this Naga Siren. She also has a Maelstrom and going to Mjolnir.
They are desperate to address Skidder. He's still so hard to address. Heading for BKB next as well.
Oh,
and look at
there.
the hook shot in. Global, a little bit too late. The Roar came out in time. Jabs does commit the BKB though. Nine's going to be forced off the way. Has got the onslaught for 8 seconds. Has got the E-Blade to protect him though. BKB's going to be forced down. Armel causing anarchy on the backside. But the illusions are preventing the second wave of Fnatic from coming in. They do almost pick off Saxa, but Tundra able to duck out of that in the end.
And you can't feel comfortable over engaging for Fnatic. They know Sleep is still ready, and Ravage is coming up quickly. 35 seconds. That'll be off cooldown. In fact, speaking of that, and Ravage not off cooldown, but they're going for Hoodwink. Jump in. The net. It connects as well. He gets forced out of the way. In the back line's up here. Lone Druid is actually stopped. He's having a fight. TJ's barely getting away. Well, Lone Druid's in a pretty awkward spot. This freezing field doing some decent damage, but it's going to end up going down, and now Pango's going to get pushed back by the Cox. He's silenced up as well. The Orchid's on him. The Bear's dead, and that's a Tango on top of that.
He connects on the multiple heroes. Marcy's going to plow through. They're all gone. Raven's all alone. The Bear's going to go down. It still can't be resummoned for 10 seconds, and they're in the base just like that. Breaky, this is the most impactful Tendrils of the Deep game I've seen. That honestly, a lot of people ignore this item. They're not sure if it's actually that good. It kind of looks like a meme, even though it's a low cooldown. But you just saw the impact, especially towards their base. Secures additional kills on the retreat and make sure they're able to dive in for the Bear. What a turn of events at Tundra. And my heart goes out to poor little Zhao. It's his birthday. He gets to make it snow the entire time, and it just doesn't matter. He dies to Naga illusions alone in his own ultimate.
That's going to be a shard now for them as well. What are they getting? They're going to get this clockwork, right, for the jetpack? Hell yeah.
Let's fly high.
Oh, no, they're giving it
hell
to
no.
Primal. Come on.
Yeah, they gave it to Naga. Yeah,
No, Primal just got it.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, Naga
Naga
already had it. Yeah. You're right. It's just I guess I kind of ignored it because it's funny that she had it before, but I don't feel like she needed it before, right?
No.
Like these songs haven't been used to reset from low HP because of how tanky Tundra's heroes naturally are. Man, it's tough. So let's try and look at the plus size for Fnatic. Like, what have they got coming that they can do things with? This Bear, if he gets an opportunity, he can do a lot. We've seen that the split push is a way to win. And they do still have a tier 2 on the bot lane. So there is a world in which Fnatic goes top and deletes the racks before Tundra gets into their base. And then they look to defend. And that will get a lot of extra gold in their pockets to proceed to the next items.
It's what they have going is the player on the cooldowns, as we've seen multiple times. But again, I keep the adaptation that they're doing. Because what did Pango was going one, then we noticed Marcy was going. KP. Hoodwink is even going to Maelstrom. Like, they really are just making sure to have every tool as much as possible that they can deal with for this Naga Siren Illusions.
He optimized for it as well. He got the extra 2 Acorn shot bounces. Yeah, DJ know what's up.
So, but again, seriously, that is the reaction of the BKB. And now 3-3 to seek it out of this. The song, the E-Blade's going to help keep him alive, and the song will keep him alive too.
Yeah, they can't follow it up. That was actually the correct play because you've just got one hero who's BKB'd, so the rest of Fnatic can't pursue. That's always an issue with this song, is we mentioned this before, like the BKBs. Pango at least got one now, but always feels awkward to find the right moment to use it because you want to use the Roll and Thunder first. Bear, Silver Edge hunting. Jump in from Marcy. Nice hook shot away from Saxa though. Should stop them from pursuing. Let's get off. Do you want this? He has got a song. Global's going to come out. E-Blade's going to save him there. The Bear can't attack right now. That's problematic. The Rock Throw as well. He's getting chain stunned. Down to half HP. As is the Naga, but she does have that second life. And CM is a no-lifer right now. Tendrils is going to connect. Follow-up damage from the Silence will be enough. And Onslaught from 9 will finish off Zhao.
Yeah, Fnatic just has to kite away. It's, again, they're doing their part there in the sense of playing appropriately, keeping everyone alive outside of the Crystal Maiden, and realizing that that fight wasn't going to happen. I mean, jumping the Naga Siren when she has the Aegis, you just cannot commit all out to it, as they understood. And so they do fall back into their base, and Gonna take advantage of the uphill, but the bear,
look at the bear.
gets pushed in. It's a cog
He's
trap
gone.
in. That bear is dead. Yeah, Lone Druid's gonna have to pop it. 120-second cooldown now, but again, has to play careful with that. Nice dodge by Pango on the ensnare.
That is actually technically a win condition. 120 seconds without that. They've still got Aegis for around the same time. Tundra are going to try to close this now. Shot in. Sans comes out. Pangolier forced to use that BKB straight away. Skidder, it's disrupted. He could not get the song out straight away. He still can't use it. Marcy on the backline pushed away. Song is finally going to come out just in time. And Jabs is without the magic immunity anymore and out of position. 33. Has got the tendrils coming off cooldown. Marcy needs to get out, but she's not fast to do so. Push away so Tide cannot commit. But Marcy is dead. And 9 is in deep.
Global silence also to make sure 9 gets out. Crystal Maiden managed to live, by the way. The Pulverize didn't kill her. So that's good news for Fnatic. I mean, everyone is still up. Naga Siren, 105 on the Aegis, though. That is a lot of time remaining. She has the BKB in her backpack currently. Taking out the tier 3. There is no lanes being pushed in favor of Fnatic. It's all going the way of Tundra, so they don't have to worry about that. They're just going to keep here and keep occupied in the base of Fnatic for now.
Doesn't have that song for 30 seconds, so there is a small window, but it is small and closing fast. Especially now that the Ravage is back up, Global comes back in 50. They want to make something happen, but that Aegis still 40 seconds. There's enough time to cover their cooldowns. It actually ends up being optimized well for Tundra. Fnatic will need one hell of a hold here to turn this.
Fortification falls off. There's a double damage room, but again, no team with vision on it, so it's not going to come into play here. The rain track goes down. Melee racks not going to be confident enough to stand their ground against that. There is no mana currently on Naga Siren, so maybe that's coming into play too. Wants to be able to cast Song if needed.
It's okay. He's going to get his mana back in 2, 1.
Now he's got mana. Bottom lane
Like quick
pushing out a
useless
little bit for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's going to be addressed now by 33. They just want to restrict the map. The cool thing in these type of positions is like when you restrict the map and all the lanes are based at your opponent's base, you're able to react to both sides. You can actually be split and still be close enough to turn a fight. Especially with these type of heroes. Song has such a huge radius, global silence, like they cover each other quite wide. Fnatic, they're going to wait around for that opportunity. They see Tide bot, they look to make a move out.
Illusions, the scouting of clockwork, the overclock. I just love seeing that ability. Fnatic does not like seeing that ability, but it's entertaining itself from our perspective.
He's just like, happy birthday, Joe! We got you some fireworks. So yeah, it is so annoying. It's the vision factor. Like, it's more impactful than a Beastmaster when you think about it.
Yeah, in that moment. By the way, speaking of Ags, I wanted Naga Siren.
They found him! Pangolier in the bot lane, the Pulverize straight away. He does have buyback, but that gives them a win condition.
Yeah, but again, having the buyback, at least that's key. I mean, of course, if he's doing that without a buyback, then then it is really GG, but he's got one, so gonna give hope in terms of maybe needing to use it. Naga Siren, though, melee Rex will die.
It's really tough though, Breaky, because now, like, you know, the global silence factor, like, if you misplay this life at all, if you have to buy back and you misplay that tool, you're not going to have a wrong fun to play. You're awesome. And Raven needs some lockdown to munch through these targets. The bear can do it if you can get him on top of him, but if is the key detail there. And Global's going to interrupt straight away. BKB and walk it off. They do force the buyback out of the Pangolier. Now they do have a Ravage. This is a refresher buy by the Tidehunter. And Fnatic don't know. He's smoked up right now. This is going to be a vicious surprise for them.
Illusions
Smoke rogue.
continuing to chip away at the melee racks.
They pinged it.
Yeah, they did ping it. So yeah, he's not so much of a being hidden down there. Johnny Well doing a good job. But it's just a standoff, man. It's a matter of who's going to go in first. But it's slowly favoring Tundra, right? Because, again, they're the ones that are chipping away at the racks. Hook shot. Engagement. Finds Crystal Maiden. Can they save her? Force Staff gets a cog push back. The Illusions are in, though. Trying to finish the job. Penguin trying to save. The Gush comes out. The Tentacles in. They get the kill. She buys back, though. Jabs. Armel's rolling in with the BKB. But you see Tundra. They're just going to sit back and wait for the right time.
Oh no. Armel is nothing now. He's used BKB, he's used Roll Thunder. He has nothing to contribute. They're just going to go in. They are not going to leave anymore. Raven tries to push them away for the moment. Nine is going to zone them away with the onslaught. Will connect with the backside straight away on top of him.
No buyback.
No, Druid gone. He has no buyback. That will be the game. They can just stay around and kill everything now.
Including Pingo. The pulverizers, he jumped in. They're just going to call it at that point. GG, well played. Tundra, 2-0 over Fnatic. And again, we talked about going in even with the first game victory. They were already securing a top 4. They're trying to secure now a top seed out of Group B. And well on the way to doing so. They're looking impressive, looking good. And Fnatic, on the other hand, again, a team that's certainly had some success here in these group stages. But with an 0-2 here, the reality is setting in that elimination is a possibility depending on what happens in their next series, or at least I believe so. I don't want to get too ahead of myself depending on how other results have played out, but again, 0-2 here is certainly not what they expected.
No, I think like Raven, it felt like both games he didn't get an opportunity to play his game. I don't know if Fnatic have been drafting like this the whole time because it's our first game casting them, but it feels like if this is your approach, we've talked about teams that are able to flex to what their opponents do well to change their game plan. And I think Fnatic, while this game plan may have worked reasonably against other teams, it doesn't work against Tundra. Tundra are viciously fast, and you see exactly how. Every time they find a way to naturally fold their carry in. And what I love is the way that they're able to create so much space initially as forward to get Skiter in this game. Wouldn't be surprised if Skiter is given an MVP in this game, by the way. Amazing amount of farm he's found in both games in this series on heroes that maybe should be a little bit slower, especially when you consider the start of this game. Skiter didn't have the funnest of lanes to begin with. You saw the pressure that DJ and Jabs were able to apply, but yet it is just not enough. Tundra, as you said, now looking like they could very easily finish top of their group. Of course, still depends on one or two results, but it's very difficult to now see a world in which they don't clutch that top spot.
Well, it's going to be them or Secret at this point. Wow. Potentially, Secret does have even the 1-game advantage over them right now, but, or, maybe if it's, actually, I don't think that's updated yet. Anyways, we'll have to see once it does get updated, but. Yeah,
so Tundra will be one ahead. Tundra will be one game ahead, but just a little update for people. Secret managed to 2-0 Asta. That was a series I was kind of expecting to be a 1-1 split. So it's getting spicy. It's getting really tight at the top of Group B. And maybe unexpected for a few people, the top representation there is the EU region. And there it is, MVP for Skiter. MVP of the series, really. I think he played fantastically well. I mentioned 33 for game 1, but it's just amazing the way he itemizes in both the Lifestealer and Naga game. He doesn't go for the traditional route. He finds a way to participate and stay present at all times.
Yeah, I mean, again, for Fnatic going into this game, that was definitely a concern of mine. Did they have the tools to deal with the Naga Siren? Were we going to see some adjustments with earlier builds to do so? I'm not saying the earlier Radiance, the Maelstrom would have necessarily made this game much different, but it was very evident that that was lacking. But there was certainly much more into play here. Obviously, the supporting cast around the initiation, specifically from the Primal Beast, and of course, the Ravage threat from 3-3, Global Science, these big cooldowns. Fnatic doing what they could. They definitely made it a valiant effort, and they did a good job of resetting around those big cooldowns being used, taking advantage. We saw them push that tier 3 bottom. They got the first melee racks kill. I mean, there was hope for Fnatic here in this game number 2, but Tundra just simply, they got too much farm on Skiter, and I'm with you. Skiter is not only MVP of this game and multiple games for Tundra, but he's, I don't know if I necessarily had him at the top of my list, not that it means too much, but as far as carry position 1 players going into this tournament, but he is definitely being much more respected, I feel like, by a lot more people in terms of, you got to start talking about that.
Yeah, for sure. I think that the amazing thing for me is, like, I cast a lot of Skiter over the years, and I think that the issue for him used to be is that, he was your, I don't want to say generic. It wasn't like he wasn't talented. It was your standard idea, like, I need you to make space for me. You, team, make space for me. I think Skiter has made an amazing evolution into this guy that finds his own space, finds his own way. The team is definitely working to give him room, but he's also able to give that back a lot quicker than a lot of traditional carries would. It's just amazing. And, I think I said yesterday that Hikori was kind of giving that TI feeling, a little feel of that. Watching Tundra here today, watching that evolution across the group stage, I'm starting to understand why some people are now pegging them as their favorites. Like, Tundra is giving me that feeling. They are playing Doa in a magical way. They are forcing people to respond to their style. And while I've seen Hikori show some amazing flexibility in comparison to be able to change to other people's Dota, what I've noticed from Tundra is they don't take no for an answer. They make you play the way they want to. And if you don't, you will lose games. I think that is exactly what we saw here. Fnatic refused to budge from their idea of Dota 2 and got punished for it.
I love that we're seeing the unexpected here, and KP, we have another series that's going to be coming next where anything can happen. Sonics versus Gaming Gladiators, and talk about a lopping on the line. These are two teams that are at the bottom over there in their groups of Group A, and the possibility of elimination, depending on how that plays out, is very real. So we're going to go to a short break, but we'll be back with another great series coming at you for TI-11 coverage here for the group stages. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss it.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back to Streamy. What an amazing series to open the day. We just got treated to some wonderful Tundra action. They were able to slay on the SEA favorites, but now we move into a different region showdown. It's going to be some EU versus NA. We've got Sonics versus Gaimin Gladiators next up on this screen. And Breaky, look at these two teams. I mean, this feels vicious right now. They are 1 win difference between them at the bottom of the groups, just above elimination. This series means a lot.
So, oh yeah, speaking of this, Sonics versus, I like to call them gaming gladiators, but no, gaming.
I think it's gaming, but like I heard gaming the other day. I'm happy to go gaming though. I'm happy to go gaming.
It just rolls off the tongue a little bit more. But anyway, speaking of Sonics right here, of course, representing North America, formerly Quincy Crew, as they were known by, quite the roster. And Quinn specifically, a player that I always, I think is a treat to be able to watch, especially in that mid role. Obviously, one of the highest MMR players in the world. So, looking forward to see what they do here. But again, to your point, now, not to take away from the suspense, ultimately you want to win, and you are right. They right now are in those the 7th and 8th place spots, just out of being eliminated. As we take a look at their opponents, Bet Boom and Boom, the ones at the bottom, are playing EG and LGD respectively, and unless they get wins in those series, no matter what happens here, they're good to go. So
they are praying.
They're
praying that the Gaimin Gladiators win, Breaky. Like if you're Boom, you're praying for that. If you're Bet Boom, one of these two has to outright win, because that could force a tiebreaker for Bet Boom. So that's the stakes here. You know, if you and here's the rough one, folks. You know, it's looking like it could be cozy. It's looking like a series that you could shrug at, because when you look at the last opponents for Bet Boom and Boom, it is EG and LGD. One for each of them. So a big beast to overcome. So there's a lot that has to go wrong here. But still, seed placement is incredibly important. You know, like there's no such thing as feeling comfortable at TI.
Yeah, that was my point. It's again, this series for these two teams specifically, technically they can feel pretty comfortable about no matter what happens. There's still a good chance that they're moving on, but you don't want to let it be on that, right? Ultimately, if you get some victories, that's what matters, and so they're going to be playing for that. So
I got a smile on my face. Opener. Yeah, it's like, it's as comfortable as it gets. This Enchantress opening, this is Celery's most played hero. Like, this is what he's known for. This guy absolutely loves this hero. Made his name, got his tags, playing a lot of Chen and a lot of Enchantress. Has played 15 games on this hero so far in competitive since July. 53% win rate, so nothing too crazy. But something I have noticed is that Gaimin Gladiators give a lot of priority to him. I've seen games where he gets more farm than the POS free as well.
Well, it's a support hero, similar to like, well, maybe not similar to Marcy necessarily, but the point is, yeah, if you get some farm on her and she can get some big damage out, especially even just something as simple as a Hurricane Pike, let alone an Ags we've seen with the Sprinks coming out. So, yeah, again, not surprised to see it here. 6 games, 2-4 record, though. It goes back to just overall their team record is obviously a little bit struggling, but the comfort factor is certainly in play. But we're going to see the Leshrac, though, here in Game 1. KP, and it's paired up with the Clockwork currently.
There we go. Had to come out. Had to make an appearance. Couldn't just go a day without Disco Pony. Oh no. One of the most picked heroes here. Definitely one of the most successful. This hero is on fire, which doesn't seem appropriate for the effects on him. He's got a 57% win rate. He's been picked in about 30% of the games, 45 picks overall, and gets banned 28% of the time otherwise. So definitely one of the most contested heroes of TI so far.
And he's a CCNC specialty, I feel like, too, aka Quinn, of course, who I'm referring to there, and a hero that he's very comfortable with. So to me, it certainly makes sense from that perspective alone that why they want to go it. And again, a hero that's been played plenty as you're referencing as well the 6th overall picked hero from this event. Speaking of overall picked heroes, a lot of them, Pango sitting right behind the Leshrac, or essentially tied, depending on what kind of updated stats you're looking at, as a response.
Yeah, so I like the pick by Sonics to open up. I think it's a good idea to play around Quinn. I was casting one of the series last night to round out the day, and one big issue I did note with the way that Sonics drafted is that they usually went for this kind of rollover mid-type hero. Lina comes to mind that they played for Quinn before. But they didn't necessarily draft saves for him, and they didn't actually have a way of getting the space on the map for the carry in the end. So I like the idea of this Leshrac because it's a hero that will create that space. He'll delete towers. He'll also draw a lot of attention and look for fights early on. Would love to see Sonics not just pair this with the Brawler that they have in the Clockwork, but then also look towards a pairing that gives you some sort of save, maybe some sort of sustain. Things like Undying come to mind. Lich has also been incredibly popular, and I believe Sonics especially do like that hero.
Yeah. Yeah, Lich has certainly risen the charts as well. Another one of those that has stepped up a bit, similar to the Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden certainly more so, but comes to mind there. But yeah, Crystal Maiden, speaking of her, actually, she is still available, and especially on the side of Sonics, could see that as a very viable support hero. And right now, unless Gaming Gladiators bans it with their 5th ban, that's going to be an option. Aura would be great with both the Clockwork and the Leshrac, and just overall the synergy is there. So they ban the Bloodseeker, though, understandably, as well as the Undying for the time being on their side. Drow, Morphling, taken away from Sonics.
Yeah, no Waterboy coming out this game. Instant slot ban coming out from Game Gladiator, so they know exactly what they want to remove from the equation. Thinking about what they're probably going towards when you make these type of removals, it could be that we're going to see one of those drafts again where you get something like an Ench and a Dazzle, like these multiple saves that Slark loves because you can just absorb more stats. Could also be that you're just looking for some sort of a Brawler type in the mid game, which I'd like to see from Game Gladiators. I think they are a team that likes to turn on the steam, right? They like to turn up the tempo. It's interesting as well, actually, because I think from what I saw of Gaming Gladiator, they do have very short games. Like, they actually had one of the lowest average game times of any team coming into this event, and I don't want to do them dirty because, you know, like, EG had lowest game stat as well, game time anyway. The difference is that Game Gladiators also had one of the lowest win rates coming into this event. So,
I'm thinking about this Leshrac here and the concept that similar to like the Morphlay and the Alchemist, just because of the Bloodstone, the heal, that's what really puts this hero over the edge right now. So, you know, what counters the heal? Well, there's the obvious item of a Spirit Vessel, then there are a couple of heroes that come to mind, and Ancient Apparition is one of those. So for Gaming Gladiators, the idea of, I don't know if they're going to necessarily go AA here, but at least getting that Spirit Vessel hero, whether it's an Invoker or, you know, something else. Probably not Invoker with the Pango, but you get the point. They need some kind of Spirit Vessel carrier, ideally.
Alternatively, there's like the Pudge, right? We've seen the Pudge as a solution to this type of issue. He can get into the Ags and he can offset what the Leshrac can do. He can also bring a Dismember stun, but there is a Clockwork in play, so a little bit less likely. CM does make a lot of sense for Sonics. I think that this was one of their most played heroes, if I'm not mistaken, on both sides, in fact. So both of them do like to whip it out. An instant response from Gaming Gladiators. We are going to see the Brew again, but also the Silencer. And remember, the way we saw Silencer be successful in that last series is when you layer it in with these other big high-impact ults, so that you have this flexibility to use one and not all of them when you look for engagements.
Yeah, definitely saw the Crystal Maiden coming as mentioned. It just makes so much sense for Sonic's lineup and the win percentage, etc. And the synergy there. But the Silencer is also great protection for the Brewmaster. It almost kind of guarantees that he can get that Primal Split off if you're feeling for whatever reason that wouldn't be the case. Not saying they need to use a Global Silence for that to happen, but it is that layer of added protection. But yeah, kind of, you know, they could stagger those if anything. But Life Stealer is a pretty good reaction to what, oh man, he is great this game. Great against Enchantress, great against Silencer. Brew, yeah, that's a great Life Stealer pick.
It solves the issue I had, because I was about to say Sonics with this CM pick, they have no save for Leshrac, and that makes Leshrac's game incredibly hard. But Lifestealer is amazing. I love this hero so much for the carry right now, and the reason is that you are a pseudo-saver. Your Infest saves someone else. It gives back to the team, and it goes to that idea of finding a way of folding all 5 players into the team game and in the team fight early. And something to keep in mind here is that this plays to Sonic's strength. They tried to build around Quinn yesterday. I watched what was happening though. They were picking heroes for Yawar that needed farm and space. The cool thing about Lifestealer is he doesn't really need much to get going. Once he gets an Armlet and a Desolator, he's ready to join every engagement past that point.
I mean, we just saw Skitter in the previous series and how much that wrecked, in that case, Fnatic, and how perfect of a game it felt there, especially against the Pudge in that case. And I don't know if it's necessarily, I mean, it might even be on the level, frankly. This is, again, Lifestealer feels like pretty free right now for Sonic. So, again, I go back to, I just really love that pick. Yawar is going to be awesome on it, I'm sure. And he's got also natural transport with the Clockwork already. They don't even necessarily need to address that either.
Definitely. Like, yeah, it's like, I like to think of it not as much about the bomb as it is about the save. Like, I think Leshrac is the star of this game. He always has been. Like, if you think of the way Sonic's playing when they look good, it's always when Quinn has a good game. There's something about this guy. It reinvigorates the team when he feels good about the way the game is going. And he will dominate in the mid lane. This is one of the highest ranked guys you mentioned, is one of the most skilled midders in the game. I don't think anyone's going to refute that. So I'd like to see them playing for what he can do to win them the game. Brandon out, of course. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, sorry, this is just kind of hitting me. Look at Enigma has not been addressed yet. Now, obviously, Sonic's, the chance of them getting it into a silencer probably pretty low, and Gaming Gladiator is probably not going to go Enigma with already having the Brewmaster, but just something that I find amusing, I suppose.
They need a Dyrachyo hero. That's what I wanted to get to, is that like this is typical Gaming Gladiators. They don't always give Dyrachyo draft priority as last pick. They always draft for him, and they've respected Sonics a lot here and made sure they don't give away anything until the very end. Yes, you know a carry's coming, but there's only so many you can ban to round this out, and that's why you see them prioritize the Ursa. Looking at what remains, like things that come to mind that I know Dyrachyo loves to play. He's a very big fan of these bulky heroes, things like the CK or the Bristlebat. The problem with those is that they don't feel good against the Lifestealer. You could go for a later timing. Something like a Naga comes to mind, and then Gaming Gladiators can run a 4 Protect 1 lineup.
But that or more the Juggernaut style comes to mind for me as well. One that could be a bit more aggressive earlier on, but...
Yeah, I want to just like loop in on my thought there. Is like the issue with the Illusion Heroes will be the Leshrac though. Like you're just going to keep them alive longer in the fights, right?
That's
so
true.
so I do like the Jug idea or something akin to that. I haven't been the biggest fan. I haven't been convinced by what Jug does necessarily at this event so far. It's a safe pick, but it doesn't wow you, right? It doesn't say this is going to win the game at a fast pace. But you would get high-value Omni Slashes. I mean, give them that. I'm trying to think what's left available. They banned a lot of good heroes away here. You know, between the Morphling, I think Morph could have looked really good this game. TA rounding out does make a lot of sense as well. Just a hero that can be a little bit flexible in where it goes, but also is very capable of playing out that POS 1 position as we saw yesterday.
There's the Terror Blade still there. It's kind of positive and negatives I would see with that.
Yeah,
but
I don't like him.
Kind of settle with that, I suppose, if you feel like you have to.
It like can participate, but I feel like the Lesh answers it well, and the Clockwork can be a nuisance. And you already mentioned about the bomb factor. Something for prolonged engagements, maybe. Okay, now that's an interesting one because he doesn't have any combos here, but it does make sense. Like they have scalability, and they also have lockdown for Lifestealer. The one big issue I do take with it though is until you've got a BKB, you're gonna get Leshrac bombed. If you chrono and Leshrac's anywhere near it, you're going to die faster than you kill targets early on, especially considering you don't have a combo with the chrono.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a hero that they could have fit into. That's like a BKB piercer at that final spot, and obviously Faceless Void fills that role, but Sonics, oh, that's a good one to finish, especially against the Faceless Void grid against Brewmaster 2, the Doom himself coming out, Leslau. He's happy with that, I'm sure.
It's a really good pick. I really like Doom against Silencer because one of the big issues you have with Silencer is if you're reactionary, what can you do? You know, if a Doom jumps in and he's doomed your carry, you can global all you want, but your carry's still not going to participate for 16 seconds, and global doesn't even last for half of that. So very tough cookie now to crack. Love the way they rounded this out, and you notice that for Game Gladiators, it's very hard to lock down Leslau for good reason. This guy is one of the most flexible players going into this event. Feels like you could have thrown anything on this guy, but I love that they get something that can scale, but also denies the strong points of Gaming Gladiators draft. I think what we're going to see here is probably a lot of Lincolns and a lot of Lotuses for Gaming Gladiators to feel safe.
Yeah, that's something that they're likely going to need to have and build in. Build into this game, but initiation going to play a big factor as it usually does, and I think Sonics right now potentially has a bit stronger unless Faceless Void, you know, can find those angles, and well, the Brewmaster being able to get primal splits off is going to be the key, especially now with Doom in play. That's going to be interesting too. You know who Doom looks for. It's probably going to be coming down to whatever he can find, right? But when he gets that blink especially, I would think the Brewmaster, specifically preventing that primal split, is going to be key. But I'll see the Faceless Void from as well. But
I think what happened here is that the pick of Leshrac banned out indirectly, not needing bans, a lot of the heroes that they wanted to maybe give Dyrachyo, these illusion-based heroes. So then you had to fall back at the remaining options, but so many bans had already occurred that Dyrachyo would have been comfortable with. Like this Faceless Void, I like it against the Lifestealer as the game goes on, because you get late game, Lifestealer can't really compete with Faceless Void if it gets caught out, especially in a Chrono. My issue is this Doom pick. This Doom pick like ticks a box. I think Faceless Void is going to suffer against 2 of these 3 cores, and one of those 2 cores is going to suffer against is the highlight for Sonics. Like, this draft is about this Leshrac. If they play fast and around Quinn, Sonics can very easily convert this into a victory.
And I'm kind of going back now to my point, speaking with or keeping on the Leshrac idea, that did they really get a Spirit Vessel carrier of sorts? Not necessarily. Don't think that's something that's going to be seen this game for Gaming Gladiators. Not that you absolutely need one, but potentially could have been a good tool to have against the likes of him. But whatever is done is done. The drafts are in, and here we go with game number 1. Sonics versus Gaming Gladiators. We stressed how important this is. Take care of business. You're good to go. If an 0-2 happens, you're kind of leaving it up to other teams, and depending on how they perform. You never want to do that.
Yeah, it's like, in their minds, they're probably seeing the way that their comrades in the group stage that are suffering are performing in Boom and Boom Esports. And that's not to devalue these teams with what I'm about to say, but they're probably like, we're kind of safe, right? Like, Boom and Boom Esports have struggled. They've got the strongest people left to take out. It's going to be a difficult uphill battle, but for them, it's not about that. It's like, you don't want to rely on someone else to decide your fate. You want to be the deciders of your own story.
Own destiny to fulfill.
Yes. Strong, powerful word. I love it.
Getting into the playoffs, that's the beginning of the next step towards becoming TI-11 champions. 1 game at a time, 1 series at a time. And this is yet another one of those series, one of 9 in total that they've been playing over the last 4 days. It's crazy to think about how much that's been happening. But
so much great Dota as well.
There really has. That is an understatement.
MSS. And that stings. Still be able to walk it off though. Not able to stick on top of him long enough, but damn, you feel the pain there.
Those impetus, you see them flying in the air, you're like, I don't want to keep running, but when I'm running to you, it's always a tough call. But yeah, MSS tanks it, and he's going to go. So
that was actually nice out of Quinn. Although he lost the award, he did manage to deny it, so no XP or gold going to Celery for that one. But it does mean that the vision advantage is going to be there for Boom, so I would like to see Sonics rotate their supports when it comes to the 2 and 4 minute mark, just to secure some runes, because I think that Gaming Gladiators is going to do the same.
Doing a good job of dodging the split earth early on, but Quinn was just going more for the CS there at that point. So yeah, it's going to be a fun mid matchup to watch with the Leshrac versus Pango. Bottom lane, Faceless Void Enchantress versus the Crystal Maiden and the Doom.
Yeah.
Leslau going to play pretty aggressive.
You see also why Celery had to take Impetus. There's no world in which you take Enchant very early on or for quite a while in this lane. Because if you enchant, you find a great creep, you bring it to the lane, Leslau says, oh, thank you very much. I didn't even have to go to a camp.
Glad you did that.
Save me a walk.
One of those matchup plays I definitely got to be thinking about, and just more value to the Doom that, yeah, I actually wasn't even thinking about. Glad you pointed that out in the laning phase.
Yeah, it's fun to watch these heroes in the meta. Things like Enchantress, Chen, we've seen a bit, especially from Secret, Beastmaster, Doom. It changes this kind of creep cheese that we've come a little bit accustomed to.
Top lane, you are on the Lifestealer. He's up against the Brewmaster, and right now Ace is looking pretty good. He's 7-2 more so, 3-0 Lifestealer. So you are having a bit of trouble early on, at least getting successful CS.
It's the fact that they ran the clock here instead of the CM, and that's because they're stronger on the bot lane. Like, the clock would kind of be standing around not doing anything to an Enchantress, but as a result, you kind of got the weaker hand up here in terms of defense, because they can just overwhelm your War, and you can see what happens when he walks in. The Curse plus the Cinder Brew is brutal, even for a chunky boy like Clockwork.
Yeah, he's just heavily slow and taking too much damage, cannot stand his ground, so going to be a difficult task for MSS. Meanwhile, though, Yoar will get the nice creep pull himself and be able to take up the creep wave. Finally recover slightly. But bottom lane, Faces Void actually 9-2 against a 9-1 Doom, so managed to have some successful CS down here. And you do see Enchantress. Never mind. I thought for a second that was hers, but
no, she's not touching creeps. Like she's enchanting. She got one far back here, right? But she needs to see the Devour used. You can see how far away it is. Look at Leslau. He hasn't devoured on purpose, so
yeah.
You don't get to use the Mind Stealer to be an annoying piece of crap in this game.
Top lane. Denied. Bit of a clash here. Yawar. He's going to take some poke himself. But yeah, again, Clockwork. The second he goes in, he's having to walk away. He does have a stick on him, has some regen, but having to play it a lot more careful than he usually like to as Clockwork.
Yeah, what he ideally wants is to play around these trees and get the 1v1s, right? Yawar can eventually sustain against Ace, and then the Clockwork just sticks on top of the Sansa. But so far, Gaming Gladiators have a really good formation in this lane. Tofu never strays too far from the Brew, which ensures that Clockwork can't do anything.
I love that Enchantress is keeping this Harpy maximum distance, using that Chain Lightning. Again, Doom has used Devour, though, so of course feeling a bit more confident that he could be aggressive with it.
Yeah, I think just said screw it. When you see the Harpy, you're like, oh, the range on that, I'm not bothering. It was the same with the Mind Stealer. Like, it's too far away. Top though, MSS has to walk one off. Tofu also able to get out of range. So exchanges just continue, but Brew is definitely the one coming out ahead here. Top of the CS chart. Meanwhile, Yawar the worst for wear out of all the cores.
Yeah, gonna keep an eye on the build as well of Lifestealer. You know, it's one of those heroes that, depending on the state of the game, could go things like, dare I say, Hand of Midas if it feeling necessary, but you know, probably going to be more just the typical Armlet build early on. Spot him.
They tried to... Yeah, they tried to root him long enough to stop the backtrack from resetting all the damage they've done, but the problem is, like, root doesn't last 2 seconds yet until you scale it, so you'll still offset a lot of the damage they do with the Time Walk.
Clockwork getting some vision in the Radiant jungle over here on the left. So gonna spot those stacks potentially happening.
I don't really know how much Game Gladiators want to stack though. They don't have the best stackers, and there's also a very high risk associated with that because Sonics have a Leshrac. We've seen this hero is very confident around 15 to 20 minutes of just walking into your jungle, even into your ancient area, and standing there farming because of the Bloodstone build.
Now, Enchantress has the move speed advantage by 40 to be precise. Yeah, Fada is just dead. He's going to try to get denied. That's not going to happen, though. With Boom showing up, there was no chance, really, of getting away. So good rotation from him. And Enchantress was chasing that Crystal Maiden for a while. That's what gives the info to Pango to eventually make the move and make the kill happen. But CCNC, he's just going to continue farming it in the mid lane. On the Leshrac.
It's one of the hardest heroes to also try and deny yourself against on neutrals, because you saw what happened. Celery instantly just enchants the center. I was like, nope. No chance that that's going to occur this game. So good little inflation for Boom in the mid lane. He is doing reasonably well. Right, he's still falling behind a tiny bit compared to Quinn, but this is expected to happen. Especially once Lesh starts to get a few points in Lightning Storm, you can't deny him out anymore, and he eventually harasses you off the lane.
Spot him. Leslau. Centaur Stomp is what started this all off, and it is going to be a successful kill. Celery taking credit for it, so big kill onto the Doom. Mid lane, there's a bit of harassment. Tofu being run down by MSS is eventually going to have to turn around, though. I assume Quinn was coming in, but good job by Boom kind of zoning him out, not letting him get in there freely.
Yeah, and that death bot is Leslau's own fault for masticating. What?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, it's a funny word. It means chewing, guys. He was devouring.
Yeah.
It is one of those. Yeah, it's one of those words, unless you know it, you're like, wait, come again? Yeah, so he had Devour and cooldown, and that's one of the issues. Like, if you look on a Doom, you can see if he's got Devour, if he's digesting.
MSS is still hanging around the mid lane for the time being, but here's, speaking of Quinn, he's not afraid to go in the jungle, as you said, and oh, he's going to find a courier kill. Oh, that's a decent courier kill. Energy booster on that, too, for Boom,
Courier
so
and
some
the
added
stacks.
value. Yummy.
Good start for
Those are
Lesh.
the arcane boots taken away.
Yeah. He's almost top on the net worth as well. And this spam is going to start getting really annoying for Boom. It's also frustrating because, like, if you want to offset the damage coming your way, you have to predictably shield crash towards the Lesh, which puts you in range for the Lightning Storm Splitter follow-up. So it looks like he's going to use that elsewhere. Yuar's playing around the top. That's going to force a TP rotation, but this is being mirrored around the back by Lesh. Roll the Thunder. Yuar, he already used the Rage to dive. He's going to go down. There will be Vengeance, though. Tofu Snipe around the backside. Quinn in very deep, and the rotation now coming in. Faceless Void does have the Chrono. Quinn can't get out. Chrono just in time, perfectly placed for the double kill.
That was, now, Sonics, obviously they had a much different plan in mind. Quinn, he spent a while. He was wrapping it a long way around coming from the Ancient stack over there, the Ancients in general. And that I was finding that curious, especially with how his teammate Yawar was being dove way further up in the lane, but clearly the intention was that they were going to dive the tower. But by the time they went in, actually, Yawar was already dead. So the fact that they even then committed, I mean, that was a very risky decision in itself, and it certainly backfires. So that's a big kill on the Leshrac, though, for the side of Gaming Gladiators, stopping that farm that he had.
Like, Quinn's a confident mid laner, right? When he feels good, it should be good. But it just feels like there's that feeling where you're ahead, you're doing really well, you've moved that far in, you might as well go now, right? But you learn quickly why not. The positive from at least is that forced Dyrachyo to TP top, so now he's kind of out of position because they're not pushing the tower. So he's missing out on farm, and as a result, Leslar was able to be greedy on the bot lane and start shoving in. Not for long though. Celery instantly came back and made sure that there wasn't much pressure on the tower. We'll be in the mid though. Sounds like.
There you go. Yeah, Silencer dead. So, level 3 Diabolic Edict being leveled up by Leshrac. He's not going to use that to help push the mid tower though as the fortification came out. Instead, he's going right toward the bottom lane. So Quinn trying to be very active as far as even setting up kills, and saw the top lane what happened unfortunately, but he kills middle, and now coming down here, see if they can maybe get the Enchantress, but she's going to TP out, so no play to be had there. Top lane.
MSS has been saved. Psych. I hate that spot so much. You're like, wait, no, now I'm pincered on both sides. So, nice little pick, but still not enabling the push. They've done a decent amount of damage, but if you look on the other side, it's now just going to be mirrored. Quinn does push a lot quicker than a Panda.
Yeah, this tower is going to melt much faster. As, well, the tower top still might die, as it's just about dead anyways.
It's because it was abandoned by Yawar. He doesn't want to come back top anymore. It's just too annoying. He wants the safest lane, and that was no longer safe.
Well, the mid's also not looking too safe right now. They were closing in on him, so having to be careful. As Yawar will, in fact, TP back to the top lane as the tier 2 getting a creep wave pushed in. Becomes a little more safe, at least.
But you've lost your jungle right now, so you want to try to reclaim that, because right now, Gaming Gladiators are being incredibly invasive. They do have vision in this dire side, so that's something that Sonic's going to have to selectively choose to try and deward. And I think it's going to come off the back of Leslau trying to make a rotation, but he's yet to level Doom, so that's not going to come yet.
Gaming Gladiators making a point that they want this mid-tier 1. Speaking of no abilities just yet, there's no Doom as you mentioned, but no hook shot of course either from the Clockwork. He's only level 4. So they don't have these big initiation tools really yet.
He's got the Tome coming. Yeah. Tome's going to be munched on by him. I don't know how that works. You eat a book, you become smarter. And, oh, he's still just shy of it. And Ace is very ambitious. But you can be when you got a split like that. And I think a poor little support might die, if not something bigger. Wrong Thunder is going to come through, and Disco Pony's still in the neighborhood. Mistakes have been made here. The Tornado him up, sets up perfectly, and Quinn, although he's got a lot of damage going out, he's got a lot of damage coming in as well. GG will not just get the tower, they'll get a big kill and a support alongside it.
That was great execution. That was actually very well played by Gaming Gladiators. Really impressed by that initiation, and yeah, from the Primal Split initially to just the communication. You could tell he lifted up the Leshrac and brought him down right as the Rolling Thunder was about to connect. They were on point as a team and deserving of those couple of kills and the tower kill as a result.
Yeah, I think they got an eyeball on MSS as well and saw that he still didn't have 6, which is what makes that play very free. If it's not for that detail, then when you try to roll Thunder in, he can just hookshot intercept and ruin the combo. And at that point, you know, Split starts to run out, you might end up losing Ace. Just great read on the XP advantage from Gaming Gladiators to strike while the iron's hot.
Well, they do have Doom now, the ability, and the hero of course, but he's got the ultimate online as he hit level 8. He also has the Hand of Midas, which is coming off cooldown in about 10 seconds. Gonna want to use that soon, but he is continuing that top farm. Going go in the bit greedier build as a result, as we see a lot of these Dooms, but not going to fight anybody. Gaming Gladiators a bit too defensive, more so at the bottom part of the map, and they're going to push tier 1 down here.
They force the TP reactions. But shot in, connects on the 2! It latched across. They'll quickly club their way out though and make their escape. It looks like Quinn might be a little bit too slow to get 2. possibly one, but the wrong final counterattack is coming in, and MSS now completely out of position. Says, Quinn, where were you? Why didn't you save me? Why aren't you killing them? Please at least get something. Ace does not have the primal split for 30 seconds. Global Silence is going to be thrown out to try and save the day. And Celery even gets away with it. Yawar showed up for nothing. GG get out clean.
That's an Enchantress that doesn't even have her Nature's Attendants, and she manages to live. But yeah, to that point, where are you, Quinn? Well, he doesn't have that mobility that the Clockwork does, right? So it's one of those deceptively good initiations by the Clockwork. It's understandable why win. Yes, he got 2, but it went very far ahead, and the Cogs came out. So not only did Quinn have to try to run to follow it up, but then he got blocked by the Cogs himself in the pathing. Now, speaking of Quinn, he still needs to be careful right here. The Cinnabrew coming out. There's a primal split. Trying to get the kill on Boom first, but it's not going to be enough lockdown. He swashbuckles away. The explosion comes out from Yawar. He ain't going to save his teammate. Leshrac is dead, and now Yawar, he's just dancing. He knows he's pretty much dead himself. Leslaw's just sitting here waiting for the right moment, but that moment's not going to come, apparently. Crystal Maiden is just dead, too, and Leslaw's kind of just like, I mean, what do you want me to do? Just a lost cause, I guess.
I mean, they baited themselves into subpar fights there. Like, they see the swashbuckles committed by the Pangolier, and he's not exactly full HP, so they just feel like they can freely commit, but it's their mistake to make. I mean, if you have a Doom there at the start of the fight, I can kind of see the logic, but it almost feels like Sonics, from the Clockwork Leshrac team up to now what happened around the bot lane tower, they're not in sync. Their timings are slightly staggered, and it's offering up an opportunity for Gaming Gladiators who are in sync to take these advantages in situations where maybe they should be the ones dying. But at least they'll get a turnaround kill here.
Well, the difference there, I mean, that's a good example to what I was referring to earlier at the bottom lane, where that hook shot, Quinn was basically already in position to split Earth immediately. Where the one at the bottom lane, he had to make up a lot of distance to even get there in the first place. So, again, one of those deceptively just ended up being a bad initiation, unfortunately, for the side of Sonics. But, yeah, no, I am with you. It seems a little bit, especially with this fight that's being shown right here. Yes, they wanted the kill on Boom, understandable. Quinn low in the first place, though, going in there. The Infest you see comes out. He tried to save him, but it wasn't going to be enough. And, again, Leslaw's just like, I want to go, but I don't have a good target.
Yeah, and what really saved him there, Caesar Serenity on the ground, just kept him high enough. Shield crack damage reduction, I think, clipped to the one hero, so that was the difference maker. But this is the point of no excuses for Sonics, and it's going to get harder as well at that point, because Aegis is going to be in the hands of Game Gladiators, but the plus side, at least for Sonics, they have that Blink Dagger. The downside, now that Aegis is in the hands of Gaming Gladiators, I can't help but get this feeling that Leslau is going to get one more item syndrome, because he's getting close to that BKB.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one if he manages to get that. But it goes without saying, though, KP, that the Bloodstone is the key here for the Leshrac. And he's got a point booster. He still has a bit more farm to do before that'll be online.
Like in the Cup Warriors, the only one having a good game is Leslau, and that's because he hasn't participated, which is the weird part about this. You know, usually it's the carry that's lagging behind, who's not helping in these fights, but instead, you're Doom. He just wants all the gold he can get. It's going to have to be worth it, though, because this game could very quickly spiral out of control in favor of Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, it's definitely getting some momentum. Boom with the Aegis. The Fuso Blade, the Orbit Corrosion. This is a Pango that is ready to battle. And we have seen the Chronosphere, but again, that was just a Chronosphere to stop the TP earlier, and then there's a big one coming, I'm sure.
That was actually really cool from Boom. The Rocket Flare came in on the illusion, and he didn't pick up the rune straight away, even though he had an empty bottle. So he waited to see if someone was going to come and get it, the Leshrac, most notably. Because MSS, like, once the vision dissipates, you're safe to pick it up. They hung around there for most of the smoke. Doesn't work out this time, but realistically, when the rune spawns on the east side of the map, and you know Quinn's in this area, it's a reasonable gamble to just sit there and wait.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. That's as well.
Okay, Quinn's done with the Bloodstone. It's now complete. He's going to regen up, and we're looking at Doom. He's not quite the BKB. I just still would like to see them make a play. I think if you wait for the BKB, you're wasting an opportunity to find really important kills and get some map control here.
Yeah, no, like, with you 100%. They got the Life Stealer with the Clockwork combo, so that natural initiation anyways. He obviously could go inside Doom, though, too, with that blink, as we talked about. So has a couple of options there, but Sonics not going to play for a smoke or anything like that currently. They're just, they're fairly spread out still, and meanwhile, Gaming Gladiators is making use of that Aegis on Pango, pushing the top lane. And from the looks of it, they're going to get a tier 2 tower for free. I mean, Fada's nearby, but he can't do much himself.
And they tried to trade for a tier 1, but the glyph's going to be there, so they're going to be delayed in their activity. They've still got a glyph for top, though. However, Chrono Man is here to play. Dyrachyo. Oh, he won't find a target. Sonics, they read it right. They do back away, but in the end, it does favor the side of Gaming Gladiators. This tier 1 is very valuable to keep up at this point in the game. Clockwork even gets out.
Well, they're not burning a Chrono for that.
Wait, the split? Well, they're burning for this. Quinn's been
They're
found.
burning for this. Yes, if they get Quinn, absolutely. They don't even need it, though. He's just going to get some bash box, I'm sure. The Bloodstone, it's just not enough. There's everyone here, so by yourself. I mean, we know Leshrak's crazy with that Bloodstone. We've seen it before, but in that case, there is really no chance.
Yeah, not exactly ideal against the primal split. All right, you can't absorb off of all the Brewlings. Actually, the more I think about it, I quite like the idea of Brewmaster as a counter to this timing for Leshrac. Just because you're able to get on top of him, overwhelm him, you control him as well, and he can't lifesteal much because you just aren't a hero that's going to give that back. Especially when you also consider things like the Cyclone. It just gives you a way of noticing he's used Bloodstone and then getting him out of the equation and moving away.
Yeah, God, look at Boom. With the haste, is
So
really
aggressive.
trying to stretch there, but yeah, not going to get Fada. That's all finished on your war.
Yeah, but BKB is now there for the Doom. So this is actually go time. They have everything they need to try and take a fight. They are still fighting into Aegis. They might want to wait a minute, or alternatively, they can just play away from Boom.
See what they decide. Might end up clashing into them. Doom, gonna find Ace. Has Doom. Not gonna use it just yet. Holding on to it for the time being. There we go. He finally comes out. The Global Silence was used just before, but here comes a Rolling Thunder from Boom. Jumping in. The chase continues onto the Brewmaster. They want that kill at least, but Leshrac is useless in this fight right now, being locked up with the Rolling Thunder. But here comes the hook shot. Infest combo with the Consume. The Aegis burnt. Do they have the follow-up? The cock pushback. Yes, they do. Absolutely. So Sonics was waiting for the prime time, and apparently they found it.
Man, what a fight to force and what a way to do it there. No hesitation to commit the Doom on the Brewmaster. He was not expecting that. Primal Split was still on cooldown, but it's not about the Primal Split. It's just about the fact they need a fight to reset and take control of the game. And it's a bonus for them when the Pango comes in. He gets Saber Hero Syndrome. He disrupts the flow of the fight and keeps Quinn on the backside. But as you're going to see in the replay here, the issue is he's never threatening Quinn in any way. And he's not getting out Evo, because this is the counter I've been waiting for. The MSS Clockwork. This is always going to make Pangolier's game incredibly difficult to play. And one of the big issues for Gaming Gladiator and the way they're looking for these engagements is they're doing it without the Void. Think about the amount of games where we've seen teams get the first Aegis and then fold the carry into the aggression. He hasn't been doing that. Dyrachyo went double greed. He's been farming safe on the Radiant side. He built not only a Midas, but also a Maelstrom.
Yeah, and I think that is an oversight. Well, and that kind of goes back to what we were talking about with as soon as that Leshrac with the Bloodstone, it's like, okay, they got to make some plays. They didn't necessarily go for that. In fact, the Leshrac unfortunately dying in the bottom of the jungle. But Gaming Gladiators, they weren't really forcing the issue, right? So to that point, Sonics did have a bit more time to farm the Desolator, farm the BKB, and then eventually they found the opportunity, as we saw right there. And yeah, again, I love the idea of using Duke, because I was wondering if he was going to, knowing that Primal Split wasn't off cooldown. And the answer was yes, and for the reason we saw there.
Yeah, it just forces the commitment. Although it won't be there for the next engagement. 30 seconds still is off cooldown. Game Gladiator's already looking to party. They're going to move in, Ace. But that Primal Split needs to get close enough to get it off, though. We'll force out the Rage, and there's going to be a nice Infest to get out. So they are going to swing and miss with this gank attempt. And they'll have to settle for a smaller, petty Tithe here in the poor little Crystal Maiden.
Fine. I'll just take you out instead. I guess. Okay, Solari's like, thank you. But good gank by the team of Gaming Gladiators. But yeah, again, to the point, Sonics, not too shabby as far as what happens there. Leshrac. Now, the BKB on Leshrac is one of those, okay, now you're feeling much more comfortable for Sonics. They don't need to wait for that necessarily, I don't feel like, but he is farming it, and he's actually getting pretty close. Just basically needs the recipe now to have that picked up.
TP out again, successful by MSS. What is it with him and dodging the Void by a fraction of a second here? Does get out, but there's that whole BKB point. The reason why it's so good in this game, BKB usually feels annoying to have to build against Faceless Void. You're actually very content with the idea in this game, because for Quinn, let's say you get jumped, let's say you get chronoed, well, you're not going to die. not this stage anyway. Late game Void will have enough damage, but as long as you hit the Bloodstone, which you can due to the cast time of the Chrono, you're just going to lifesteal off of the Void more than he's able to dish out damage. So it's a nice pickup because it also ensures that the Brewmaster can't remove you from the fight, and there's no pesky lockdown from Boom in these choke points.
See the offlaner comparison right there. Now, to the credit of Ace, I mean, that's kind of expected, especially with the heroes. And who's playing what? Doom's certainly going to outfarm
No,
the Brewmaster.
let's flame him. How dare he have less gold than a
Ace
Doom
is
with
way
Midas.
behind. Come on.
Yeah.
What's
He
going
even
on,
built
man?
a Midas. I mean, come on.
Yeah. No, he's recovering. He's definitely done his part, especially with the early Wraith pack, but more items to come. We'll see if he goes that Ags route or not for the Primal Companion. But you see the smoke play by Gaming Gladiators. And
they guessed wrong.
Oh, they guessed wrong. Yeah, they were trying to find
Fought it
Fada.
out.
And he TPs.
Oh, that feels so good in the pulse 5. Oh, they were smoke gagging, so he waited for it to break, and then he gambled. He thought. I think from Boom's perspective, what he expected was for them to rotate more heroes and defend here.
Sonic's going in. Hookshot's
Oh,
ready
MSS.
with the infest.
See what we can find. Nice follow-up straight away. The Global Silence trying to interrupt, but the Doom's already there. Ace can do nothing but die.
Oh, stopped him. Tofu's in trouble now, too. So, should get Silencer, right? I mean, yeah, they're definitely going to get Silencer. It's a matter of do they get more. Gaming Gladiators kind of hanging around. Yowar's like, all right, let's continue fighting. They will catch Pango. As Fada got in there, Chronosphere still ready. But he's going to use it defensively. I mean, he's going to kill, but he needs to get out.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a kill to get out. That's understandable, I suppose. But that was definitely not the most ideal Chronosphere, what you're looking to do. Obviously, Sonic is still very satisfied with the outcome.
Yes, ice is not nice, is what Duratio says, but now what he's also declared is, I have no Chrono. I also have no Global Silence on my team. All pressure now on Ace in the follow-up fight. Just great initiation. Instantaneously, the Stomp comes out, and because it's a first initiation by Leslau, it means he'll have enough time to cast the Doom before there's a reaction from the Silencer. It's so much more difficult that way. If it had been Hookshot first, you probably would have seen Tofu get the Global out in time to save the Brew, but no. Great choice of way to do this from Sonics, and now, next fight, Gaming Gladiators only have one of their 3 big tools for fighting.
Yeah, and speaking of Doom, sticking with that, you see the item he's building, the Aether Lens. We've been seeing this, the Octarine Core. It's going to be coming out pretty quickly, actually, for Leslau, thanks to that farm, and again, the Hand of Midas, etc., being the top net worth in the game. And also a Roshan kill would be pretty damn nice, and looks like that they're going to get it. I mean, GG, well, they are going to smoke up here and maybe go. Yeah, they're smoked up as 5. No Chronosphere, though, so do they have enough? They have Primal Split and the Rolling Thunder, so they can contest.
Okay, try and go now. Quinn does get the BKB off in time. We'll turn for a fight. The split is going to come out, but remember, no Chrono, no Global Silence. Silence is coming back in 20, though, and they're just going to go straight in. The confidence, the cojones on Gaming Gladiators here. They're going to get it. What a play. And what control out of Ace there. Could not even get back in for a second if Sonics wanted to.
And even taking their time handing off the shard to the Faceless Void, so he'll get that as well for the backtrack now in play. Yeah, no, that's, again, absolute confidence, I think, as you said there, for Gaming Gladiators, but they were right to be so. I mean, that was one of those moments in a game like this that is a very close game to choose to man up, force the other team out of the Roshan pit, and then just engage to steal the Roshan, essentially, and come out just unscathed. I mean, Sonics, it was a mix of Sonics. They weren't really sure if that's what was going on, / obviously they weren't confident in fighting because they didn't have their Doom yet, specifically.
Shot will get them away, only for a fraction of a second, though. Boom. Does fun to target the NSMSS. Will go down, but at least they get the Strak out of here. I like what's happened here now for Duratio. There's only downside for him is he started building his Lincolns already. It's like usually in this situation, if you get your hands on Aegis, you're like, okay, I can build a more aggressive item. But when you've got Ultimate Orb in the recipe already, there's only one thing to do. Does at least give him a solution to Leslau, and because Leslau is going towards this lowest, there isn't going to be a Refresher Doom play to worry about. But I'm glad to see Duratio able to participate now. I mean, the Maelstrom Midas, you feel like you kind of have to go for it with this hero, but at the same time, like one of the big issues, and I think it's maybe why we haven't seen that much Void, at least on our channel, is it makes you predictable and it also makes you slower to participate compared to other carries we're seeing a lot of, like the Lifestealer.
Yeah. And the Lincolns pick up. of course, good to have, especially against this Doom. It's not something I know he's been using on the Primal Split, but wants to prevent that possibility from happening on himself. And there's, of course, several other single targets that could be annoying. Bottom lane, they're TPing out though, so Lifestealer, he's going to be fine. TP to the mid lane. Good to go there. Lifestealer, by the way, haven't mentioned too much about his progression, but the Manta style now finished. And the Basher will be the next play for him to pick up here.
Yeah, I don't blame him for going for the Manta, right? You're up against the Global Silence, even when you rage, you don't feel safe here. Also, make sure you're more likely to be able to infest save onto specifically the Leshrac. I think that's another element to this. You know, at the end of the day, the goal kind of doesn't change with this draft, despite the net worths. I think Quinn is going to be key to the success here. It's just deceptive because naturally Doom always gets so much gold. MSS, hello. Preview on the Celery, nice stun follow-up, so they will clean up the Enchantress, but they're reacting, they're coming in. Celery still somehow alive, and they can't do enough damage. Finally he dies, but the time he buys is going to allow a response here. MSS is going to be found out. Luckily, Quinn is able to escape with the tree line, but good God, you cannot underestimate the power of the Enchantress heals.
Yeah, that. The Wraith Pack Totem kind of kicking in as well, so that was that took a long time, and Quinn not happy about that, but in the end they did get the kill, and of course all they lost was Clockwork in response, but yeah, that was a little worrisome for them. Silencer, 80 seconds still on the Global Silence now with that use. Mid lane, Yawar. Immediate rage means immediate backtrack coming out from Faceless Void, just trying to bait that out of him. A minute 40 though on the Aegis. So Gaming Gladiators, how do they capitalize with this now? A lot more objectives. Mid tower looking pretty juicy.
Sonics, they're not going to rest on laurels and say, we got lucky not to lose Quinn there. We got lucky there wasn't a Chrono Man rotating. Instead they say, okay, Global Silence is used. Split is used. So we are going to fight. And I don't care if it's the Void first. They try to club him, but Time Warp back. He gets the Chrono off! The sick plays out Diracho. This man is Neo dodging bullets. Leslau tries to run away. BKB activated with a Rolling Thunder follow-up. The Doom is irrelevant here. Chop in as choke point here. Sonics are going to get ran down. One by one they fall to the power of Gaming Gladiators.
So that started with obviously the reaction of Diracho to pop the Chronosphere, perfectly timed as the Doom comes in was phenomenal. But really Celery, he's the one that tanked the smoke initially. That's what popped Doom out, and I think he might have seen him. It was hard to tell with the vision, but point is that kind of popped him out, and then Doom kind of second guessed himself, ended up trying to jump the Faceless Void as soon as Faceless was somewhat in, but again, that Chronosphere reaction was absolutely insane and perfectly timed, and now Gaming Gladiators is going to get the tier 3 out of this as well.
That Time Walk was nasty. The reverse Time Walk, like most Voids in that situation, like, okay, I dodged death, I'm gonna leave. No hesitation to go back in. And one of the weaknesses of Doom sometimes is the long cast time. You saw how it came into impact there. Just great plays out of Diracho and ultimate punishment coming out as they move in, looking to take the melee racks. There is gonna be a hook shot response, but Global instantly there to disrupt the flow of things. Rage allows you to go deeper though. They will at least find a kill on the Silencer. But little more than that. It looks like the rest of Gaming Gladiators should be out. They do ping Celery, but I feel like we've been here before, guys.
You see the arm going up for the attack, and
he's got
welcome to Enchantress. He does,
Yawar says, yep, come here.
predicting it, yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean,
even if you die now.
She's actually dead this time.
Just sprinking.
Space created, as they say. Speaking of that, look at Faceless Void. He's gonna go in and finish off the racks and get out. What a commitment! Clockwork?
No, he couldn't because the CM. She was gonna bodyguard it either way. I'm not sorry, the CM. Like it was too long with TP because she went in first, right? So like, yeah, yeah. It's one of those things where you think you're helping and then you realize, oh, I actually have no answer to the Void. So can Clock come now?
Dire are scanning.
Oh, wow, I mean, the BKB to just charge in and kill the melee racks, but hey, it's a melee racks, obviously a pretty big deal, so understandable. It's quite the ballsy play there.
Confident.
And now back to farm. Yeah.
Ratio should feel confident as well, because actually that Clockwork is really the only answer they now have to him with this Linken's and the BKB. This is a very difficult game for Sonics to answer. I mentioned that earlier on, the Leshrac is a very good solution to the Chrono Man, but we're reaching a stage where you can't just be Chrono to live. Even with Bloodstone, you'll probably die now to the Void.
Yeah, Leshrak's presence has not necessarily been felt the most, like we have seen in a lot of these Leshrak games throughout this event. So Quinn trying, though, pushing out the bottom lane now. He has that Kaya. As the Gaming Gladiator side, though, they're busy just resetting, smoking, Chronosphere ready to go, Global Silence, everything basically is ready to go. Looking for the kills. So Sonic's aware of the timing. They're going to rock it and try to scout, but with no one showing, it's pretty obvious that that smoke play might be coming. Are they going to smoke themselves? They're on the uphill.
They come. Ratchet wants something. Take anything you can find. Leslau goes in. BKB there with a pop it. They get the Doom onto the target. Void is gone. Perfect start to the fight, and now Gaming Gladiators have to go into full retreat. Brew will try to create the space. Tofu at least TP's out. Ace has a long way to go, though. They're just going to stick on top of that Earth Panda. And Leshrac should be quick enough to keep pursuit here, so might not just be the Void, it might also be the Brew going down. Will blink away, but they are still chasing.
I mean, that's what made that last fight reaction that much more impressive, because that's what they needed. If he didn't get that Chronosphere off, you kind of see what could have happened, as now we see in this engagement. Now, luckily for Gaming Gladiators, it is only the Faceless Void, and everyone else is able to escape. But Sonic's clearly still showing that they can catch, and speaking of catching, Enchantress once again caught, and she is not getting away this time. We do see the open wounds now in play as well. So a transition for Sonics to push this top tier 2. Backdoor protection in play. Now it's going to be taken off. They should kill this.
If he could have forced after the Ancient Era, I think he probably survives because the rage runs out, but I don't believe so. Celery has been annoying in the past, this time around unable to, and yeah, Rouge still a minute away. DD sitting out here. Game Gladiators is going to have everyone up, and they're going to have pretty much everything they need to fight. Split still on cooldown for 40 seconds, but the Global is going to be there, and the Chrono is still usable. Meanwhile, on the other side, Doom, 15 seconds because of this Octarine build that Leslar went into is definitely paying off.
Yeah, and you saw that right there. I'm not exactly sure if it was a Crystal Maiden, the Leshrac, or somebody, but obviously somebody removing the Lincolns initially. I mean, that's why he got that item, was to ideally give him that reaction time, but it just doesn't matter. He was stomped as well, thanks to Doom with that War Stomp. I do feel like that's a fantastic ability for him to have, in the sense it kind of goes around that Lincolns and allows somebody else to take it off. They have plenty of tools to do so. Smoke play here from Sonics. They're wrapping around. It's their turn to play aggressive now. Doom itself is ready. Octarine Core. Thank for that. Celery, trying to tank this gank once again.
Hit me.
And never mind.
Come here. I want you to jump me. I won't fall for that trick. Sometimes when you see an Enchantress, you just have to imagine an Undying. Don't do it. Don't jump on him. Instead, they're going to jump on an easier target. Fada on the other side in trouble. This Pius 5 not as annoying as the other.
This is the timing of the resurrection of Roshan playing a bit more in favor of Gaming Gladiators. Sonics had a window there after the red timer wore off, or if it was a very fast spawn, maybe, but it's not going to happen. Yeah.
They used the Global as well, just to be safe. So Aegis now has Jirachi. The reason that worked so well is the Panda, the Storm Panda, went into the mid and Cyclone Leslau, which means you haven't just stunned one hero and removed them, you've stunned two, because he's still infested inside the Doom. So Yawar wouldn't have been able to move across to the pit either.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah,
is under attack.
this Roshan very clean for the side of Gaming Gladiators to be able to move in there, just take it, not give Sonics any chance to do so. But that's what Sonics was kind of hunting for. They were trying to make a play, but again, the avoiding was well played by Gaming Gladiators.
Sometimes I wish we had an infest clock for when you infest and nothing happens. Because I feel like Yawar was in there for half a minute. There's a lot of time to miss out on farming as a lifestealer.
Well, he's out now as tier 4 items going to start happening. Always like to bring that up, so look for those starting to pop out.
You love your neutral items, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, but I feel like tier 4 is when it starts to, you know, become a little more impactful.
Oh yeah, like Timeless Relic is godly. We've seen Flicker plays over the years, even Ninja Gear. There's just so many good ones in there. Done such a good job of making it feel like there's not that many neutral items that feel worthless in Dota anymore, which is good.
Yeah, that's the idea.
On top though, looks like Gaming Gladiators want to play. Now they do have that Chrono. They've got Nagus for 3.5 minutes. It's on Sonics to try and find a reason for Gaming Gladiators to not stay here, which is why Lifestealer is pushing in bot as fast as he can.
Yeah, and it's definitely a massive wave. They are going to have to address this on Gaming Gladiator side somehow. because that's going to start doing some good damage to their base. I know they have the Aegis push that they want to commit to up here, but keep an eye on that. Primal Split lifts up Leshrac. Yeah, he pops a Bloodstone early on, but again, the Primal Split already committed. Wraith Pack put down by Sonics, and now trying to kill the Stormbrullin. They will do so. Ooh, it looked like he might have gone for the Chrono, but no, just backtrack immediately. And Gaming Gladiators playing the poke game, using that Earth Brewing to get the damage on the tower and then get out.
Oh, Dyrachyo is trying to force the hook shot. That's why he keeps doing that. He's just time walking in, and it's either hook shot or Doom. He wants to see them use one of those two, because he doesn't care, right? He's got Aegis, so it's very difficult for him to kill him 2 times right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like they are going to back away. Yeah, Celery just shoot bot, so this should be the moment they just full peel back. Otherwise, they're going to be fighting 4 versus 5. Even with an Aegis, that's a little bit dangerous. Can't underrate Sonic's power. They do still have. I was trying to go hunting, but luckily for them, the hook shot is just half a second too late. Right position, wrong time.
Yeah. That's unfortunate mistiming there from MSS. Good attempt, though. Going for it. Yeah, look at this Faceless Void. 30,000 net worth. He actually gets the Penta Edge Sword. Speaking of tier 4 items, that is one of those really good ones for a hero like Faceless Void to have picked up now.
Yeah, good luck running away from him anymore. I mean, it's just 45 damage with this type of build with the Mjolnir and the Hand of Midas. This boy's a Gatling gun. Could kill anyone in this Chronos now, and one big issue for Sonics, they don't really have a save in the Chrono.
Yeah. Silver Edge as well, great against a hero like Lifestealer. He's wanted to build that. So, and he's got 4,600 gold saved up. First buyback in play too. He has Aegis at 30. But that's going to be an item he's looking for. Yeah, Quinn.
He's just playing them right now. It's just, this is a Dyrachyo show.
Oh,
he got it out of them. Okay, hook shot and cooldown. I mean, that's a tip type moment. Appropriate laughing.
Yep. I think toying with him, as you mentioned, that's kind of the appropriate way to look at that. Ace going back over the Chrono Split. This time not toying with Ace, toying with him with the Chronosphere. The backlines catches Crystal Maiden as well. Leshrac, he's just beat down. He has a buyback. Meanwhile, Infest away from Yawar as Doom's got to the back of there, searching all the way to the tier 4 towers. The buyback's in play for the side of Sonics, though. Dyrachyo, he needs to get away. Doom goes in. Doom still has his Doom. Not using it. They pop the Lincolns. No, but the Global Silence comes into play just in time. He had to pop the Lincolns first, and he was unable to cast the Doom as a result.
Now they're going to punish them for chasing out of the base here. So they're going to turn around. Hookshot's going to come in with the Pangolier. Doom in an AoE. Leslie trying to stick on top targets, but Ace able to get the BKB off, and now the movement comes in. Dyrachyo confident to commit. They're going to clean him off. Doom's gone. Leshrac now down. That's going to be the dive back. They'll even find Yawar on the back foot. He has buyback, but without a team to help him defend, this is going only one way. Gaming Gladiators head back to the dire base.
Yeah, dieback for Leshrac. He's out for 100 seconds. Buyback from Lifestealer. He has to. I mean, Doom's going to have to as well. Because right now, Gaming Gladiators is just going to push for the victory. The Aegis is reclaimed, so a little more vulnerable, I guess you could say, for Faceless Void. But, I mean, yeah, it really just came down to that. Not being able to Doom Faceless Void himself was the key there.
He wants to wait as well. Like, look at Leslau's cooldown, how long he's dead, how long the Doom's on cooldown. They sync up. So in an ideal world, like, you don't buy back before you have it. You don't do anything, which means you've lost this game. Gaming Gladiators close out game 1, and Dyrachyo, I wasn't sure about this Faceless Void, but they were for good reason. What a performance out of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, he had good protection around him as well. We mentioned with the Primal Split, the Global Silence, these are some long cooldown abilities, but they did a good job of playing around them, you know, making sure, understanding, you know, when those were down, not necessarily looking to force the fights. When they were ready to go, they were at a much more stronger point, and that showed clearly. So there's certainly a lot of factors in this game as to why they won it. It was a great play by themselves overall. I do feel like on the side of Sonics, Quinn never really got to a threatening point on the Leshrac. Was unfortunate for him. And Leslau, I mean, he had some great farm early on, and he eventually had that pretty good Doom, as we saw the potential there, especially on the Faceless Void, but the Lincolns then came into play, and that was a factor in the final fight.
Yeah, I think looking back at this game, there was a clear point early on where 4 of them wanted to fight, and one of those 4 wasn't the Doom, right? You remember that moment where we were kind of waiting around for Doom to participate? He was still looking to farm the next item. You know, he was close to having a BKB, the Blink, whatever it is. It just felt like there was this delayed goal where they're like, well, we'll have like the BKB, we'll have like the Bloodstone, we'll have 1 or 2 items on the Lifesteal. They want free items ready, one on each core. That's incredibly greedy. Usually a lot of teams will either play off of one big item or they'll look to play off of two. And I think that the part that maybe backfired for Sonics is that they prioritized farm on Leslau, whereas it maybe should have been prioritized for Quinn instead. That would have been a scaling answer to Dyrachyo up until we had these two defensive items in the BKB and Linken's. Two items that really only came into the picture after they started taking wins in fights and taking control of the Roche pit.
This is another game where I think our offlaner and Ace specifically could deserve the MVP. His primal splits were not only very effective throughout. He only got doomed once really, and that wasn't even with the primal split needing to be used. And so yeah, there you go. I was gonna say his itemization was great as well. I mean the Hand of Midas, but after the Wraith pack, so he got that initial utility item, then the Hand of Midas to help him just really enhance that farm. The BKB then coming out, and the initiation tool with the blink, and the Assault Cuirass, just kind of a nice finish there to round it out and give that team support that they needed. And he was also their building damage with that Earth Bruising specifically, so that certainly came into play too. So yeah, happy to see Ace with the MVP because definitely thinks he deserves it in that one.
Yeah, sickest player of the game still goes to Dyrachyo though. That time walk, reverse time walk play, oh my good god. Like that really set things fully in motion, Up until that point, you could see a way in which maybe Sonics could try to take a fight with bad positioning. From that point onwards though, this was always looking gaming Gladiators favored. And you know what? Gladiator in the arena is nothing to turn your nose up at or turn your back on. And they show exactly why. But folks, this is only the first game. It's a good start for gaming Gladiators. If they can get a 2-0 over Sonics, Sonics are going to be biting their nails watching the Bet Boom and Boom series later. But all that comes after a short break. Go get yourself a drink, because when we return, we're going to see the second game of the series.
and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
News just in, EG just upped the ante. Game 1 between Boom and EG has gone the way of Boom. If they 2-0 EG, they can force a tiebreaker up against Sonics. So Sonics need to get a win here.
Well, and the reality still stands that Bet Boom, they lost the game 1 against LGD, but if they take game 2 against LGD, then there could be that tiebreaker into play. There's still a reality where there could be a 3-way tiebreaker with those results all playing out between those two teams and Sonics. But I'm going to go here, KP. Sonics, they're going for the Sonic Boom to knock out the Booms here at the bottom of Group A. It makes sense somehow in my head.
I mean, you know, they're going to need someone that goes fast, so it fits they're called Sonics, because I feel like that was the difference in that game. Gaming Gladiators, they came out of the doors swinging, really. Even though they had this greedy build on the Void that, yeah, I know you have to go for. It's probably the most standard at this point, seeing the Maelstrom and the Midas. It's still greedy compared to what we're seeing a lot of cores do, just so you can catch up. But the issue on the Sonic side is, you know, they weren't all there ready to go around 15 and 20 minutes. In fact, I don't think we saw our first Doom until we were probably in the 20-minute margin, which is a big problem. You know, if you look at what's most successful for teams right now, have your timing, but make sure that timing is quick. Make sure if it's not quick, you've at least got heroes that can create space, take towers, and take control of the map. And those are two areas that Sonic seem to be lacking in, at least with execution in that first game.
See, Marcio coming out. Yeah, it's always a great start if you're, you know, playing behind and you want to, you know, make sure you get a victory here. Nothing wrong with the first pick, Marcio. I will reiterate this about Gaming Gladiators. Again, not to take away from this, but Gaming Gladiators, their fate is sealed now, no matter what happens here. They're going to the lower bracket. They are good to go. So there is that kind of, you know, that idea in mind of, like, you know, just like we said about EG, you know, how hard are they really going to try? But certainly still going to compete and give it their all, I'm sure, against Sonics.
So for Gaming Gladiators, they can't improve their position now. They are either 7th or 8th. It just comes down to if Sonics is able to take a game here, then they can they even? No, because I think, they'll still be one behind. So yeah, the Gaming Gladiators are locked in for 7th specifically. That they can't change at all. It's Sonics on the line now.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, they're going to open with the Undying Rubik, though, to answer the Marcy.
That's a bit different. I think we've only seen 1 or 2 Rubik games, and the one we saw, I mean, I was heavily critical of it. It didn't complete the draft, so at least it's being picked up at the start, but that does mean Gaming Gladiators have opened up with likely both their supports, which is quite revealing in the current meta. I feel like most teams are leaning towards getting 1 core because bans start to kick out anyway, and then also support, and then usually it's kind of a flexi core, something that could do multiple things. Like if you look at Sonic's opening, this Marcy could be 3 or 4, Enigma could also be a support or an offlaner here.
Yeah, again, a reminder, Enigma was untouched last game, not picked or banned. But Sonics going for the 2nd pick Enigma this time around. And of course, you have the Rubik already, so maybe that's where Gaming Gladiator was thinking too with the Rubik pick. Like if they in kind of a protector against the Enigma, still not the ultimate answer, and as we've mentioned many of times before, Enigma's still a comfortable pick, but so a little bit more there perhaps.
Yeah, it's usually the Silencer, right? Because last game the Silencer came out, and that's really why the Enigma got ignored. You know, the team with Silencer had no interest in it, and the other team doesn't want to pick it into it. So, you know, this time around, it looks like a much freer pick to open up with for Sonics. And, you know, they're giving Leslau another hero that can get a lot of gold. I feel like this seems to be a big priority. Farm dispersion is quite even between the cores of Sonics from what I've noticed in their games. But I do feel like usually Leslau is set up for a good game. And it is just interesting that they pick it that early then, as well as the fact that the Rubik exists. But I guess when it comes to a laning perspective, you feel somewhat content facing up against either one of these supports.
I'm just loving looking at the player cams for this one. You can just tell Gaming Gladiator, they're loose. Like what's done is done. As we keep going back to, their fate is sealed. They're leaning back in their chairs. They're having a good time. They're laughing. They're cheering. It's again not to take away that they're not going to try this game, but that mentality is a lot more relaxed. Where on the other hand, Sonics, again, they still need to absolutely win this game to seal their fate, which would be the positive of staying alive in this tournament. Because if they don't, then it's going to come down to what else happens elsewhere in a possible tiebreaker match as a result. So really want to make sure they're on point.
Maybe they're like, hey, should we experiment with one of those heroes that hasn't been picked at TI so far? I mean, there is only 9 of them left. So do you guys want techies? Do you want, like, maybe Meepo? Maybe that's why they're chuckling. It's like, hey, so you want Meepo? Remember the good old days? It's like, silly boys, I'm an offlaner now. By the way, we did get an additional new hero pick today via Beast Coast. They picked up the Wraith King. So we are now just 9 heroes away from every hero picked at TI. Fantastic.
I mean, we knew the Wraith King was coming, though, especially from Beast Coast, right? So that's not surprising to me. But yeah, we are down to 9 heroes, and of the list that's left over, because I noticed that as well, and there's a couple that kind of stand out a little bit more. I mean, Kato being one of those. Talk about a hero a couple of months ago that was one of the most dominant on the scene, just completely trashed here apparently here at TI, and then Wind Ranger, another one. Wind Ranger is Wind Runner even is certainly one of maybe would have expected here and there. But
I think Wind Ranger, like, there was a time where she felt absolutely busted around the Ag Shard, but it has been tweaked, has been nerfed down a little bit. Maybe a bigger surprise, we saw a bunch of Drows, but never a Treant. That used to be a phenomenal pairing. I think the big standout one for me is DK being completely ignored. I think Dragon Knight, like, he offers a decent toolkit, he offers you some push, he can scale reasonably well, and he's a good frontliner, but no team has been interested in it at all. It just feels like there's so many better options for pushing. Ones that are consistent, right? Like the Visage, the Beastmaster, the Nigma, whereas this DK has to play around his Elder Dragon form to do anything.
I think he falls exactly as you say right there. He's on that list of he's not bad, he just has way better options ahead of him that are just not enough of them won't be banned out, they can go them instead. So I think that's where he falls short, unfortunately. But Brewmaster, he doesn't fall short.
Nah, not when it's in Ace's hands, especially. I mean, that was one of the standout Brew performances in the tournament so far. You know, you can say what you want about whether you felt like Sonics didn't put up a fight here or there, you know, but you can't take anything away from Ace. His positioning was on point, very good at frustrating his opponents, good denial on the lane, able to control Yawar a lot, and will definitely be able to control Yawar in this one. Like, this is the type of game where Yawar maybe thinks, do I want to go something like a Lifesteal again? Simply because you're up against Brew plus Rubik, or even possibly Undying. Like, these type of heroes make it incredibly difficult for you to lane. Simply because if you're a melee hero, Brew's going to brawl with you, and even if you're a ranged hero, Rubik's going to mitigate a lot of your CS potential with the Fade Bolt.
Sonics, they're down in 18 seconds and counting. It's still going down to the reserve time. So yeah, they really are stretching here as far as what they want to pick. And
yeah, that's to be fast now.
Going the Ember.
So it's a hero that Quinn can kind of dominate on if he gets the right matchup. It's a hero that can get present and able in the game. It does feel a little bit revealing of what your intent is now. Like, all hands on deck to support Yawar in this game. I think that's the big deviation. Like, last game, I expected them to put more gold behind the Leshrac, and instead they put more gold behind the Doom. This time around, I see it being nothing but Yawar's hero that gets given all the gold he wants. And Sonics, to that degree, they add another layer of aggression here. Snapfire plus Marci, I don't think we've seen this together much as a supporting duo, but when you think about it, it's absurdly potent. I know we've seen plenty of games where Marci's on one side and the Snapfire's on the other, and it's just absurd how much mobility is going back and forth in those fights.
I got spoiled, I'm not going to lie, by that Whisper Snapfire with the whole Axe build and the launching people in. So the support Snapfire, not as likely to be seen, of course. But
well, you can get it though in a different way now, because the Warboy's here. He'll build an Axe, he'll do it for you. There you go.
It's just turn into him, yeah. That's a Morphling, though.
He just munches his Brewmaster, says, get in there, Ace. Don't worry about building a Blink Dagger this game. We probably are going to see Dags as well. It just feels like a core item on Morphling practically every game. And definitely a good one to get it.
Gaiman Gladiators turn to ban.
Yeah, Lockdown is a little bit lacking on the side of Sonics, so that makes sense why they really like the Morphling carry here.
Oh, I thought you guys say on the side of Gaiman Gladiators. I think Gaiman Gladiators, like, they've got the ult of the Brew, but outside that, they don't have anything really. They've just got Rubik and whatever he steals. So I'd like to see Game and Gladiator get more locked down. Of course, they have final pick. What Sonics are really missing is scalability. They've got a really good support duo for late game, with the Enigma possibly being flexed there, but likely the offlane. But the Marcy Snapfire do scale well. I'd just like to see something that's there, able to munch away at the Morph in late game. Thinking of heroes that counter the Morph well, that we know Yawar plays a lot. You can either try to play for a late timing or play faster in the game. Looking at their draft, I think they're aiming for a later timing, but we have seen that can be a downside for them, right? When they're lagging behind or when they're waiting for the 30-40 minute mark, by then Game and Gladiators can already be on the high ground.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe... Yeah, I was thinking Monkey King. It's interesting that they actually ban it out. I was wondering if they might want to lean towards something like that. Maybe an illusion carry could work for Sonics. That could be a way of going. Something like the Naga comes to mind. But you're up against the Dispel. Oh, man.
Is the Lifestealer good here again?
I said the Lifestealer start,
Sonics,
and I still, I still stand by it that like Sonics, like there's a high likelihood they still just want the Lifestealer. But it does mean as the game goes on, you might struggle to keep up the Morphling just because he has more mobility. But for an early timing, it works, and it would be a carry that participates fast in this game. But always remember the flip side of what you're doing there. You're giving magic immunity to the Morphling. He can just turn into Lifestealer and do what you're doing as well.
10 seconds remaining.
True. You do not want to give up that utility.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe someone like a Sven. I know Yawar likes it. I don't rate it that highly this game. But... Oh, of course. Okay, no. This is fine actually. Like I forgot about this guy because he gets banned so much. Actually, Sniper is one of the most contested heroes on the ban side. He's only been seen 15 times, but has a 50% win rate. But he's been banned 55 times. And also, I would remind you that a lot of those losses for that 53% win rate at the 15 games, they probably come from BetBoom.
You may now select your heroes.
And what better hero to get on top of that Sniper than a Storm Spirit, just constantly zooming around on the back lines. Boom, queues it up immediately. So I was going to say, I mean, obviously they could still use a hero that could have that reach and initiation, and Storm Spirit certainly fills that with the pick. So
I was puzzling myself for a minute. I was like, so are they going to try to find a way of putting the Sniper mid? And I'm just glad they didn't get kind of, weird with it, and they just said this is going to be the POS 1. We'll have to see what it can do. I mean, so far we've only got to cast the Sniper in the POS 2 role, and it did look pretty dominant. But it's a different beast in these outer lanes, and there are ways of getting on top of him. A lot of ways, in fact. The Morphling talked about the idea if he goes to Ags, and he goes Snapfire route, and he can just send in the Brewmaster. The Brewmaster can get in there fast as well. Storm Spirit pick is definitely going to be able to gap close. I think there's going to be a lot of priority around how this mid lane goes. If Quinn is able to dominate the Storm Spirit, this game feels comfortable with Yawar, but if he falls behind, if 1 or 2 rotations go wrong, I feel like Game and Gladiators more naturally arrive at their peak in this game.
yeah, it's seeming like that's a strong possibility. But of course, Sonics, again, knowing what their back's against the wall, and like I said, that's where that might, thinking from the psyche point of view here, where Game and Gladiators, yes, they'll lose. They understand that their position is sealed, but that could be a benefit for them, where Sonics, with all the pressures, is on them to win this game, knowing that they control their own fate there. They do not want to leave it in the hands, especially with the results that we heard with Boom taking that first game over EG. Anything can still happen, and you do not want to have to play that tiebreaker with elimination on the line. That's, again, what is on the line for Sonics right now here in this game number 2. So, in the hands of Sniper. Yeah, we saw it in Laurel's hands for BetBoom, and it was impressive despite those losses. But we'll see what Yawar is able to do with it this time around.
Yeah, we'll see if he encounters the same issue BetBoom has, or had rather, which is how do we close the game? How do we finish this? It's a big issue. And one thing I will say when we look at these 2 drafts, to me, Sonic's draft is less resilient to mistakes. They screw up once or twice, and the game is almost impossible to recover. It's very much a finesse type draft. If you step out of place once or twice, there's going to be a snowballing effect to this Morphling and the supporting cast. So definitely keep an eye out for that. If they can play a clean first 20, 25 minutes, I do like Sonic's chances of trying to get some stuff done in this game. But just slip once or twice, and this is going to be a 2-0 in Gaming Gladiators' favor.
All Leslau needs to do is predict a victory here in this game, because at the intro screen there, I know unfortunately people are going to see it, but it did say he has 25 games in a row predicted correctly.
What?
So that's some impressive stat right there. So I wonder if he's I haven't seen the prediction coming out yet. I don't know. No.
Putting it all on the line. He's like, guys, I got Enigma. It's a free win. I mean, come on. This is like one of the best performing heroes in the game right now. Most banned at this event. How did they not ban it?
I mean, unaddressed the first game. I keep going back to that, but yeah, this time around they second pick it, and certainly a lot of value to come out of that. Of course, the black hole. That's where Star Spirit will have to be careful. The black hole protection as well.
Yes.
In terms of zipping in.
We should probably talk a little bit about like what the expectation is on the sniper and what made him a good pick. I think one big thing to note is the Undying can't be anywhere near him early on because Tombstone's just a feed. Right, that's one nice thing. The sniper can quickly just chip away at that, and there's not much you can do to stop him. They are slow to get on top of Sniper until a few items in. We already mentioned the Morphling doesn't want to participate too early. Brewmaster doesn't tend to rush Blink anymore, so it's all on Storm Spirit to be able to get that gap close. Oh my. That's not the place to be.
Nope, Tofu's dead. There's a body block and assisting. First blood going the way of Fata. On
Cheap little rebound.
Snapfire.
Yeah, he'll use that well. This is the type of hero that's nice to pad him up on stats a little early on. And it looks like they are going to pair the Marcy with the Sniper. Like this choice, actually. Marcy is a killer-type support. She wants to be on a lane that can convert. And Enigma's not really a hero that wants to do anything but dominate CS, right? Deny, hit creeps. Anything else just feels like you're not playing to what you want to do.
Immediately, Mamasesh is rebounding into the back lines, going after that Rubik, but you are.
Yeah, but
he's feeling some pain.
That's the problem, right? Like, if you rebound to the back line, Sniper's like, no, wait, you were meant to be my front line.
Yeah. Protect me.
Please. That looks like I'm carrying me far. I move at 285 movement speed. God.
Battle of the Spirits in the middle lane. Storm versus Ember. Fun to watch.
There's been arguments over the years about like who's more favored in this matchup. I think it's a skill-based matchup. It can really go either way on the lane. Beyond that, you know, rotations can be done by both spirits. I do think Ember Spirit is more free to rotate ahead of Storm, as he's less mana restricted, and of course he always has the one-up of being able to refill his bottle himself with a Remnant TP.
In our top lane, we got the Enigma and the Snapfire going up against the Undying and the Morphling. Morphling setting up to have some pretty good farm. Of course, for Leslau's got to be careful not to give those Eidolon kills. And oh my god, this is going to be a dive right here with a Tombstone. Okay.
Whoa. Boys, let's calm down. The lane isn't usually meant to be here.
Yeah.
Man, it's the
pressure,
XP
maybe.
denial. Yeah, so they done it because Leslau wasn't 2 yet, so they couldn't be punished because there wouldn't be a Malefice. But when you do that, look what happens. I mean, this is the other reason why you want the snap up here. It just allows you to always farm Tombstone. Bot though, Tofu, oh, they'll get him. Yawar even ends up getting the kill in the end. Nice brawling coming out from the side of Sonics.
Yeah, Shrapnel, plenty of damage to secure it. And Ace doing what he could in the process to save his teammate, but not to be. So some farm opening up for the Sniper. As far as not having to feel as much pressure anymore. He's 8-3 against a 10-1 Brewmaster.
There's a big difference between Sniper mid and Sniper safe lane that you see here is that you go for Shrapnel. A lot of the mid snipers don't bother. They just level, take aim and headshot, and they just harass their opponent out one-on-one. But in 2-on-2 engagements, this becomes more impactful, especially if MSS chooses to go towards something like an Uv. At that stage, Tofu is just free food on this lane perma.
Stack going to be successful? No, because there's a block. Watching the bottom lane there, doing for the pull. So, of course, that sentry in there. Not going to stack it. That will be information, though, for MSS. That has to take care of that. Meanwhile, back to the bottom lane. The Dispose back in. Tofu having to run through that Shrapnel. Because of the Disposed placement, I mean, he's going to survive. But, yeah, having to use a lot of damage. That's up regen, though.
Yeah, but he's got no Fade Bolt for 5 seconds, so like, you know, you have to just show respect. Whenever Fade Bolt's off cooldown and it's not on this Marcy, you just need to back away. She does so much damage. I mean, this support Marcy, she's only got Fairy Fire. She's only level 3, but she does 67 damage.
Mid lane matchup, Ember Spirit slightly favored so far. The lane is pushing up though, so pretty even. Game goes back to as you'd expect. Both these players, great players. Quinn versus Boom.
Yeah. But Quinn, he kind of thrives on this idea of just being stuck in his own vacuum sealed environment against a mid one-on-one. Nice rotation coming out. Boom has to turn around and run. Unfortunately, Fardup, because he leveled the little shredder to get rid of the tombstone, they don't have the cookie to set up a kill here, but they will get the rune control.
Yeah, if you see how close he is to level 3, maybe if he's level 3 and rotates over, then different story. But as you mentioned, the rune control was the key. And it gets the water rune on the way back to the top lane.
Yeah, it's just one of those annoying situations where if you don't have little shredder, you aren't killing tombstone, so you need it. Ideally, in these type of games, the Snapfire usually will probably want the cookie and the Scout Blast by 2, even though it's very mana intensive, but just one of those situations.
Yeah. Well, Ace once again is setting up to have a very good farm, and it's showing 23 and 7.
Oh, Boom's gone.
With the best of them. Boom is dead mid lane. Quinn gets the kill.
So on point there. He waited for the initial magical damage to come through and then used the flame guard so he could just dive. It's just, this is the power of getting an XP advantage, just ever a slight one or a resource advantage in terms of the runes. Now he will get the XP advantage. He'll be able to get 6 first, and this is what I was talking about. You just Remnant, you TP back to base, and now Storm Spirit doesn't have the argument that he's got full health and you haven't.
Down bottom, Tofu, he's going to be fine. Another shrapnel even coming out, but Ace is the presence where he saw Sniper right there. He did not want to leave his tower because Ace was just running at the Sniper, and so he can't really get in range of getting some headshot procs up on Tofu. This is for an eventual kill. Back to the middle lane, though. Storm Spirit again in trouble. He's not level 6 yet, so not able to zip zoom away, and Tofu TP not nearly in time. So back-to-back deaths on the Storm Spirit. That stings. TP's on cooldown.
Yeah, really good play there by Quinn. At the last moment, he didn't walk into the Remnant, so he kept the Flame Guard going. If that pops, maybe you don't have enough damage, or there's at least a turnaround opportunity for Tofu to strike. Just small details like this by Quinn. Guy's so on point, man. Like I told you, if you give him an even matchup, one that's like skill-based, he'll usually come out ahead. It's one of the big signature elements of Sonic's playstyle. And he'll even get more kills now. And this has turned into a little bit of a chain feed. I'm worried they're giving way too much over to this Ember.
Yeah, that seemed, I mean, unfortunate certainly for the Undying, understandable coming in for some more control around the mid lane, but yeah, just kind of walks on up. It's like, all right, I'm going to kill you Undying. Accept it, please. Thank you. And back to the mid lane to continues farm. So yeah, 3-0-0 start. 2 of them on the start screen. That is the big key, certainly. Bottom lane for diving.
Yeah, it's just funny watching how this combo can just dive a tower and maybe make a brew kill happen. Like you rebound in, you dispose him back, and then he has to deal with a level 3 shrapnel to walk off. Not a fun lane for this Brewmaster. And this is more appropriate for Sonics. I think Ace was a big, impactful part of why Sonics were crushed in that game 1. This time around, Brew's the one who's suffering.
I mean, well, he's had some good farm early on, but I think, yeah, as you mentioned there with the level 3 shrapnel now in play, it's becoming certainly much more difficult to get that efficient farm. But the net worth, you know, he is slightly behind the Sniper. Should start maybe building a bit more of a gap. Ideally, if you're Sonics, the scan, by the way, on this bounty rune up here.
Oh, you are. They found him. It's okay, though. You've got a Marcy to save the day. Just needs to drag him away and then turn around and kill him. What a fun hero. Sidekick saves the day from the best sidekick in Dota 2.
Yeah, now that really is going to increase the gap now. So just talking about how he's at least keeping it close and not doing too shabby. But no, now with the death, now Sniper will start pulling ahead quite a bit against that Brew.
The reason he wasn't dying before is because Tofu was, but Tofu dies so quickly now if he shows up in this lane that it's all on Brew. And you see the only thing Tofu can do is make stacks. It's really unfortunate. It does at least get Storm back in this game. These stacks will be intended for Boom to clear. At least the normal ones will. Probably Ancients for the Morphling eventually. But I do believe Quinn senses this is going on. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get some vision in that area and spot out some easy support kills.
Yeah, look at Leslie on the top lane, by the way. He's even going to use the Idol on the Scout. He knew something was up, and I'm guessing this ward right here is what spotted that Storm Spirit coming over. Morphling was full agility. As bottom, Ace is fine.
Less than 50 HP, though. One tap from going down. The rotation almost pays off, but still will anyway. They'll just push into this tower, and it's interesting to think that usually when we see these type of unexpected carries like the Sniper, they can be the ones to take out the off-lane tower before any other tower falls. That just doesn't really happen often.
Hunting bounties.
But yeah, Morphling was trying to bait out the attempt from Leslie on Enigma to go for the kill, thus the Storm Spirit could come in and get the kill on him, but Leslie sniffed it out, so good job by him staying alive there. But speaking of staying alive mid lane, Quinn.
Try lanes.
Radiant
Looks like it's party time. As the DD on Quinn, though, they need to be careful about how they trigger this. MSS is going to be saved by the cookie for the moment. Nice drive back into a double stun, though. Quinn is going to pursue this, but Morphling has arrived. Both supports and Sonics will be cleaned up. Ember does still get out. And they did force Dyrachyo to come down here, so this is the moment where Leslau needs to get as much push getting done on the top lane as possible.
Yeah, you see him already. The Eidolon's attacking and just trying to spam down this creep wave, heading down to the tower, but no, he's not going to get the most time because they're already rotating over. It's going to be a smoke play.
Dire's top tower.
I mean, that's respectable as well, because they left Dyrachyo mid, so it's maybe not expected for him. Leslau, the black hole, onto 2. Insta disruption coming out, though. Can't get good value out of it. And they are going to be very happy with that. No threat from Leslau now for a very long time.
Mid lane? Dyrachyo should be fine. Slight, no.
He was holding waveform the entire time, so he shouldn't die there. Like, the only way he dies is if he sneezes and accidentally presses attribute shift to agility.
Yeah, that black hole, though, going back to it, I mean, again, it's one of those, I don't know if he just didn't see the Rubik, but it was also just a very in the moment. He had a TP coming in from the Marcy. That was the only way not only he lives, but maybe he gets a turn kill. Obviously not to be, though. The Rubik just immediately stops it, and in the moment, gets killed. So black hole going to be on cooldown for 160 seconds. Quinn doing the slight right there, but they're keeping around this mid lane on both sides. Dyrachyo, though, he's just hugging the tower.
Yeah, it's important for Game Gladiators that they don't just bow to this pressure and let the tower start falling. Like, they have a much better late timing because of the Morphling. The sniper is relying on Quinn to make space happen, to get objectives, so that he can come in really strong around the 20-minute mark.
The stack will certainly help that, as Quinn's going to ask for a second. Pause coming out here, but yeah, the stack being farmed by Sniper, and you look at his farm right now, he's a little bit behind that Morphling and his teammate in the Ember Spirit, but this, of course, going to enhance it, and he's building into that Mask of Madness. Dragonlance, it looks like, the Maelstrom.
Yeah, the Mask of Madness is on its way, so he's got the other component, and yeah, we straighten Dragonlance, just extra range, just lets you take these objectives, because the key thing here is, outside the Eidolons, they don't have any push. Like, Enigma's going to try to help with that, but the Ember can't contribute. Ember is a killer hero. He doesn't do anything when it comes to attacking towers, so that is going to be the responsibility of Yawar as the game goes on.
Bata just chilling here at the bottom lane. He's going to walk up by Ace immediately. Goes for him as soon as he pokes out.
The tree. Good luck with getting out of that one, buddy. I think he was hoping he could at least get the XP for 6 first, but it's not going to happen. Doesn't he get a tombstone?
Nope. Yeah, you can tell, again, he was hiding in the trees, and he's like, all right, well, I'm just going to make my chance, or take my chance. He tries to beeline into the tower, and Ace says, nope, cuts him off. And obviously, we see the end result. So well played there by Game Gladiators, and they're also going to get the tier 1. There is going to be no resistance really put up by Sonics. Not much they can do about it.
No, they get the top tower, right? So it's just going to be exchange out. They do get it first, so they're able to shift back to the lanes a bit faster than Game Gladiators, but they're not really able to do anything with that shift. Quinn's just kind of parked on the mid lane at the moment, because if they don't sit someone here who can survive against the Morphling, then Morph will seize down the tier 1 mid. That's the worst case situation for Sonics.
That's Morphling Falcon Blade. The Manta Style will be his item choice in terms of what he's going for. Maelstrom going for Quinn. You know, the Ember Spirit in the jungle.
Go back away. Black Hole's not off cooldown, but best not to take chances when you encounter a Marcy in your jungle. Something seems to be afoot at that stage. So, thinking about progress here between the two offlaners, I do believe, yeah, the edge is very clearly with Brewmaster. Look at that difference in farm. Leslau is dirt poor this game.
Yeah, it's been difficult for him up there. He has not been able to have any really comfortability as far as farming out this top lane. We talked about it in the laning phase initially, and it hasn't got much better. I think the Storm Spear presence also has constantly been scaring him. He's currently doesn't really have vision to work with. Kisses. Oh, he's trying to get Ace.
They can still get him. They're going to force the split out of him. Quinn, he didn't commit the Spirit straight away. So Ace gets out, doesn't even use the Primal Split. Oh, now Quinn needs to cut and run. They are.
Yeah.
They got the kisses.
Yep.
And they'll even get the kill onto the Snapfire.
That's big that he didn't use something after with the Rubik coming down.
I think he was waiting maybe for Cookie to come off cooldown. I feel like it should have been off cooldown though. Maybe just didn't expect that fast of a vicious rotation. It's unfortunate as well because Sonics did have vision in their own jungle. You can see the ward they had. But yeah, no spells used, so Tofu gets a big one for an upcoming team fight. And why this is really scary now, Breaky, is if you go in a black hole, Tofu alone could just murder you from far.
He is going to be sitting back. Brewmaster also, he's ready with their Primal Split. Mentioned they didn't force that earlier. Storm Spirit push out the mid lane with his Morphling, but clearly Gaming Gladiators are looking for initiation. They find it onto the Snapfire. There's those Mortimer kisses from Rubik. It's going to hit a couple. Include the lift onto Enigma from Ace. Going to bring him down to the second. Do they have the burst? Does he go for any kind of crazy black hole? No, there's no chance. So he just accepts death right there.
I mean, they kind of looked like they wanted him to black hole, right? The way they were converging, like, please, press the button. You can't do anything. We want it on cooldown again. But yeah, he chooses not to be baited in by that. Well, bonus kill coming on the side. MSS will also be found. Quinn, just not enough poke. Even Sniper showing up to try and assist now with the Assassinate. Drag Control comes in under Quinn, though. We'll be able to back away to the Remnant with the haste run, and someone else is going to be running quickly. Yawar squeals like a pig and makes for the hills.
Yeah, he was, as a sniper is, you know, kind of just way in the back there, just poking in ever so slightly. I mean, I am a little surprised Quinn was so confident there, but for good reason, as we see in the end, as far as still sticking around and trying to bait in Gaming Gladiators a little too far, perhaps. But GG, they're playing disciplined, and they now have that 3,000 net worth lead. This Morphling has just continued to be on the top farm, and you also go back to that Brewmaster Ace. There's a reason he was the MVP last game. He is once again doing what he did similar to last game. He's going to build that Wraith Pact, and wouldn't be surprised to see the Midas coming out next. And we know what kind of impact they had last time.
We found out. They had scanned that as well, so it looked like they were getting out clean, but not the case. And well, Sonics, now they can take this tower. This is a very important objective that's going to open the map up for them. At that point, wouldn't be surprised if Sonics try to get some deep wards in place.
Ember still doesn't have the Maelstrom, but yeah, the Mythril Hammer is almost there. They're moving in the jungle, though. Find Ace. Doesn't have Primal Split.
For 20 seconds, they need to be fast about it. Such an annoying hero, he can slow you down in the attempt as well. And we'll room up. Cookie spam, nice, under control, but maybe not good enough. Ace, 13 seconds to the Primal Split. They will get rid of the Panda in the end. They won't get out clean. MSS chased on by the zombies. Should be an easy finish as the Marcy is going to die, and they'll find the bonus skill in the fodder as well.
Yeah, but with how long Ace survived, it was getting close to actually being Quinn in trouble, too. He was able to Remnant out just in time as the initiation was kicking in, specifically from that Storm Spirit. But yeah, able to kill Ace and then get out. That was the key, at least for Sonics, but certainly taking that, because that gank took forever, they will lose both of their supports, as we saw. And speaking of losing heroes, Enigma, he's just dead. Here's Storm Spirit now. He's got a Kaya, he's got that Soul Ring. A freebie kill for him.
Yeah, I mean, we're 15 minutes into the game, and I don't feel like I've seen Quinn use a single aggressive Remnant. And that's not his fault. That's just where he's at now. Like, if he tries to go in, if he doesn't have that save, he's also going to feed over. Right now, Quinn's really the only thing holding on for Sonics. Like, you can talk about Yawar having slightly higher net worth, but it's going to be a long time until he's ready. You can see what he's going towards now. It's going to be maybe the Maelstrom, but maybe the BKB. He keeps going back and forth between the two. I'm of the opinion that neither is necessarily going to save you at this rate. Like, if you go BKB, you don't have enough damage. If you go Maelstrom, you don't have protection against Game Gladiators. Realistically, you need both of the items, but maybe you won't have the time to get them at this rate.
I'm not gonna lie, I got just keeping updates here. As far as don't want to say anything yet.
Oh, you look at the other game.
Keeping updates, and if something does actually happen, maybe it's worth bringing up. We'll see.
It's so important.
This one for now. It is.
Yeah. The result of Boom Esports versus EG is really gonna set the importance of this game. Small update, people. Boom are leading in that game right now.
That's I didn't want to say it, but yeah, they are leading.
It's not a huge lead. It's not an overwhelming lead. As we're gonna see another little cheap pick here. There's a different type of Boom. Gets a kill on NA.
Yeah, Marcy dead again. That's 4 deaths on her, not going the way that they hoped with that first pick, Marcy. Again, certainly first pick is not going to debate that, but he's usually one that can survive, fight strong. Hasn't really been the case, though, this time around. Ember Spirit, though, again, it's a better game for Quinn, where last time around the Leshrac, he got pretty far behind in farm and just was simply trying to recover for a lot of it. Never really felt his presence. We have felt his presence this time around. He is 4-0-1. He's got the Maelstrom now. But it still seems like, as you're kind of saying, you know, needing to maybe be a bit more aggressive, ideally, to really feel that impact out of him.
It's that awkward feeling where you look at the POS 1-2, like, nice, 2-0-1, 4-0-1, damn, they must be doing. And then you look at the score, and you see that there's been more kills for Gaming Gladiators, and also a huge and healthy net worth lead. It's just, it's not cutting, because this clean game for the Ember and Sniper is coming at the expense of 3 other heroes in your lineup. And if you look at the way the Gaming Gladiators are coordinating with their timings on both Boom and Dyrachyo, they're going to look to start taking very aggressive fights around Roche and the remaining towers in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
And yeah, really the Storm Spirit's going to be the biggest key here. I feel like Boom is just the Cayenne Sage finish. He's going to BKB. Once he gets the BKB especially, this Storm Spirit is going to be basically unstoppable outside of a big black hole from Leslau. But we already know how difficult that's proving to be, especially when you have a Rubik on the other side that's just sitting there and waiting for you to do your initiation. And again, he doesn't have his tool either. He's got his Wraith Pact, which is great, but he's now going to work on the BKB, maybe a Blink later, but it's going to be a bit longer for those items to come online.
Especially considering what I just said about him not getting to have a game. He's not getting priority at all. He has to go to risky areas. So, you know, you look at this BKB, you usually feel like an Enigma can get it at a decent pace. Dreamborn, folks, you're going to be waiting a long time before Leslau has that gold.
That net worth lead just continues to get bigger and bigger for Gaming Gladiators. It really does. You know, seeing how they're kind of sitting back on Sonics and Sniper, especially farming the jungle. I figured to keep it close, if anything, but the Morphling and the Storm Spirit doing that much better, and they are hunting now. Yeah, Storm Spirit specifically. As soon as he sees somebody, that Ball Lightning is going to come out.
And they just pinged that Snapfire's bot. That's not a high priority kill for them. What they've just pinged that for is they say, okay, Snap is not bodyguarding elsewhere. So we should be able to find a kill into an objective. And MSS, he snitches. He actually broke the smoke unintentionally there, so they won't be able to connect.
Well, top lane, Tofu's still chilling in the trees. If Quinn's not careful, okay, he is going to run it away. And yeah, they were going up here, so yeah, if it wasn't for them breaking that smoke, maybe a play on Ember Spirit. But instead, they'll settle for a Roshan attempt as the Tombstone goes down. And if you're Sonics, if they knew this was happening right now, maybe they could start heading over here and fighting this, but they don't. And so it's going to be a pretty easy one.
I mean, it's getting really scary now, Breaky. There's a very big problem here. You know, you mentioned what's happening in other games. The worst possible results are starting to appear for Sonics. We could end up with a tiebreaker situation if Sonics don't find a way of turning this around. And although it's only a 6k net worth lead, it's a 6k net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators at a point where Sonic's draft should be strongest, where they should be ahead.
Well, that's why I started to, you know, get some insight on the other man. Because if it wasn't for this one, you know, Sonics was ahead. It's like, because they control their own destiny. Keep stressing that.
Yep.
And that's what all you can ask for going to the final day. But the way this game is looking, it becomes a little more important now to pay attention.
Exactly.
There,
I mean, I should emphasize that I'm not just talking about the SEA boom. I'm talking about what's happening in the LGD.
Oh, I'm not even watching that one, but okay.
yeah, I'm going multi-mon at my friend. Bet Boom are leading even more. Like, they're leading by 10k. No. So, Bet Boom, even if they just win their series, that still forces a tiebreak for Sonics. Sonics desperately need to get the win in this game.
That three-way tiebreaker is actually possible. How about that? All right, but okay. Focusing on this one though, Sniper. Again, he hasn't been the most active. When is that activity gonna kick in? You figure as far as like the timing here for Sonics. I mean, maybe now because you got a TP coming in from Leslau. They want to defend this tier 2.
What do you do with this Enigma? Right, like. No BKB yet, hasn't got a Blink Dagger. It almost feels like Gaming Gladiators have to walk into a black hole.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, they're going in. Morphling, they find the sniper. They don't get the initial jump. The great cookie save initially. And he's able to BKB and stay alive. MSS, he'll die. Tombstone's put down. Ember Spirit, you gotta respect it. Remnant's away. So
And
the
you
sniper
see-
jump unsuccessful, but still.
You see the power of the Rubik. That was a perfect opportunity for a black hole for Leslau, but he can't because he sees Tofu and he knows what will happen. He can't allow that steal to occur. This is the crippling element of this hero against Magnus, against Enigma. Rubik is a great answer for this very reason. It's making it so difficult for Leslau to even think about being part of this game.
Yeah. Yeah, that Ag's on Morphling as well. He morphed into the sniper, so he's benefiting there too in terms of the attack speed. Was morphed into him, so yeah, that's something else that certainly going to keep in mind. And you saw him even damaging the tower there for a bit. That's the sniper himself. Oh, there's a black hole! Stormspear though in the backline, so they kill Brewmaster. He has a buyback though, keep that in mind. Yeah, Mortifer's Kisses actually takes out Rubik as well, so the stolen black hole, it ain't going to matter. Stormspear's out.
As well. Yeah, good turnaround, really good fight for Sonic's, exactly what they needed, and good clutch there by Fardup, because if that black hole went on for a while, I can guarantee that Storm Spirit and Morphling were going to be on their way to that fight. Sonic's finally getting some much needed kills, and with it, an opportunity to move out, de-ward the map, and get some vision in favor of themselves.
It's a sigh of relief if you're Sonics, because that was a very tense moment right there, and a point where things could have certainly gone much different, and we could have been seeing this one getting completely out of hand. So, Sonics, good job holding. Yeah, they find the black hole. That's certainly the credit of Leslau as far as being able to get a good one off, and what's proven to be a difficult game for him to do so. And they kind of keep that net worth at bay, I suppose. But the Storm Spirit, Aegis still has him in at 30. He could definitely still reset here with the team. In fact, everyone's still up. They still have the Primal Split. Tombstone is ready to go. They're ready to fight again.
Morphling forces the BKB out of Quinn, and he moves towards the Storm Spirit. And it's Pink just came on Celery. Quinn needs to be careful, because Boom could finish him off. Boom goes for a different target, though. Goes on the MSS instead. So we'll be able to take out the Marcy. Interesting choice, actually. He may have been able to get rid of Quinn. I don't know if it was communicated the Remnant had already been thrown out, because Quinn was quite low.
It didn't have the vision behind Quinn, though, where he did have a free kill, it felt like, on a Marcy. So, yeah, I think... And Quinn was a bit further away, right? So that's more mana use.
Well, it was the fact that, like, Celery had revealed it. I thought they were going to, like, dangle him towards, but I guess in their mind, like, Marcy's A, an easier kill, and B, what could Marcy do to ruin our attempt on Ember? We've seen it time and time again with that hero.
But 30 seconds on this Aegis, and again, Storm Spirit, arguably the best Aegis carrier in the game. And well, he's going to find an Arcane Rune, because why not? That's his best rune. Does he just pop this and go ham? I mean, that would be something, but no, it's not going to
I mean, he's got to catch up. You see those hero damage comparisons? Quinn had almost double the hero damage in that breakdown. You know, similar net worth, similar CS, but you can see that Quinn, I mean, he is breaking a sweat. He has to be everywhere and anywhere, doing everything. Able to drag himself away for the time being. There's going to be a jump in from the Storm Spirit. A lot of damage here. Quinn able to back away for the moment, but Boom commits the BKB as the Aegis runs out, so he gets the full regen, and he gets the kill on his Spirit compadre.
Yeah, that was the case exactly. The reclaim of the Aegis actually benefited him there with that regen of the mana and the life, and he is going to go in again and secure the kill to Snapfire. And now they're going for tier 3. Ember Spirit, 35 seconds, he's dead for. Enigma also dead for another 30 seconds. His black hole will be back up. Fortification stalling this, but Morphling has that strength. He's just going to beat down this tower. The Wraith Pack totem put down, and this is definitely set of racks. I mean, Sniper, yes, one of the kings at counter pushing and holding his base, but right now he doesn't have a lot of farm necessarily, and he can only do so much by himself.
My good God, just imagine how Sonics are feeling right now. Already the pressure, they probably got the news that EG had lost game 1. They don't even know about what's happening in game 2 between BetBoom and LGD, and they'll probably count their lucky stripes they don't. Imagine the pressure on these players right now. The fact that a lot of them have been together for many years, many iterations, and they've been to so many TIs and always seem to be deprived. And now here on the edge of the abyss, sure, it won't equal an insta kick out of TI-11, but they would be forced to play tiebreakers for elimination on the line.
Yeah, that would be something, but hey, there's still game left, so keep focused on this one if you're Sonics. I'm sure they are. It is looking it's looking gloom. You know, the mid-set of Rax being dead, the sniper, just to be blunt, we have not seen the sniper presence really. Yawar has not had the opportunity to shine in this game, and does definitely a lot of it goes back to the final pick Storm Spirit. Boom's having the great game that they hoped for on the side of GG, and the Storm Spirit presence is always going to be a factor this game, no matter how lit it goes against the sniper. But then on top of that, the Morphling, he's going to have an Eye of Scotty now, already with that Ags in the Manta style, as he's just purchasing that, and he just seems almost unkillable already.
Yeah, he's being sniped at the timing because Yawar was going for the exact same eyeing. Makes a lot of sense up against the Morphling, and usually it'd be decent against these type of heroes, but the Morph can just turn into you, match you blow for blow long range. In that situation, Morphling will win the fight. So Yawar still trailing. He needs to get more from other elements of his team. A lot of pressure still on Leslau to deliver with these black holes. He does have BKB finally complete. Blink Dagger is but a pipe dream right now. They need to fight.
You just walk up in black holes?
They
yeah,
do.
he's gonna go for it. They're due. Morphling is dead, just like that. I was saying. It seemed like that was going to be an opportunity, and they were right. Mortimer's Kisses, Tofu in the backlands, Ember Spirit chasing.
Black hole.
But the counter black hole, never mind. It's going to be stopped. Oh, no, it actually is going to be used, but
goes full.
Quinn
He
goes down. Yeah, it just locks him down. So the stolen black hole comes into play for the Rubik. And now Leslau, he's being run down as well. Glimmer Cape saving it for the time being. But the Rubik factor, the key for GG in this one.
Stings, the patience as well. Tofu was waiting for that. They peel back in the tree line and they forced this frustration. Quinn had to commit hard. He goes in deep, doesn't even black hole, doesn't even BKB rather. Not that it would make any difference against the black hole. Just great patience out of Tofu until reinforcements are in place. And now you see the issue that Sonic's face. It's no longer just the Morphling show. It's the Storm Spirit extravaganza.
What is he, level 20 as well? Another arcane rune for him.
He's got
Electric
Ags as
Vortex
well.
talent. And he's got the Ags, so his own black hole of sorts coming into play.
It's about to get nasty. You can see it in the replay, like they commit everything. It's so quick, but the key detail that matters, you just see it. They chase right away after Tofu, but the lift, Tofu's so on point, and the kisses were disrupted, so they just didn't have enough left in the chamber to finish off Tofu before this.
Yeah, committing for that, but Tofu, the positioning, of course, clutch right there. The Aetherland's helping naturally, and that's why he has that item to just be able to sit back and steal that black hole. As great as that was by Sonics with the initiation, I mean, again, just the confidence there to just run in and open with the black hole, it made sense. They killed a Morphling, so you certainly can't fault Leslau for that, but that's a Rubik factor, and Leslau, he's in trouble again. Yeah, Enigma trying to save with the rebound, that's not going to work. He's out for 45 seconds. Boom, still zip-zapping around, gets another kill. Onto the Marcy. Quinn standing his ground, Remnant Alto. Meanwhile, he runs right into Ace, who kills the Courier in the process. Yawar just sitting back. He's got a couple of auto attacks in, but he just needs to keep running. In fact, he's going to BKB TP out, and he'll be successful, but his whole team dead around him.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is your POS1 sniper. He just can't do anything in these fights. They're just too fast. It's the mobility that Gaming Gladiators are built into. Pretty much every hero is able to get on top of him, which is why Sniper is always so shy to even arrive anywhere near a battle. But the lack of hesitation from Gaming Gladiators is what's so phenomenal here. They feel the momentum behind them, and they are not going to let up. Instead, they're going to start diving into the base, even onto the tier 4s probably, because why not? Black Hole is coming off cooldown soon, but with Enigma dead and no Blink Dagger to initiate with, you can't do anything but watch your throne die.
This is the worst feeling ever for Sonics, but it is a reality, unfortunately, for them. It looks like Gaming Gladiators is just going to take game number 2 and secure this 2-0, unless some way, somehow, Leslau can get in here. But no, it's just GG. It's officially called. So, Gaming Gladiators, the spoilers of sorts against Sonics, and now Sonics, their fate lies in these other results.
And the fates are gonna likely lie in tiebreakers at this rate. BetBoom at this time of recording are leading LGD 23,000 net worth. They were coming close to ending the game already. Upside possibly is the fact that EG is at least evening up and starting to pull back against Boom. But man, Breaky, what a heartbreaking situation. Headsets have to be coming off for Sonics, and they have to be walking towards the manager and getting the news of what's happening in the other series. Likely that we're gonna see them playing tiebreakers. And if there's any sort of relentless bite back like we're seeing out of BetBoom and Boom on the final day, we could see Sonics ending up eliminated here unexpectedly at the end of the group stage.
Yeah, and hey, it goes back to the point that you need the idea that you control your own destiny from the very beginning of these group stages, and Sonics just simply hasn't been able to do enough. to do so, and again, leaving up to fate to see what other teams do. And as you're pointing out, it sounds like at the very least one tiebreaker is possible from that Bet Boom series. But again, how about Gaming Gladiators, especially in a game where, like we talked about, this frankly did not matter. They knew that going into this as well. Their positioning was not going to change no matter what happened in this specific game number 2. Yet they still played very well. They drafted strong, and the Storm Spirit I keep going back to, Boom. This Boom, the player, not the teams that we've been talking about here for Gaming Gladiators, wouldn't be surprised if he even receives the MVP, because, you know, he did what he needed to. Quinn won the mid lane as far as CS goes slightly, but coming out of the laning phase, Storm Spirit was able to have the game that he hoped for.
Yeah, no blows held back whatsoever. And I think the really big difference here, and why Boom gets that MVP, is how they switch scripts from it being the Morphling show to, as I said, it being the Storm Spirit extravaganza. I mean, he came back into this late game as the powerhouse, the biggest threat of all. Just great farm utilization back and forth between two cores on the side of Gaming Gladiators, and all that definitely enabled by Ace's presence throughout the game, always hunting, always looking for kills in a game that may seem difficult to do if you don't have your other cores assisting. You know, you've only got a Rubik and an Undying. You don't have great stun initiation, but one big issue for Sonics is they have this immobile, inflexible nature to the draft as well. Outside of Quinn, who is breaking his back trying to be everywhere and do everything from split pushing to making kills happen to saving heroes, you've got all these static comp elements. Sure, the supports have some mobility with the Snapfire cookies and this Marcy's toolkit, but you've got this Enigma who's not going to be rushing a Blink Dagger. You've got this Sniper who's just a small walking fortress. It means that you don't have the ability to go around the map and make plays. Instead, you're too busy running left or right, putting out fires. And I want to give so much credit to the Gaming Gladiators and the way that they found the presence and the ability to be the tempo aggressor, not just in this game, but also in the last one where it looked like it should have been a lot more hard.
Yeah, no, this is, again, very good performance by them for Gaming Gladiators. Like I said, as far as what kind of run they can make now in the playoffs, we'll obviously have to find out, but a team that certainly has the ability to pick up some victories and go some distance. But again, it's just, what else more is there to say on the side of Sonics? A disappointment, certainly. Now, I guess the one positive out of that is that they have a chance. You know, they have a chance, and they're going to likely have to play for that chance, which in a lot of ways feels right. They have to earn it, and it's going to be through a tiebreaker once we figure out the finalization of that Bet Boom versus LGD series, as well as the EG versus Boom. And yeah, you see on your screen right here, that's what we're talking about.
Which, yeah, it's going on right now, and man, here's a spooky turnaround. Like that 23k net worth lead I said BetBoom had, 2 minutes ago, just went down to 7k, so LGD are peeling it back. Sonics might end up being saved by the Chinese overlords here, especially considering that Boom EG game looks like EG are still coming back to play for a win. So maybe, if you're an NA fan, huff the copium all you can. Make sure you've got multiple windows open and catching all the action. This is the most important day of the group stage where so much is still being decided and still so much to be decided. But what's going to happen now, you're going to get an opportunity to focus on 1 or 2 streams because we're going to head to a short break, but the action isn't done here yet. No. Because when we return, there's one more series guaranteed to be played out on the E stream between Thunder and Beast Coast. It's going to be a South American showdown, but when we come back, you're going to notice there is going to be another American, but one of us is going to have a very Swedish sounding accent. See you soon.
to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. The TI-11 group stage is about to wrap up as we begin our final round of games here on the day. Thank you guys for joining us over here on the eStream. PyLiDi and myself, Seeking Striker, to be bringing you the coverage for our final scheduled match. Scheduled match, of course, because Pi, we have potentially lots of tiebreakers afoot.
Yeah, I do believe for this group, Group B, right? I think we have potential for upper bracket tiebreakers. The lower side, I'm not quite sure what's going on. I think, yeah, we'll get to that if it matters. But right now, what I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe if Thunder Awakens get one game here, they're guaranteed through. But if Beast goes 2-0 them, and I think it would be, Team Spirit 2-0s Aster, then we have the potential for either like a 2-team tiebreaker or a 3-team tiebreaker if Fnatic also 2-0 their opponent.
Yeah, it's looking that way right about now as well on that group table. But of course, like you said, this match, it's Thunder Awaken versus Beast Coast, the two SA teams that qualified on points here for this year's International. I guess this year's The International. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because I think last year, well, of course, by this point, I think everyone knows that this is this is not the Thunder Predator from last year, the one that went 0-14, 0-16 in groups. This is a completely different one. They went as no ping. They didn't qualify last year to TI, so that for these guys, I think it's for the most part their first TIs. Beast Coast, they've been here before, and they didn't do so hot last year either, unfortunately. I was when I saw that this was the final match of the group, I was a little bit scared that it would be, you know, these two teams fighting it out to get out of the lower bracket spots. That's actually not the case here. They're both fighting actually for upper bracket here. Neither of them can get dragged down into tiebreaker territory for elimination. But the story in SA has changed since last year, whereas Beast Coast have predominantly been, you know, the kings of SA. This year, the title has changed hands. It's definitely Thunder Awaken. They've you know, placed first in, I think, all 3 tours. Thunder Awaken for the first 2 tours didn't drop a single match. Beast Coast did win, however, the makeup major that we had for that first tour. But since then, it's been all Thunder.
Okay. Yeah, so they won 2 out of 3, you're saying?
No, they won all 3 leagues, but remember there was like the first major got canceled,
the playoff.
Yeah, so we had the regional playoffs, and Beast Coast did best them there, but in the league themselves, it was Thunder getting first place. Beast Coast did place a little bit better at the most recent major, but their most recent matchup was actually for the SA qualifiers for the ESL 1 Genting event, and that was won by Thunder quite easily in the grand finals. Thunder did very well at that event as well. So, yeah, I would say Thunder a bit of the favorites actually going into this matchup, to be honest.
No, it sounds that way. I mean, I just looking at TI form, Thunder Awaken have looked quite good in all their matches. They don't have a perfect score or anything, but they're +2 games right now. Beast Coast they were having a hard time early on, but I think they've been catching up now, so they've equaled out. I think they're at 8-8.
Yep.
So
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, 7-9 I think for Beast Coast right now.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
7-9. If 8-8, they'd be a little bit more of a crazier tiebreaker scenario. But there's not a universe where I think they have to play each other directly for tiebreakers. There's a universe where maybe if they draw, some funky things can happen along that ledge.
No, is it? Wait. So yes, isn't it if Beast goes 2-0, then they're at the same score, 9-9, right?
Oh, that'd be right.
Yeah. So then the problem here is like if Aster lose 2-0.
Aster and Spirit. Yeah.
No, yeah, so yeah. If Spirit beats Aster 2-0, then they would have a tiebreaker for the 4th spot, I believe.
That's right. And then they play another best of 3. You know, it's kind of funny because this is already looking past at the previous TPC season. it was a different team, but it was still 2 of the core members for this Thunder Awakened squad. They went by No Ping at the time, and they played Beast Coast for their very last match in regulation of the DPC League. But then they had to play a tiebreaker immediately after versus Beast Coast because they lost that match to see who would go to the Kiev Major. No Ping at the time did win. That was, I don't know if you remember, it was a big clip on Reddit where there was a Winter Wyvern that called GG like 15 minutes into the game when it was like a still pretty close game. Yeah, that was actually Pandamu, right? And he didn't actually touch the Wyvern for a while, but he's come back to it more recently. Not in this tournament, of course, but like at ESL 1 Malaysia when the hero was better. So these teams have a lot of history between them, for sure.
Okay. Oh, interesting. And we can see the draft here. I mean, obviously both teams having a lot of information now, like obviously from their DPC season and now TI. So we see most of the position 4 melee stun heroes banned out. We have Tiny, we have Nyx Assassin, Clockwork.
Yeah.
Even the Silencer getting a little boot there.
The Silence is a little bit new, I'd say, to this tournament, but you know, compared to the matchups of these 2 teams, you know, they know each other like the back of their own hands. You know, all those Clockwork, you know, those position 4 melees you're talking about, that is Gojira's bread and butter, right? Yeah. We did catch a Beast Coast game earlier, and he still retains that very similar play style. But Thunder Awakened, just to start talking about the draft a bit more, we do have the Maiden, Marcy, now Zeus for Thunder, and while Beast Coast do get their hands on Undyne and SF, so a couple S-tier heroes here do squeeze through the draft early on.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think Matthew plays very similar heroes to Gojira, right? Like in general, he plays these melee space making.
Yeah, I think that's fairly accurate. Gojira, I don't know if he plays so much Nyx Assassin, hence the Beast Coast ban on the Nyx, for example. But like Ember is in Matthew's wheelhouse, while it really isn't for Gojira's. And there's the Snapfire. I mean, honestly, it's probably the mid for Beast Coast, or at least they can flex it from mid to even off lane. Actually, Whisper will play this off lane. They can play this just about in every single position, except, of course, for Ector K1.
Yeah. I mean, I'll make a prediction for a pick here, though, for Thunder Awakens. Like, you can see the bans, right? Nyx is banned, Silencer's banned. And Shadow Fiend is picked. Like, I don't see a universe where they don't pick Dawnbreaker here, right? They have to pick Dawnbreaker. Like, every sign points to Dawnbreaker. So unless,
check out their strat, right? Dawnbreaker Zeus.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker Zeus, and the 2 most annoying counters are out. So, and their favorite hero to play it against is in. So I don't see how they do not pick it here.
I wonder if that's going to be on Beast Coast's mind. That's again slightly newer to Thunder for this tournament, especially. So eager to see if Beast Coast, obviously they've been paying attention. They think something else is going to be coming for Sacred, who has a pretty good depth of heroes to pull from.
Yeah. And I'm guessing that Gojira can also play the Snapfire, right? Maybe, yeah, I mean, everything else is banned out, so might not have a choice.
He'd prefer a melee hero. I mean, he generally does, but everything else is banned, as you say. Oh, then there it is, the Ear Spirit for him.
All right.
Yeah, that's his. Like I said, he prefers a melee hero. And you can see Panda not surprised whatsoever by the Ear Spirit continuing to spin in the chair. Just another day at the office here.
Yeah, I would be shocked if they don't pick Dawnbreaker here. Absolutely flabbergasted.
What a word. That's a 25-point word, I think, in Scrabble, isn't it?
Yeah, that's me. I'm only hitting the high scores.
Scrabble God. But no, I think that does make sense. I like the Dawnbreaker pick here. Marcy to deal with the Undyne as well in lane. I mean, that's 2 of some of the strongest laners, it feels like, right? That Marcy Dawnbreaker. So I think even Undyne will struggle there a touch.
Yeah, when they start hitting level 2, it can get awkward. I mean, let's see. Maybe they do pick something different. I'm just so... Because this is the team that I saw first, like, really abuse this hero in TI, so...
I'd like to, I don't know, we have Panda right now on cameras, right? If we can check Matthew, because he's the captain and drafter as far as what they're thinking. Usually they like to stand around him to see what's being discussed, because Thunder are thinking about this 18th pick here quite a bit. An offlaner would be a good pick here. You know the lane, it's likely Undyne SF.
Yeah. I mean, as you said, though, they could still run this C-Smile like Shadow Fiend too, right? So, but I don't know, the matchup versus Zeus is like, it's okay, I guess. You would farm fine.
That's true, right? And then the Snapfire could go offlane for Whisper very easily.
Yeah.
Beast Coast, they love trying to just play a bunch of different heroes, except for Ector, right? Which is why
wait, that's what I'm wondering, actually. How common is it for Ector to play Shadow Fiend? Doesn't seem...
I was actually trying to find that out as well, right? Because it doesn't seem to me like the most his hero, as instead Thunder decides to go for the Faceless Void.
All right. No, because I just get the feeling that they know that this is a Shadow Fiend mid somehow. And they want to see the carry before they pick their offlaner.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean,
Because they know Hector, right?
they do know Hector, and usually Hector, yeah. I mean, I know for a fact Hector is not. He's not practicing, for example, the Morphling, right, which is another one of these S tier carry heroes. Like he simply is not doing that.
Yeah. No, more like him would be to like play a Nage or something. Obviously, it's not that good. Crystal Maiden, Sustin, but okay. So they ban out the Dawnbreaker now. So no chance for Dawnbreaker. I think that's what they were thinking about there. Because if they knew, or like if they play, this was versus a team like EG for example, I think they would have insta locked Dawnbreaker because they would know for sure that it's safe lane. But now with Hector and his hero pool, it's not as likely.
No, you're absolutely right. They've played 4 matches of Shadow Fiend here, have Beast Coast, throughout their run at the group stage. And I am seeing Naga Sirens, a Wraith King, and a Slark in all 4 games. So it does look like it was likely that mid lane Shadow Fiend. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I played against it in pubs too, playing Shadow Fiend.
So that means that we're looking for a last pick Hector hero.
Yep.
Hence that Wraith King ban, a hero that he kind of made his name on.
Oh, for sure. You were mentioning Slark too. It seems like it's an okay pick. Zeus can be quite annoying, to be honest. But I mean, it's hard to get that perfect counter everything. Otherwise,
do you reckon they're thinking Primal for Thunder? Sorry, with these bans, a couple like casual stunners banned out. I don't know. They don't dying.
Yeah, how do you mean for
Thunder on their offlane? Sorry.
Oh. I think it's hard. They're just banning. They banned Dawnbreaker because they love that hero.
Yeah.
And
the Pango for.
Yeah, for. Let's see. What could that be if they were? It was a carry. No, I think they just banned Dawnbreaker. I mean, sorry, Pango, because I don't know. I actually don't know.
Okay.
It doesn't really make that much sense.
East Coast though, considering this last pick.
What hero was I thinking about?
It wasn't the Slark, was it still?
No, Slark is okay, but there was another one. Maybe I'll figure it out. Maybe when I pick, I'll say, yeah, no, this was not what I was thinking about. Doombringer. You remember Hector playing this?
I can't say I do. He's tried some different things in the past, like Huskar and Abba, but the SF for me would have been a bit more likely for him. If I have to take a stand and guess who Hector's gonna lock in, I have to say it's SF this game.
Okay. Because I feel like I've seen him play this a couple of years ago. He played a lot of Doom, but maybe you're right. Maybe I haven't seen a single Doombringer mid, so I would guess it's Hector playing. I'm pretty sure he used to play it a lot before the Doom.
Okay. We'll see what Thunder then are going to decide as they're running out of reserve time, and for them, it'll be the Venomancer. So maybe they do expect this Doom safe lane, right? Hence the Veno pick.
Yeah, I mean, even versus Shadow Fiend, it can be okay.
Okay, it is Hector SF. He's immediately locked.
Okay. I think it's... Yeah, I mean, it's a nasty lane, right? Marcy Venomancer was the first lane ever theory crafted when Marcy was dropped. Marcy Viper, Marcy Veno.
Yeah, these poisonous heroes.
You just toss them back and... I mean, you have to TP out, right? TP out or fight. You cannot run away.
I'm particularly excited to see this Doom offlane though for Whisper. I think who we've seen it on like KP, right? Going for that Acceptor build personally really excites me about that self Doom and potentially being able to maybe ruin a little bit of a Chronosphere or stop a time walk even through like a Linken's.
Yep. Looks like a very good Zeus game though. Like he can definitely pop off here, and yeah. The rest of the heroes, like this Void has not been as successful as he was before. Like the nerfs hit him quite hard, I think. And maybe the tempo is a bit faster here at TI, so it's not had as much success.
So not as confident with the pick.
Yeah. Let's see how that works out. Doom is usually quite strong in lane 2 versus him. Like that damage over time, and you can pick up a mana creep, mana burn creep, still quite annoying even after the nerf. So yeah,
for sure. Especially because he gives you, I think he still gives you the mana aura, right? That's the same one. Yeah. So Yeah, that could be very well annoying. See Smile, though, and Gojira against a mid lane Zeus. I think we're going to see a lot of action, lots of rotations for this mid lane out from Beast Coast to try and catch out Pakaz. Whether or not they can get it done and stop the Zeus from popping off, I think is going to be a big question mark here in the early game, and it's going to be a little bit of a tempo setter in the rematch here. El Clasico has been Thunder favored this year. Beast Coast have taken a couple games off them, don't get me wrong, but I think Thunder are going to be a little bit more of the favorites, as Pakaz saying El Clasico.
I did.
Yes.
El Clasico.
With another word on there that we probably shouldn't repeat here, Pi.
Yeah, I had to do the slow translation in my head. I was like, don't know if I can say that.
Oh, no. Come on, guys. Don't you know Bruno watches these games? Anyway, East Coast and Thunder going head-to-head. They'll be very, very excited here, I think, to be facing off each other in groups. It's the final match as well as the way that things roll out for them, and one that I've been looking forward to here, Pi, since we got the schedule.
Yep. Quite curious about this mid matchup. I can definitely see Snapfire doing quite well here, because Zeus, he enjoys playing. Honestly, there's quite a few different heroes he enjoys playing against, but the best are these melee heroes that he can hit while always hitting Dark Lightning. Snapfire similarly likes playing versus melee heroes, right? Because the spells are so easy to hit. And Zeus' range is not very long, so yeah. I mean, my gut says that Zeus should do well here, but ooh, maybe a little fight.
We'll see. Yeah, it's Boulder Smash taking level 1 here by Gojira, and now Stinger maybe in a bit of trouble. He's got another decay and a couple more seconds of the dispose out from Matthew, but it's Ector chasing, lusting for that third Shadow Raise, but won't find it. Stinger, he's getting his move speed back now from the Gale, but still slowed. And Thunder, thinking about going for more. That's 12 decay stacks already on the Undying, and I see 3 heroes going top lane right now.
So maybe they'll straight up try lane, or they'll just keep this for a little bit.
East Coast as well. Yep, they're going to go ahead and reinforce in kind. As Stinger, oh no, his clarity. That hurts a little bit. He's still got about half efficiency out of it, but Panda, Ector, oh, the Boulder Smash slow. Look at that, Ector really wants to get this third Shadow Raise, but the Gale, it's popping off here already, Pi.
K1 is in trouble now, I think.
Yeah, he's falling a bit low, and that's a great dispose here. Slowed to a crawl. A couple more Shadow Raises the damage, and first blood here for Matthew. This entire time, though, Gojira is chasing down Panda relentlessly and gets the kill. And Matthew is going to go ahead and quote-unquote deny himself here to the Tier 1 tower.
Yep. That's a very aggressive start.
Yeah, this is certainly, I think, the meeting expectations of what could have been an SA bloodbath. And we're not even done here, Pi. I think that kickback here from Gojira. It's a lot of strength missing here, I think, from Sacred. Just, yeah, the 8 has 9 stick charges here, but now Thunder, they're reinforcing. That's 12 strength missing the dispose, used defensively here onto Sacred. Stinger tanking like a lot, actually. 24 is decay stack, so I couldn't come up with an analogy there.
Yeah, like a warrior in World of Warcraft.
There it is.
Amazing. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think the action will stop here in the top lane. And wait for the go. They're desperately trying to get level 2 here. I think, yeah, Venomancer's the one who got it so far, but it's, yeah, when Matthew hits level 2.
Oh,
yeah,
and there's level 2. Tombstone committed here. Ector slowed to a crawl. Once again, Sacred on the Venomous Gale as Matthew kicked under tower. They do get the bouncy from the Tombstone, but it's Gojira with the kill onto Matthew, and Sacred chasing for more with the right-click damage. Panda, he's got him.
Yep. I think that, yeah, no, this is really big. Like, Undying is touted to be one of the best. Yeah, he's one of the strongest tri-laners in the game, right? But this Venomancer with all these nukes from Crystal Maiden and the dispose from Marcy, like, it's making it very difficult for them to play here.
I mean, the action, it doesn't stop, does it? A Gale here, but Stinger, I think, not under much threat. Ector, at least he's back. He didn't miss many creeps, and he's definitely not going to miss the experience here on the double ranged. It is a little bit denied. But, I mean, while we have a couple moments to breathe, Pi, let's check in on our other lanes, right?
Yeah, so Zeus is doing really well. And the Doom versus... The Doom versus Void, I'm unsure. Looks even for now. I'm guessing if the Doom will just, like, slowly get a bigger advantage, but in general, I think Faceless Void farms fine in a lane like this.
Not doing too poorly. I think you were expecting this lane versus Pakaz to get a bit more difficult if there was another support in here to throw in a stun or a silence even, right, from the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's still gonna be hard. Like the second Doom hits level 6, right? It's very uncomfortable to be down here.
So we'll look for that. Something as well to keep our eyes on here for the mid lane is going to be for the first rotation away. I usually expect it to be honestly C-Smile. He has been very eager to rotate to side lanes, especially as soon as he gets level 6.
Yeah.
He'll just make a call, he'll TP to a tower and start kissing from Fog, and usually Beast Coast can actually
Going
follow
in the
up on
top
that.
lane.
Yeah, but for now, the call is to go on out of Sacred with the Tombstone drop. That's a nice two-man stun out from Matthew, but they're focusing on the Tombstone first. Oh, but look at Hector taking lots of damage here. Oh, Stinger is going to be able to get the deny. That's well played, but Gojira lacks the damage and the mana for the kill onto Sacred as they now look to turn onto him.
Yeah, so low cooldown on these Crystal Maiden spells.
Frostbite on the dispose. Yeah, catching him mid-roll. And now maybe Stinger, not out of here in time. Venomous Gale here, another rebound. Hector's respawn has 3 Shadow Raises to use. He is level 3. Oh, but it's so difficult for these kills. The long raise is going to collect at least Pandamu.
It's going to deny him here.
Is gonna get,
he messed it up.
He missed it.
The tips instantly.
The double tips immediately. This is why Hector prefers his melee heroes. Oh, jeez.
No, he was imagining it was a little higher level there, you know? Maybe even collected... Oh, he didn't even get Necromastery, actually.
I was going to say, yeah, maybe expecting to have some more damage because he doesn't have that Necromastery. Oh, man, this is a wild one.
Okay, Pandamu TP is bottom now. Does not want to leave his Void solo down here. He might even go for this kill area. Yes, Orb of Venom on Pakas. Yeah, this would be a huge kill.
And he's got spells here in a couple more seconds. Pakas just needs another bash, but Panda's here to maintain vision. And now, with the attack speed slow, this Doom's pretty fast. Ring of Health as well. They need a little more. And Pakas going to time walk forward and find the bash.
Yeah, no, he really wanted to give that last hit to Pakas. He had the Mango to, like, Frostbite, but... Yeah, no, this is huge. Before Doom gets that level 6 and Faceless Voice starts getting pressured, getting a kill here. Absolutely massive.
Thunder, they're going to be the first to break the tri-lane, but the aggression just doesn't stop here, Pi. Careful, though. Still 3 heroes top from Beast Coast, and that's going to be Sacred receiving the rebound, the move speed as he looks to try and escape the grasp of Hector. Don't think he'll quite get it done this time, so turns around to hit the zombie.
Yeah, no getting out from there.
Yeah.
They're going on Whisper again, but a lot of TP's coming in here.
Yeah, and this is C-Smile's first rotation. No, canceled by the looks of things as Dark Mago connects on a lightning bolt there. So now Pakas and Panda can continue fighting a bit more aggressively. There's Chronosphere and Zeus ulti both. Gojira rolling in, but of course stopped by the Chronosphere.
C-Smile, he's regretting his choices here. He's running back bottom.
Yeah, he wants a kill here, and he will kiss from Fog. He just needs Gojira to maybe set up for a stun, but he doesn't like his chances here.
Top lane, they're going on Hector.
Yeah, there's no urn charges here, and I think Matthew might have overestimated the amount of damage they have. They might actually get Hector with the Zeus ulti, and they do. Stinger, he's maybe a target thinking about it with the Urn of Shadows, but no Venomous Gale for a couple more seconds, so they're going to have to let that one go. And yeah, 14 kills here, by the way, in 7 minutes.
I think this top lane just became impossible for Hector. Yeah.
Stinger it's just about impossible for him. He can confirm. I don't think he lives here.
Yeah, no, every time he jumps, the Marcy jumps on him, he's gonna die now. So I would try to get level 5 here and then go jungle. Like, that would be my strategy.
Oh, Thunder. Look, they're even rotating Dark Mago towards this top lane now. Smoke play.
C-Smile is kind of... Nah, he doesn't want to go there.
Oh, Hector. Uh-oh. Smoke breaks here. Matthew, maybe he's gotten a TP. As the ward placed out from Stinger, does at least give a little bit of notice to Hector that there's heroes here trying to kill him.
Yeah. C-Smile is on his way. Does not want to use his TP scroll. He just wants to run there.
Sacred, he's already got the swag in here onto the tier 1 tower. So the siege has begun. The Stinger's going to be scouted.
C-Smile is ready.
Triggered from Gojira, and there's kisses from Fog now. Poison Nova out, though. Stinger might end up dying here to the damage over time as Matthew avoids the rolling boulder. The kickback here, Gojira's looking for it. Dispose makes it more difficult, however, so he won't find it. Stinger is going to get a nice soul rip here to keep himself alive. 3 points in that ability, making the difference.
Yeah. No, I think they're fine with that. It could have been way worse. Like, all of them definitely have died there. Yeah, you're right. It's a very, very kill-heavy game so far. And quite even in net worth. Hector is recovered quite nicely here. Top net worth. Even
That's what he
after
does.
looking, yeah, exactly.
Even after having 4 deaths in 8
Yeah.
minutes. That's what he does.
And Whisper, of course, being the Doom, is also doing just fine.
In fact, he's now got that point here. The 6th skill point, I should say, ready, because he's saving it, doesn't have it yet committed into the Doom.
Yep.
So Panda's lingering down bottom here to protect Pakaz.
Yep, they have a smoke coming in, so they'll try to get a Doom here on Void. Pick up the
This
kill.
is big. Thunder playing with some confidence here, right? Because they do have that Observer in the Dire secret shop. Smoke breaks out of Gojira, but he's going to go uphill.
Yeah. But this is the thing with this guy. They think he's alone, right? Because this is how he plays. Doom is too far, right?
Yeah, he is a little bit too far. And there's Gojira. Likes the Earth Spirit because it allows him to make some moves like that. But a nice rebound as Matthew connects from the high ground. And Gojira's got nowhere to go. But back to the fountain.
Yeah.
All right. Laning stage, I think breaking down a little bit here, Pi. Let's break down the winners and losers of this laning stage. Like, who's looking really good? Who's kind of suffered a bit because of the tri-lane, and whose game is more or less unaffected, in your opinion?
Honestly, like, I think everyone came out kind of well from that tri-lane. Like, usually you have one side with very under-leveled supports or stuff like that, but everyone has kept up decently well. I guess Matthew is slightly more under-leveled than he should be. But overall, everyone is doing okay. But what you have to take from that, right, is that they have Shadowfiend and Doom on Beast Coast, and those heroes kind of always get farm.
Yep.
So having this farm on a Zeus and a Faceless Void is a lot more relevant.
Okay. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think something that's impressed me as well for all of Beast Coast right now is that they also have a lot of experience. I don't know if that was just because of all the kills going on, but they're not lagging behind. Even though they did continue to tri-lane a bit longer than Thunder, they all have level 5s on their supports and approaching level 6.
Oh, exactly. And that's definitely, yeah, from the 17 kills here.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption, right? But that's important, right? This Earth Spirit hero, he needs his levels. Undying as well, right? Does want levels.
Yeah.
They're a little bit more okay to play with, you know, limited income, just off the strength of their skills. As Gojira is going to eat the Tome of Knowledge. He's got that point in Magnetize.
Yeah. Same with Marcy, right? So she hits her level 6 too.
Well, we've hit a bit of a lull as both teams a bit happier now to hit that pause button on the Relentless Bloodshed and instead hit some creeps. See Smile is coming out of lanes with the Boots of Travel.
Yeah.
So he's going to be moving around the map a bit more.
Going on Void? I mean, sorry, going on the Doom.
Well, the Void going in, right?
Exactly.
So now Matthew, he's going to get this disposed back. Still has a rebound Whisper. I mean, I don't know what he was hoping to cast there, but didn't even get it off.
Kill
Maybe
secured from
Kill
Dark
secured. You know what it was? It was so that he didn't devour a creep, you know? No extra efficiency allowed.
I mean, C-Smile did TP down here. I mean, luckily he has Boots of Travel, so his TPs are not as punishing. But I'm definitely... Thunder should definitely feel very comfortable with how this game is going.
I'd say so, right? They've got themselves now this Midas as well for Pakaz, so his farm's going to continue to accelerate. And he'll do just fine into the mid-game. I imagine Maelstrom is usually what I see after this.
Yeah. I mean, so the Doom tip is back bottom, so I would expect them to do a smoke down there with Undying to try to take the tower. And like if Pakaz stays, then maybe they can get a kill with the Doom. But otherwise, like, they need to put pressure on the tower here. Because Venomancer is not leaving top, and this tower is gonna go down.
We'll see here. Ector now returning back to the lane. The roll is going to connect. Magnetize, Boulder Smash, the silence as well. Ector connecting on the Shadow Raises. Just doesn't have enough, though.
Yeah.
I think he wasn't hit by one Shadow Raise, and it looks like the close range one.
Yeah. I mean, usually these Safeling Shadow Fiends...
Wait, hold on. Sorry to cut you off, Pi. Look at this move. Panda and Matthew waiting to snipe him. A great silence from Gojira. He's immediately out. He can't do much more than that to save Ector. But perhaps Stinger can as he pops the Flesh Golem. Doesn't have enough mana for the Soul Rip. Oh, just barely. He consumes the Mango. That allows Ector to trade away Matthew. But they still have the kill.
Yeah, I mean, chasing down Panda Mu here.
Yeah. All right, a better trade then. Well done here. Thunder Predator, they're unable to get the kill onto the Venomancer. Panda takes a couple, seconds to go down.
Yeah, now they're arguing who should get that last hit.
I think they're just happy to get it in the meantime. Because once this Tombstone bounty, but it's going to expire. A couple bashes here on a Gojira. Oh, he's right back on in.
Bottom lane, they might try to go for a kill on Whisper here. Matthew is TPing in.
Seems likely. Rebound.
Ooh,
oh, that was.
But it's a lot of damage here.
Yeah, oh yeah, they still have it. The Heavenly Jump looks like it's kind of messed up Matthew's rebound there, but
Yeah,
it was
they're
fine.
jumping all over the place there.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
Everyone remembers
is
Zeus,
under
right? This
attack.
hero jumps. He's always done. He's got
but
his Aether Lens. And Kaya, so he's coming along nicely and doing plenty of damage here, this Zeus.
yeah, but they should really look to get this bottom tower. Yeah, I think Hector is swinging over. And Pakas does have Chronosphere. And I think they have, yeah, they have Zeus ulti as well, so... I don't know, if this was Fnatic, right, I would expect them to defend this tower. I don't know how much Thunder tried to defend their tier 1. Maybe they just let this go.
Yeah, I think Pakaz may make the call against it, only because he's so close to Maelstrom.
Yeah. Looks like they want to pressure mid instead for this.
Yeah, and Gojira is going to be scouted in the river, so he's not going to be allowed to go on his backline kind of farming mission. A couple bashes there under the range creep, even though it was fortified.
Yeah.
Down goes the bot 2-1 tower. You're right. I think there was an opportunity there to defend, but Thunder choose otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely spooky, though. There's the Doom.
Middle tower is under attack.
Shadow Fiend is quite strong right now, and a Tombstone, so I
Pakaz
can understand.
fairly close as well to level 2 Chrono. I don't know how big of a deal that makes, but shorter cooldown and extra half second.
What I've seen, most people actually skip that point. They don't even skill level 2 Chrono. They just keep it level 1 for the less mana cost then. Like, putting a point in stats, I feel that's more worth it.
Sacred. It's going to be the target of this smoke play here. It's going to be a long walk on over, but Beast Coast have him under a ward.
No blink daggers though, right? It's kind of awkward to get on top of him. Guess if Gojira can roll on him, but there's so many wards around there.
Yeah, and the Doom committed. There's going to be the Veil of Discord cast by Gojira, and they are going to have him dead to rights. Kill goes towards Whisper. That's a fairly big commitment, though, for the Venomancer. 2 ultis.
Yep. No, they're feeling very restricted. Like, they're not playing on in the Radiant jungle at all, so... Thunder are actually out-farming them, even though they have a Doom and a Shadow Fiend.
SF Hector making his way towards BKB, but there's going to be a Chronosphere in the mid lane. Matthew ready to jump in from the side as Panda wraps now behind the tower to cut off reinforcements. But Pakaz is just fighting straight through Stinger, doesn't care about that extra HP. Gojira's got a TP away, but hasted up as Matthew. He leaps right up to the high ground, and Gojira gets another roll away, might just survive
but look at
here.
K1, he has to pop ultimate here.
Requiem used. Whisper as well, connecting the stun. It's Gojira with a nice silence here onto Matthew. Oh, but it's going to be the Zeus still from Dark Mago picking up an extra kill there. Doesn't have the ulti, running low on mana, but has enough of it after popping the wand to secure the kill. Pandamu, he's going to let this one channel out for a while.
Yeah.
I'll celebrate.
A little bit of taunting there. And Pakaz just picks up the mid tower at the same time.
Okay, this is a core snap. We'll see if they, well, I mean, hard, right, to get a kill here with kisses against the Faceless Void.
Ah, for sure. Need another stun there, too.
And I think so far, it's the mid lane C Smile. Oh no, that's another kill actually against Stinger for Dark Mago. But it's the mid lane C Smile Snapfire that I don't think has had quite the impact perhaps Beast Coast were hoping for.
No, it's kind of awkward, right? Like, it's usually better for when there's these dual lanes with slightly higher level heroes that you can easily TP in with your Boots of Travel and kill with your ultimate, right? Or when you're playing versus a melee hero that you can solo kill when you hit level 6. He's not really had any opportunities to make plays here.
Right. And he's going for this BKB. I know he usually likes the Egg Scepter as well with that Gobble Up to help with the initiation, so that might be an option for them later on in the match.
Yeah. And this is more like the carry, what would you say, like core carry Snapfire build, where you got the BKB Blink and then perhaps a Daedalus or an MKB.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, those little Shredder attacks, right? The 20-25 talent as well to make that very strong.
Yeah. A lot of them play for that.
Sector, I think has, no, not quite yet finished BKB. Still one component away, but just needs the recipe now.
Yeah, quite far away, actually. It's getting harder and harder for them to find farm on this map. Like, you see, they're basically only farming their Ancients and these 2 waves pushing in.
Good smoke on smoke here.
Oh yeah,
Might
there's
beat in the
smoke up
river.
too. Okay, okay.
And indeed they will. Whisper ready to make the jump in with a BKB and
Doom
a Doom. Well committed onto Sacred to make sure there's no poison, no but the fight, but the Zeus ulti doing work here as they're going to stop Panda. Well, from initially channeling the ulti, now another boulder committed, and the kisses from C Smile to secure the kill.
Yeah. It's not bad. That's what they need to do. Oh, Gojira is dying to...
Radiant's bottom
He died to a Plague Ward.
Oh, yeah, he did actually. Yeah, there's a Plague Ward on the hill. Luckily, he didn't start to.
Oh,
to
Matthew
channel
going
TP.
for a solo kill on K1. It's crazy.
Hey,
I don't
he is
know.
Hector. Forced to Requiem, and Stinger's here to punish. There's no tombstone here.
Kaz is tipping in though. Can he? No, they
here's-
should back off.
Yeah, Whisper just running on through the fight here. But Matthew giving chase, and Pakaz now has got a time walk in a second. Turns around for the Midas. Full efficiency here. Has Chronosphere. Really thought about it there, Pi.
He wanted to go for the big play. I think that actually might have hit, but I get why you don't throw that one out there.
It's very long cooldown, that spell.
Yeah.
Because that's one thing he's been working on, being a little bit more reliable, right? For these guys, Thunder usually do a great job of drafting him a good lane and making the space for him, so he does want to deliver. And now he does have Chrono, and still the bottle DD. Or this
They
could
have
be
a ward
big.
on them.
Oh, the time walk in, it's going to catch 3 of them. Gojira can only watch as Dark Mago and Pakaz are going to obliterate Beast Coast. What a ward, what a play, and that's why you save the Chrono.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why you don't. That's why you don't chrono trees, for sure. Are they thinking Roche perhaps? Yeah, he has the DD up still, so he wants to go for this. They want to get even more. There's a board there though.
There it is.
Can they? Ah, no, he's dying too fast, right?
Yeah, not a lot for Beast Coast to contest here, especially with 3 heroes dead, without Doom. Still no BKB on SF. It would have to be like a you know, some kind of Mission Impossible
Yeah,
heist from Gojira, and
Yeah.
he's just too late.
Yeah. Chasing Whisper. He has Blink and BKB though. Should be fine.
Oh yeah, Hector's gonna cancel that TP, quickly realizing maybe I shouldn't TP to the outpost right after opponents do Roshan.
Yeah. The rune, Zeus, he got it, but they burst him here.
Yes.
Yeah,
In
he's
fact,
dead.
he's pretty much permanently stunned there. That looks very easy for
Yeah.
Beast Coast to pick up a kill onto the mid laner.
They made sure of it though. They threw everything. Doomstone,
Gale.
Flesh Golem.
2. Maybe this is just going to be a little bit of a siege. Just tier 1 tower, almost, you know, standing here without a scratch is not likely to fall as a result of this Zeus kill. No Chrono means
Yeah.
an easy push.
Yeah, I think so.
Radiant structure.
But like on the other hand, they did use a lot, right? There's no Tombstone, no Flesh Golem. He used Magnetize as well to like secure that Zeus kill. So I don't know. Yeah, they're getting a little spooked. There's no Shadow in here to back them up.
No SF, because he's still farming this BKB, right? Hector,
Yep.
he's about to finish that, and I think we'll start to see him a bit more active. Only spell they didn't really commit there is as you're saying, this Doom.
Yeah, Matthew is in, punching people.
And Stinger's in trouble here. C-Smile BKBs to run away, and Pakaz, even without Chronosphere, you know, with the confidence that Aegis gives him, he's ready to tank a Doom. What you got?
Yeah. Oh, these are the best Void Games when you don't even need Chrono to be there. Like, you just feel so strong. Yeah, Whisper is trying for a little bit of a solo play here. I don't know, I think the ward caught him though, so Dark Mago knows this is happening.
That's Blink. That's War Stomp. Oh, but doesn't have a Gojira anymore, as Sacred collects the kill onto him. They're going to scout him in the trees. I was looking top lane to see if Whisper was going to make a move there, and didn't. And now, look at this, Thunder, even without some of their ultis, confident enough to just push a tier 2 tower.
No, Beast Coast feel completely like helpless.
Middle tower
It's
has fallen.
it's not clear or easy at all what they should be doing. And they need to try to do, yeah, I mean, he needs to try, he kind of needs to doom the Venomancer though, like he's been doing. Because if he can doom the Venomancer before he uses any spells, they're kind of big, right? Like there's no Wraith Pact, no Spirit Vessel.
Exactly, yeah. Especially Wraith Pact, I was going to say.
Yeah.
The spells for sure, I mean, but yeah, Wraith Pact is also seeming like
But-
it's a bit of an annoyance for the fight.
Yeah, but then like you have this, this level 18 Faceless Void, highest farm in the game, and a Zeus
Yeah.
left to fight, and it's not very easy.
You have a Snapfire, right?
Yeah.
Who's level 13, and with kind of just BKB and
Dire's
Nothing.
maxed spells, so
Yeah.
not bad. But yeah, C-Smile is going for that Acceptor build. So he is going to be looking to play, again, a little bit more falling back on this traditional Beast Coast play style of we all play around Hector, he does damage. we
Pakaz
just
is
support
going
him.
for it, he sees
That's a
them.
good roll.
Like Gojira
That's
is
an
fast.
amazing roll. What a roll to now silence up, but Pakaz, I mean, they've barely done any damage to him, and he's a Lincoln
Yeah.
Sphere, so they can't even doom him either. Hector BKBs to run as Pakaz holding onto the Chronosphere. Oh, Requiem of Souls. Ready to be used, and it's Pakaz actually who gets caught by it. Hector picks up the kill. Kiss is raining down as they're going to get down Sacred as well, but that's only the first life here. Pakaz respawning for the second with a Chrono ready to be used. And can't quite find anyone. See Smile. Oh, first hit bash. Yeah, and well, without any mana, best he can look to do is deny himself to the creeps, and that's not happening versus Pakaz. They also get Whisper. Dark Mago chases him down.
That's quite incredible, actually. Yeah, I guess the Arcane Room with the Blink and Heavenly Jump, you just move too fast. Ooh, and Pakaz is not done. He's kind of looking for Hector here. I think he
jump.
Oh,
Yeah,
he gets him.
He's caught him mid-taunt here for Hector. There's a TP coming in from Gojira to see what he can do. The stun is going to be on the mark. Can he kick him up to the high ground? Kick him up to the high ground. No, he kicked him away. Is that enough? Another stun here on the Pakaz. Oh, and a great silence here. Gojira might have just saved his core.
Oh, he got him.
Oh, no. Dark Mago leaping forward, finds the kill with the bolts onto the high ground. Gojira makes it out alive, but oh, no. That's a full team wipe, basically.
Yeah. Oh, this could be guaranteeing Thunder the upper bracket here.
That's right. That's what they're playing for here in this match. Still with a 1-1 score, I believe. Beast Coast not completely out of the mix, but it's no longer to be directly in their control. Isn't that right?
No, I think they need. No, I think they need 2 wins. I think they need to win both. Because they only had 7, right? And Aster is already on 9, and Thunder Awaken is on 9 too. So they need both wins here.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah, it
under
would
attack.
seem that way, yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're not GGing out of this game. You're trying everything you can. Smoking up here again.
Yeah.
They don't have Doom, though, so yeah, they're just going for it.
Sacred, he's been jumped. They are going to try and fight this because they've TP'd the outpost, and Whisper here, he's on to at least Panda. Panda still alive. He's going to tick down eventually as Whisper pops the BKB. Ector's well joined in the fight to see Smile pops his own BKB and is rolling out the kisses here. There's a DD on Pakaz, but Thunder, they've lost 2 only in exchange for the Undying, nearly 3 as Matthew makes it out on a sliver of HP.
Yeah, very nice call, actually, to make that play. I was a bit hesitant because they didn't have Doom, but yeah, they didn't have Chrono, so Chrono is the most important spell here, I would imagine, especially before Void gets BKB.
And Ector is able to conserve his BKB charge here, so it's still very realistic for Beast Coast to fight. Well, next Roche rate in 3 minutes, he'd have it by then, but, you know, he could look for another fight here relatively quickly, especially now that Doom is off cooldown and available.
Yeah.
These fights are very hectic, very quick.
Yeah, so I'm wondering what item Whisper will go for, because the standard now is, right, when the Lincoln Spheres start appearing, you go for Ags, but it might be a little too early. I see he's queued up in Octarine Core. Don't know if that's what he'll end up with, but yeah, just have to wait and see.
I wouldn't mind the X up for that Nimbus, right, especially to do some scouting, cancel a blink, or even a little bit more damage into Chrono.
Oh, that too for the Zeus, it's not bad. I'm missing for the Doom.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, he is going for Octarine as well. In trouble, though, is going to be Gojira. One of these space creation plays, he tried to get a ward down, and he does get a ward down, but unfortunately, it's not really going to be the best ward there. Dewarded immediately by Dark Mago.
Yeah. Kind of cheap to check for wards here when you have a Zeus. It's 130 mana.
And something like 209 gold there already on these wards. Sacred is not going for BKB. He is actually going for a Heaven's Halberd.
Yeah.
I think he's totally fine tanking these Dooms. I think he's tanked nearly all of them already this game. And happy to do so if it means Pakaz is able to continue jumping around the fights.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the Doom will still be impactful on him, right? Because he does do a lot for the team. But I mean, comparatively, yeah, Dooming the Void would probably be slightly more relevant. So
yeah.
The Venomancer is always there though in the front, just wiggling around.
He does kind of wiggle, this Bananamancer, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Sacred's still having a fantastic game here.
I'm wondering about the Snapfire Axe. Like, if you toss in the Shadow Fiend, it could land up with some nasty combos there. Like, toss, he pops BKB, and you Requiem.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah, I want to see that.
They'd have to cancel it with a Chrono. Right now, though, Zeus ulti is going to allow Thunder to get something from this smoke, but it's only a kill here onto the Undying. That being said, as we check now into Pakaz, he's 10-0-10 here. So a 10 out of 10 game, I think, for the cores is what they call this, right? And beyond Godlord.
Yeah, I mean, he's so farmed. Like, this is the Void of a few months ago, just absolutely dominating.
Down bottom is a kill onto Gojira.
Yeah. Oh, he smells.
Summons the Kobold to fight at his his team. Oh, and it actually dropped them a Paladin Sword. Thank you very much, says Pakaz.
It's gonna complete this Mjolnir here. I guess, yeah, Roche just respawned, so I don't know. I guess Beast Coast kind of have to try for this.
They have the tools here. There's not going to be quite enough for the Manta Style for Ector by then. He still needs like 600 for that ultimate orb.
Yeah. Is there enough? I don't know. I don't know how they're supposed to... How do they even get the Doom on to Pakaz here? I don't know. I don't know how they... Do they have any buybacks? Maybe they need to bait some spells somehow and buy back. Earth Spirit has buyback.
Yeah, they actually all have buyback except for the Snapfire.
Yeah, okay.
So that might be the move here. It might be required. That Lincoln's, though, still a little bit of a problem. They need to get like a decay. Basically just a decay, right? To effectively break Lincoln's.
But it doesn't... They don't have any smokes and they don't seem to be running towards Roche. Looks like they're just giving it up.
For them, you know, for Beast Coast, that is, it's going to be the difference here between upper and lower bracket. They need to get this 2-0. You're right. They need a minimum of 9 points to be competitive here and hope for some tiebreakers. Right now, Thunder with an 8K net ward lead, leading 32-17 here in Aegis for Pakaz. We're going to look to maybe do some building damage down to the high ground on the Beast Coast.
Yeah. So, okay, I guess you're going to try to camp this ward here around their tier 2. So yeah, there has to be some sick toss in here with the snap. Tossing in the Doom, perhaps. They also need Thunder to mess up a little bit there. So Sacred is... Yep, they just go.
Okay, in they go. There's going to be the gobble up. They do get Sacred a bit further away with the dispose, but they easily have the kill. Zeus ulti is going to reveal where they are all at, and it's going to allow Pakaz to immediately jump onto Ector K1. Z-Smile can do nothing, but Ector's actually still alive. A couple more bashes. Pakaz has the kill. 3 dead, though, for the side of Thunder as they buy back now on Matthew. Kisses from long range here as Dark Mago is being chased down and hunted by 2. Does get off that little bit of the Psychic Headband, and the jump forward from Whisper allows him to pick off 4 total.
Pakaz in the back here, the big raid boss. They're kind of kiting him around.
Oh, yeah, but who's going to be kiting who? Is Pakaz now jumping back in. Matthew got to ball back with the rebound. The dispose as well. Catches Whisper. Permabash turn nearly, but they actually get some serious damage on Matthew. That's the shortest gobble up I've ever seen, but it's going to be resulting in a kill all the same. They buy back now on the Zeus as they get the first life of Pakaz, but Z-Smile wants out of this fight. Gojira is going to be killed. Stinger managed to sneak away in the trees, and Whisper will do the same. Beast Coast, I think, finding a fight here.
Yeah, no, it's incredible, really. Like, I think the game is really, it's so hard for them, but Sacred, like, just a little out of position, right? Expecting that Matthew save to, like, have a bigger impact, because he tossed him back with his rebound, but it's just not enough. They have, Gojira will just keep going, right? So, yeah, no, very nice pick there, dooming the Venom before he gets anything off. I mean, obviously Hector didn't have much of a fight. Kinda just got chronoed and died, but after the chrono, like, I don't know, the Whisper Doom seems to be carrying the fights.
No, especially when it is onto this Veno, right? Because, like you say, if you can, you know, obviously not everyone's going to survive. Pardon me, not everyone's going to survive the chrono, perhaps, right, for Thunder or for Beast Coast. But if you can take, you know, the Venomancer out of the fight, then you just have to concern yourselves mainly with the Doom. They have seemingly no problems kiting around the Faceless Void.
Yeah. And it's just turned out very nicely. They get to Doom this Vano, kill him kind of fast, and then they see the Zeus, and they just absolutely start running at him. And I think that's how they have to try to fight. Somehow Pakaz has to take a long time to kill the Shadow Fiend.
Oh, Ector does get off his BKB, the roll onto Pakaz, but he's got his own BKB active now, and he's gonna actually get aggroed onto onto Gojira, who does buy back now. Pakaz, his BKB expiring. He's got Chrono in 5 more seconds. The rebound, with the shard actually
yes,
does
DD too.
create a bit of a space.
Yeah, they want to turn.
Chrono, they can turn. They want to turn. There's no BKB. It's the only weakness here for Pakaz, but Beast Coast don't want to take this fight.
Yeah, no, Beast Coast are playing these fights extremely well right now. Ooh, Hector though, getting caught by Panda?
Mago, look at that.
Oh, he got team too?
And it's Whisper, yeah, underneath his tier 2 tower, who's going to be in some sort of trouble. Panda and Ector. Pakaz, though, he's making his way towards Whisper, who does BKB and blink away, but Panda holding down Ector in the mid lane. Oh, once again, maybe thinking about chronoing some trees, but Pakaz wants better vision. Oh, almost catching him with the Chronosphere. It's going to be a little bit of a time dilation. Slow, but no. He doesn't want to go any further. Not feeling confident he'd be able to get the kill.
Yeah. No, I think they got baited a bit by that Whisper, by the Doom there. He had BKB up still, BKB ready, so was never really a kill that was gonna happen. Because Panda Moo had Hector locked down for a long time there, so they just needed to run over there and help him out. Beast Coast bringing some life back to this game.
Absolutely. And now Whisper with a full Octarine core going into that refresher orb. I mean, he has bought out here for this, and I assume will continue buying out. But he's going to have Dooms aplenty now. 82-second cooldown on that thing, and soon there will be 2 of them.
Yeah. Have you seen any gobble ups?
I have, yes.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple, especially in that, not this previous skirmish, but the one into Aegis. C-Smile did secure a kill with it onto Dark Mago, I believe, with a little gobble up. It was more of a chew up because the distance was so minimal. And he used it as well to engage the fight to make sure that Whisper could get the Doom off onto the Veno. So it was pretty impactful, yeah.
Okay. Nice.
I haven't seen one since then, I must admit. He might have used one to spit, I don't know, like Whisper away so he could TP out, perhaps. Which is a nice save. You can actually save, by the way. You can gobble someone up who's inside of Chrono. So,
True.
Maybe we should keep our eyes out for that too, right?
Yeah, it doesn't seem, because if you want to go that path, I would assume you would go like Octarine here. Yeah, Blink or
yeah,
Octarine.
cast range. Yeah, true.
But he's kind of more pivoting towards damage here, queuing up the Crystallis.
A little bit of a secondary core. He's approaching that 20 talent, which would allow him, of course, to actually apply his auto attack modifiers. But it goes Thunder, and now they have vision. They're not going to be ignored, or they're going to ignore, rather, Stinger, because they want C-Smile here on the run, scouted by the Plague Ward. Ector, just limited in what he could get done as the Chronosphere does catch C-Smile. BKB active does nothing for him. Stinger's going to die as well.
Yeah, but I feel Beast Coast are not too unhappy about this. They didn't have to waste any BKBs, and they feel like they will have a window here for about a minute after they respawn. Get a fight without a chrono. So I don't think they're... Shouldn't feel too bad about this.
I think fortunately for Beast Coast, like you're saying, this Roche isn't up, right? 2 more minutes, so it's not like they have to consider buying back and contesting Roche.
Yeah.
That was a painful position for them to be in over the last Roche. This is going to be 3rd Roche upcoming, and you don't really want to give that one up. The thought of a double chrono is very terrifying.
Yes, for sure. And I mean, it's always awkward when you're Doom too, right? And they have Aegis. It's not a good look.
And Whisper, there he is. Well, he's got double Dooms now.
Yep.
So maybe the Aegis still a concern, of course. Let's not discount it, but slightly less, as they have at least one way to deal with potentially a second life.
I mean, interesting, because you pointed out the Gobble Up can save, right? Which is true, you can save out of Chrono. And it's the same for Earth Spirit Ags, which Gojira is going for.
Very true, and it does have an increased cast range actually on allies. It has a huge buff for this ability. Okay, there is going to be a... Whoa! Gojira goes in.
Here.
Pakaz as well jumps in. Gojira is going to make the roll, but he misses the stun. BKB forced here. Gojira needs to try and avoid a bash as Ector. He's going to channel up this Rec Room. Will it catch Pakaz? It won't. The BKB lasting long enough here, but the Fear good enough for Matthew. As the Doom, he broke Lincoln's on it, but the Refresher, they weren't expecting it. Kisses now from downtown as C-Smile collects the kill onto Pakaz, as well as Dark Mago. Immediately onto the tower go Beast Coast, but what a fight, what a play from Whisper.
Yeah, that's amazing. He has buyback though. And still no Chrono, so...
Ector.
Yeah. Zeus deals a lot of damage.
That got a little spooky for him, to be sure.
I mean, they're doing it. Like, they... I don't know. I'm really impressed. I thought Thunder had this type of lineup where they got ahead like this. It would be way easier for them to play, but I'm definitely underestimating this Doom hero. And also, Gojira somehow managed to find, like, his net worth is not that much, right? But if you click on him, he's...
Here's that fight again here, Pi, with the replay.
Yeah, and it's... this is a really Giga Chad play here. Doom, Refresher, Doom. You just don't care about anything. You just know what you want to get done, and you go for it.
Yeah, and I think, of course, that's the first time they've even seen the Refresher before this. Pakaz hasn't had to worry about it. He's had the safety of that Lincoln to protect him. Gojira in trouble here, by the way, and likely just very dead. Sacred does pop ulti. Gojira rolls out. With a gobble up. In he goes. He doesn't have a Doom for 9 more seconds, though, but it does have a BKB, and the silence from Gojira as he rolls back in. Nobly catches 3. Big old Shadow Rays, and Gojira is going to go down, but Ector, doesn't have the kill onto Panda. The Glimmer Cape just barely saves him there. They needed one more auto attack, but without Pakaz here, Beast Coast feeling confident enough at least to go for some skirmishes. Zeus ulti here. He's going to force back Beast Coast.
Yeah.
Looking worse for wear.
A very nice try, though. I didn't even realize that, Void is already level 26. So whenever he dies, he's dead for 100 seconds, basically.
Yeah, he's got a backtrack here now, by the way, which is fairly good, but can be broken. So that talent, I think, is attached to his bash or something like that. So if you break the bash, then you break the talent as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically, if Doom hits 25 and wants that talent, he can break with Doom.
He's getting there. Level 24 here after that hero play from Whisper.
Yeah,
So
but I
that's becoming
wonder if you do take the Infernal Blade damage here. With the Octarine, you can spam out so many of them.
And he's got the shard, right? So that level
Yeah.
death is going to be pretty bonkers. Percentage-based damage feels very nice into the late game. But in comes now Thunder Awaken. Another smoke play here around the top lane. Kaz not quite in the vicinity, but it's going to be Dark Mago who TPs. He's going to kick the fight off on himself. Does get the blink away in time to gobble up, and the Doom. It's on a Whisper with the Chronosphere, but Kaz, it's going to catch all three of them. Kiss is coming down. They at least going to get through the off-lane Venomancer, and Bakaz with the perma bashes, turning on the Whisper, but there's the Doom. They've got him. Oh, he's doomed up at Hector. Lifesteal off of him. Matthew pulls him off his friend, and the Doom does get him down.
Oh, he dooms the Zeus. They're
the
doing it,
Zeus.
dude.
He's been caught, Beast Coast. They are getting it done. 2 kills onto 2 cores.
And Roche is up.
Roche is up. Thunder Awaken. Oh, Pi, let me teach you a little thing about the SA Roche. Whenever Roche respawns and one team looks to fight right before it, it never goes well for them. Thunder were looking for a fight, and Beast Coast slap them aside.
Yeah. No, Kaz just can't solo kill this Doombringer, even though he didn't go for any tanky items.
So big.
Yeah. No, I mean, he went for an Octarine core. He went for the most greedy build. He went for Midas Octarine, you know? Just to, get even more gold, and it's working.
I mean, just look at the lockdown. War Stomp into Infernal Blade, Refresh Infernal Blade,
Yeah.
Necromastery Fear, Fire Snap Cookie, Matthew's dead. They catch him out.
Darius Raxing. Pakaz does not want to buy back.
Yeah, and there's a butterfly now for Hector. So he is got some pretty mean illusions. And now they'll go back for Roshan after the buyback.
Yeah, you can just take a look at these graphs here. The win percentage graph, it's a very steep slope.
That is one heck of a Bob Ross painting right there for sure.
Yeah.
And they're a bit frustrating for them. This is their chance at guaranteeing themselves upper bracket. Of course, denying it in the same stroke to Beast Coast. Not going so well, as there is going to be an Aegis, an Ag Scepter, and a Cheese. Ag's Blessing, I should say. Aegis for for Hector. He's also going to take this Ag's Blessing, which does apply that Return Requiem, increases his soul count by a little bit more as well. But he does heal as well on the Requiem damage, so that might be a little bit of a big deal.
Yeah. I wonder if maybe it was better for Doom there, but
I agree.
maybe this is fine. I mean, Hector is not the type of guy to give it up, I'm guessing.
No, what he's saying is that's 5 more souls for me to crit on my Necromastery shard.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess he's right. The fear was really good there at stopping Pakaz from doing anything. That shard doing some work, to be certain.
I mean, Snapfire is also also dealing some damage right now. It's I mean, when you're winning fights like this, when you go from being 10k gold down to 20k gold up, not only the morale, but just clicking around here, you'll see they're all have so many items. And the Ag Scepter completed on Gojira, so yeah, look for him to maybe save some people.
Absolutely, yeah. That's I think if you hover over Enchant Remnants, that's his cast range on enemies. It's a bit more generous on allies.
Yeah, it says 450, which, yeah, this should be way more than that.
So that's what it looks like for enemies. So he can save people from a decent ways away, and definitely into Chronosphere.
Yeah.
He can cast spells mid-roll, so he might just roll into Chrono and try and turn someone into stone before. He can kick himself now as well in that enchant totem.
Look at Whisper now, he wants to be real fast. Oh, what is he doing, actually? Is he looking for the Void? Okay, they scout him out. Hector doesn't care, he's just hitting.
Oh, okay, they're going to gobble up an illusion. That actually does catch Panda. Just spitting it at him. That's on cooldown here for 30 more seconds. Say Smile also not with a ton of mana here.
Refresher on Pakaz.
They're left to try and fight and defend as Hector. He's getting punched by Matthew with BKB active here. Hector's going to need some help, but he has Satanic to keep himself topped up, winning that 1v1. And then goes now Hector, as well as Whisper for that kill onto Panda. He has buyback, but the Fortify is out here. Thunder, they're losing the base.
Smoked Pakaz, he wants to go. But he doesn't see anything. Okay, he sees Whisper. Will he go?
Oh, no, Whisper sees him! First. And they're in! The Doom! Oh, but they toss it back! He gets off the BKB!
Ooh,
and the Refresher! The Chrono! It's huge! Onto 2! Hector, he's not being targeted! The second Chrono as well! And Hector will likely lose his first life! See Smile with the save! Hector trying to get off the Requiem, but can't quite do it on his first life. He'll come back a second time. And what does Pakaz have left to fight? Another BKB charge is the answer. Sees Isle going down. Gojira as well. There's going to be Requiem of Souls. But Dark Mago losing the fight versus Hector. A couple of buybacks now, but Thunder, they're holding for now. Whispers back in the fight. Pakaz makes another jump. There's not another Doom here. Pakaz trying to get back in there. Matthew as well stunned up as Hector finds a fear, but Pakaz a bit too tanky, getting through Stinger. Down goes Matthew as he smiles back in the fight as well. Hector fighting through, has gotten the dieback onto the Maiden, but it's the Pakaz show from here on out. Time walks back in, Gojira as well with the roll, stuns him up, trying to push him away as Pakaz, but they can't get it done. Hector will prevail on the second life. Unbelievable, this fight.
Wow. Wait, does Pakaz? He doesn't have buyback, right? No, he needs 200 gold. Oh my god.
Look at that. Look at Hector in his player cameraman. He's shouting out commands. He's saying, go, 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 hit the buildings, hit the buildings. We got this. It's in the bag. No buyback here for Pakaz. He's so close.
God, this is so clutch by them. They're all buying back.
The roll up. Okay, Gojira, he didn't think he had it. But that's Megas here.
Yeah. No, I think they're just gonna end this game.
East Coast, they will not be denied so far of their chance potentially to go to the upper bracket. Hector, he's been alone here. They did refresh. Whoa, whoa. Dark Mago wants this dieback. He really wants it. He'll get it. And he's going to die for it. He does not have buyback here. Only Matthew now.
That's it.
I don't know if this is enough time and space here. Matthew's going to do what he can, but he is only but one man.
Yeah.
Hector pays him no mind as they're focusing down on the barracks. Here goes Sacred, though. The stun is going to connect here. Hector, he's kind of alone in the base. Z-Smile as well with the kisses on in. Is going to do a lot of damage to Matthew as he runs up to him, but Matthew has the kill there. Hector, he's alone, but beyond godlike now. Ancient exposed. Mega's coming on in. There's going to be the fear. Sacred, he's going to go down, and it's Hector versus the world, apparently. As there's no one here to defend. Throne falling, GG called, and Beast Coast. It is Whisper who carries them through the early game, passes the baton to Hector in that last fight. Everything coming in clutch there for them.
Amazing game. Like, this is what you want to see, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how, like, the win percentage graph or whatever, like how would you say, how accurate that is? But that's how, like, I felt. I felt like it was basically a 90% chance to win for Thunder Awaken. And Beast Coast somehow, like, yeah, they just team fight so well. And, like, just take advantage of these small mistakes that Thunder make and come back in this incredible game.
Yeah, I mean, and just purely outfought there was looking, I agree with you, all but certain there for Beast Coast. Whisper with some really hero moments there to bring that series back from what was the brink of Beast Coast being, you know, condemned to lower bracket, but those are best of ones. Those are real scary. And obviously they want to do whatever they can here to try and force those tiebreakers, and that includes, of course, needing a 2-0 win here over Thunder. They're only halfway there, though.
Yeah, no, but winning a game like this just takes you so far. Yeah, I mean, they believe they can do anything right now, and I believe it too.
Same. I mean, this is the Beast Coast that just turns heads. It's the Beast Coast that wasn't able, you know, to make that appearance versus Thunder in the DPC leagues. Modo serio here for Beast Coast, it would appear, though, now that, you know, lower bracket and upper bracket is on the line for them. Because an absolutely monster performance from everyone here. See Smile as well, really coming in clutch. Thunder, they do what they can, but it's just not nearly enough. Wow.
Yeah. No, they were just sloppy a little bit there in the mid game, and yeah, they just get punished extremely hard for it. Yeah, the Hector MVP, sure. I mean, for me, I think Whisper is the guy who, like, obviously at the end there, Hector just cleans up and just creates a new highlight reel. But the Doombringer item build there is just, he recognizes exactly what he needs to do. Like, he doesn't go for any weird tanky items like Shivas. He goes for Octarine, which increases his farm by, like, I don't know, 30%. Like, more Devours, more Midases. Yep. That just allows him to get a really fast Midas. And, yeah, he just takes over the game.
And he wasn't even, like, concerned of, like, I don't care if I break Doom on Linken's. It's all about just getting the Doom onto Pakaz. You know, some other people would be like, you better use that Soul Rip, break Linken's. I'm going in. He was like, I'll do it myself, right? Can't rely on anyone else but yourself at the end of the day. Maybe that's what Whisper's telling himself. The man hates to lose, and that showed as Beast Coast refused to go down in Game 1, fight back and claw back Game 1 out from Thunder Awaken. Il Clasico. I knew it was going to deliver, and it does here. Game 1, folks, in the books, but stick around. If Game 2 is half as entertaining as Game 1, you're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back.
path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Stop giving SA Dota free slots, they said. What is it? Hokori who? This is going to be 0 and 18, they said. Looks like we've got ourselves maybe 2 teams contesting for that upper bracket slot. Thunder, they just need one more win to get there. Beast Coast fighting a lot of their compatriots here to try and force tiebreakers for their shot at the upper bracket as well, but not one SA team in the bottom 2 of each group. Oh boy, man. And El Clasico here, Pi, I mean, it's just absolutely showcasing how much SA Dota has improved over the years.
No, for sure. And I mean, I feel like it's been for at least since COVID, like for the past 2 years, they've looked like up to par, right? Like maybe never like the best team in a tournament, you know what I mean? But like there's always been an SA team now looking like a tier 1 team, and I mean both these teams are very strong.
Yep, absolutely. Some phenomenal fights here as well, because when Beast Coast, again, their backs against a little bit of a cliff, right? They don't want to play those best of ones. They'd rather here fight for that upper bracket shots and get some comfier best of threes and avoid that stage of the tournament here. It would require them to get this second win here. Our second draft now underway live on your screens, and we can go ahead and see what heroes they're going to try and do it on.
Yeah. I wonder, like, that's the hard part when you lose a game like this, because you know you got a good draft, a draft you like, and you were winning, and you probably should have won, like, if you did just a few things differently. So, what do you change?
Well, Beast Coast, they've got to pick in mind. Neither team taking a single second here of reserve time. Thunder seemingly doing Beast Coast a bit of a favor as they ban out the silencer, and Beast Coast very quick to pick up that Enigma. And you can see here just on the player cams, man, it is definitely Modoserio in there.
Yeah, oh, it's time to focus up. Yeah, because Thunder Awakened, they're just shaking. I mean, chasing. 1 win. They just need 1 win. They're safe, but yeah, Beast Coast, they just don't want to give it to them. They want to be up there too.
Yeah, not without that much of a fight, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Basically, they switched heroes, right? So, Thunder, they take away the Undying, and you're like, all right. I mean, we're fine with having a Marcy, and yeah, this Enigma Marcy lane is, one of the stronger ones in the game. I mean, the other one that's like up there is the Tuskar and the Tiny, right? And with the toss back and just Tuskar being so tanky and hitting so hard. Pretty sure these are the favorite heroes for Enigma to play with, so I don't think Beast Coast aren't happy with how this draft started.
And I wonder if that's going to end up being a support gyro here, to be quite honest. It seems unlikely with a 5 Undying. I think usually I see gyro on a 5. And also, perhaps what they're thinking is this is a hero that might be able to deal with those Eidolons in lane with Flak Cannon. Is that maybe something here?
Yeah, I've seen it ran. It's been ran a couple of games here at TI as carry only to counter this Enigma, and it does clear out the Eidolons very easily. But I don't think it's been winning a lot. Like usually the laning phase can look good, but then after that, yeah, I mean you have this theory craft, right? Of you get Satanic, you get your Ags, so you're always hitting. Like even if you black holes you, if you BK beat, maybe that's activate Satanic, maybe you're fine. But it's definitely worked in lane. I think T1, for example, in the lower chance qualifiers did this a lot, and they lost all 3 games, I believe.
Yeah, and I know Fear wasn't too big of a fan of it, right? Quite a little bit of an expert on the Gyrocopter carry himself. He doesn't think it's very good right now. I don't know if he's necessarily changed his tune, because I know that was his stance back when we started seeing it get picked in the group stage of LCQs. We've had, I mean, what, probably something like almost 300 games of Dota since then. Maybe a few of those with a Gyrocopter carry, but yeah, I'm surprised to see Thunder go for it in what is a pretty important moment for them.
No, for sure. I mean, I guess you could do what you said, but playing a position 5 gyro skilling Flak, nah. No, I'm definitely way more confident that this is mid.
I have to say though, Pi, you know, the win rate right now for Gyro in group stage looking real good. Pick rates of, a pick size of only 4, so very small sample size, but 100% win rate.
Okay, so then it has been working at TI.
Yeah, and they've picked it into these kinds of summon lanes, right? 3 times against an Enigma and once against a Beastmaster.
Okay, so then, all right. So no, because maybe I'm just remembering the last chance qualifiers then, because I saw T1, they lost a lot with this hero. After like winning the early game really hard.
And I'm just looking now because Thunder have picked this even once before, but I'm also seeing an Alchemist here in their draft. So yeah, it's a Dark Maga mid. It was Pakaz on the, okay, so it was Pakaz carry Gyrocopter. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, so yeah, we'll lock it in for carry.
Yes,
no shenanigans.
I think that's the safest bet here moving forward. So, what do you want here though, as a Gyrocopter? Are you still looking for that Wisp pairing? Unlikely, right, because of the Undying. But like, what do you need to make this hero feel a little bit better, seeing as he's not super contested, not considered to be super S tier?
I'm not. You just need you need a good lane first of all, and I mean that's the nice part, right? When you see the Enigma. And other than that, you don't need much. Like it's obviously it used to be really good to buff him up, as you said, like either with IO or Invoker Alacrity. And it's still quite strong, but there's just all these Skadi buyers, right? Morphling, for example. I mean, I guess they're happy they're playing as Beast Ghost because this Morphling that they waveform on top of you and kind of just hit you. Medusa used to be quite annoying. Terrorblade, they ban it out. It's annoying. Basically, Skadi buyers with either more range or an easy way of getting on top of you.
Okay. That makes some sense here. Beast Ghost with that SF, like you were saying, Hector, don't expect him to start playing Morphling. He doesn't really, I don't know, he just doesn't like the hero. That's coming from Avo, you know, so Avo basically good friends with these guys. Did a bunch of content with them. So yeah, don't expect him to pick up the Morphling. I was expecting a different mid laner, actually, from Dark Maga was the point I wanted to make. Because Thunder Awaken, in their draft where they did run a Pakaz Gyro carry into a Beastmaster yesterday, they ran an Alchemist mid, but still had Sacred on the offlane Dawnbreaker. But I think they maybe prefer this lineup here with that global mobility, right? We were looking for this Dawnbreaker last draft. Here it is now.
Yeah, but it's also the lane, right? I think this both Zeus and Dawnbreaker are answers to Shadow Fiend for them in laning phase. So you don't want to play mid Alchemist versus Shadow Fiend. Like that's absolute disaster. You cannot do anything. So yeah, I mean I think they kind of wish they had a Dawnbreaker last game, but at the same time, you know, you have to put that game behind you because you were winning. You should win. Like, whatever. Lose some, win some. Like, let's go next. And I think this lineup for them is looking really strong. And it's looking like a real Thunder lineup, too.
Absolutely, yeah. Gyrocopter maybe still a little bit unproven. It's looked good when it's been set up for appropriately into this kind of laning matchup. And we'll see how Beast Coast are going to look to maybe try and avoid that or just play through it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we also saw these guys run down Dying in the offlane with Pandamu. So if they feel they need another lane support for Gyro, like Matthew is perfectly capable of playing anything down there. Maybe something to cancel Black Hole would be nice. Like they can go for Avenge, for example.
Yeah, I agree, actually. I think that's the only thing they're kind of lacking right now. Dawnbreaker's Solar Guardian can heal people inside a Black Hole, but it's not going to stun a BK beat Enigma. Yeah,
I mean, honestly, this is an extreme Enigma lineup counter. Like they have so many heroes that counter Enigma here. They just, as we said, like maybe it's nice to have that like clean cancel though through BKB, so you never run into the. Because I mean, Whisper is an expert at getting these refresher warps and landing his spells.
Yeah, and I mean, it almost feels like maybe Thunder wish they wouldn't have banned the Silencer because that's always like the trump card traditionally, right, in these kind of lines. But then again, I mean, Lincolns didn't stop him from dooming Pakaz last game, so. No. What would a global silence do against him? Maybe not much. Final couple of bans here, taking out the TA and the Lina. C-Smile, or sorry, make that Hector also does not play the carry TA. He doesn't like the hero either, I believe, is the notes I've been getting by Avo. So it's probably going to be the SF here. I think Thunder are banning in mind for right now the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically pulling out an EG here with their Shadow Fiend plus a stun. But they're choosing Ogre instead of Sven or Clockwork. I mean, Clockwork is banned, so... yeah. I think that's their lane. I mean, it's very important to have a stun versus Dawnbreaker when you're Shadowfiend in safe lane, because otherwise he'll just get on top of you and kill you.
Wow. A Lion. That's only the second Lion game of the tournament, I believe. It did win its... No, it lost its one game, I believe. But either way, not being too contested here, this guy.
Yeah. I mean, not particularly overall good in the game. I mean, it's always nice to have hexes. I mean, it's... Okay, never mind. It is very important to have this sort of hero versus Marcy. Because before she gets BKB, if she even gets it, like you just instantly stun or hex him when... her, when she goes in. And the same for the lane. Like, I think Dawnbreaker Lion is one of those lanes, if you start misplaying, like, it can absolutely snowball out of control. And you'll just keep feeding.
I think actually, you know, even like the casual point and mana drain is always kind of annoying for someone like an SF who doesn't really want to buy that much mana regen, but always wants to have Shadow Races available to fight and skirmish. So that might be quite annoying. I don't expect them to max it or anything. I think I see like 2-2-1 or something like that. Definitely more into your lockdown and sometimes even really maxing the hex. But yeah. Oh. Okay, so they will pick Ector a different hero, and it's going to be the K1 Drow Ranger.
Interesting. I get the thought process here, because Thunder, they don't have any heroes who go in, right? Like, who jump you. They're all... I mean, I guess Dawnbreaker kind of does it, but Dawnbreaker prefers following up on someone who goes in first. And they don't have that for Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker is mostly going to save people this game. So it's going to be kind of up to this Lion to, like, blink in and stun. I guess you could do it, because you blink in and stun, you get the shard, and then you're magic immune.
Right.
And
then the Solar Guardian comes in, right?
Yeah. The problem is they have both Shadowfiend and Drow. And if one of those heroes hit you, you will disappear.
That's right,
Yeah.
yes. Lion, he's more of a mage, not a magician, but yeah, that he can definitely do that magic trick if Drow gets on top of him. Yeah, it's that'd be dangerous. I don't know. The lane here for the Gyrocopter does seem really strong. It seems like Whisper has a difficult game ahead of him. C-Smile on a bit more of a traditional mid laner as well. It's kind of like a dual core here between the SF and K1. Perhaps C-Smile is maybe going to go for like some Yule Scepter build or something like that to be a little bit more of like a utility core rather than like the hard carry. I'm not sure where Beast Ghosts are going to take this. And also the big question mark for me is the Matthew Lion, you know? I feel like if this was a Nyx Assassin, for example, I'd probably feel a little bit better about them and their odds because he's shown us some great games there, and that makes I don't know. I don't know what to think, man.
Yeah, no. I do kind of like it for Beast Ghost there. I think this can work out really nicely for them. I mean, the only thing would be if this Gyro completely runs over the bottom lane and, like, you know, gets the tier 1 tower down there pre 10 minutes. So I'm curious to see, like, how strong really is this Gyrocopter versus, like, a good Enigma player. Because I don't see Whisper losing lanes very often. So, and I don't see Pakas losing lanes very often. So it's nice to see these two go against each other.
C-Smile says, I'm gonna step on you. I think Ector says, go eat some sushi, Panda. Because I think they're inviting each other out to dinner, and I think Ector did say, good luck, have fun, brothers, basically. So again, still definitely a lot of respect for one another here in the matchup, some friendly banter as well between the two, of course, but I mean, don't expect anything but just, you know, super try-hard, some sweaty Dota from Beast Coast and Thunder now as they have a lot on the line.
Feels good to be this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a must-win game, right? There's no time for collusion. We gotta win.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely here. Yeah, really looking forward to this one. I had a point I was going to bring it up earlier, but I did forget it because I was translating a bit in my mind. But here it is, guys. El Clásico here, Beast Ghost contra Thunder Awaken. Ponte su ga, porque aquí nos vamos. Here we go, man. Very excited for this next match. Right now, though, I don't know if it's going to be as hype as a start as the last one. I think it's hard to beat like 2 KPM in the first 6 minutes, but already here we can see each team looking to stretch out anything. It's going to be Thunder with 3 runes here to start.
Yeah. Good start, good start. And how are they running the lanes? I don't know if they ended up... If the Ogre is supposed to be down here? I think he's supposed to be up there helping his Drow, but chasing Pakas a little bit. Why not? No, they're not tri-laning. Like, let's stop. Yeah, he's TPing top. Stop. let's stop messing around there.
Stop it, Singer. Get up there. Yeah, he definitely needs him here.
Yeah, and you were talking a bit about the Shadowfiend. Like, ooh, they're going straight away on Drow. Lucky the Ogre is up there.
Yeah, like, Stinger, he definitely needed to get up there, right? There was really no time for him to be even considering going for a cheeky first blood down bottom. And Hector is going to need that support here on the Drow Ranger.
Yeah. You were talking about the Shadowfiend skill build, right? No, item build.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, so I think you can do more of a GPK-inspired build, where you still get the BKB, maybe even Dragonlance, and then you go for Arcane Blink, so you can just go in for a quick Arcane Blink ultimate.
Right, that's the build I was trying to remember, right? But I don't remember the exact order, because, you know, Beast Coast, they win or lose around Hector, usually, right? It's Whisper to make space, but usually there is only one core on this team.
Yeah. Really like how Whisper is playing this lane. Like, he waited a long time to cast Eidolons, and yeah, look, he baited out the flak, and he's not using them. He's so good, this guy.
Yeah. Just putting them out of range. There's a couple of small tricks you can do, right? Hiding them behind trees, trying to break LOS, because they don't just shoot everything in the vicinity.
Yeah, no, the range has been nerfed, I believe. Never mind, they buffed it back up. It used to be that it was like 800 level 1, but now it's always 1000, I guess. Unfortunately, it's level 1 Eidolon, so whatever tricks he pulled out, the cooldown on flak is quite low, right? So it's not easy.
No, it's certainly not. Panda doing his best here. Gojira is gonna get a homing missile after him, but nothing too crazy here. But yeah, I mean, level 1 Eidolons, long cooldown, rather weak. I believe, at least for the gold, not the XP bounty, as I've learned here this tournament, you want to at least kill two of those Eidolons to get to make back the gold difference.
Okay.
But yeah, but the experience, you're always just gonna have to take a little bit of a loss on.
Yeah.
See Smile. Well, here he's got the long range raise. Is gonna turn and think about it. Maybe trying to keep the stacks up. No, he's not. Okay.
I mean, someone who's suffering though is Hector up here. He's got 4 CS. And Stinger goes down.
Yeah. Easy for him. He's just trying to create as much space and time, and he has permission to die, right? Because he did TP from the bot lane to top, so at least he doesn't die super early on. I don't know if C-Smile requires him for a bottle refill mid. It is an empty bottle here.
Nah, he's got to go back top. You cannot leave this Drow alone.
That's what we'll do. So we'll take a look at CS here, but we can see right now C-Smile, actually Dark Malgo going tit for tat, 17-1 to 16-2. There it is.
Yeah, so Thunder are like kind of pulling away with the lanes here. They, like, I guess that's expected. I don't know how strong I thought this Drow Ogre lane was, but they just need to stabilize at this. They could go down to even, I think even if they're 2k gold behind, that's okay, but when it starts going above that, it can be quite shaky. Yeah, Zeus running, collecting a little bounty, feels good.
Smile will be back to the mid lane. Clarity running.
Hector, though, getting ran down.
Nice stun in time from Stinger, though. Matthew has Earth Spike, and actually is going to take a lot of damage here. Ooh, multi-shot from Drow. He's got to hide behind his big old Sacred. As Sacred jumps back onto Hector. Hector, he's going to go down here in the right-click war. Stinger is going to at least trade away one, but it's Sacred here who is not going to be able to fight versus Stinger. This Ogre's got 70 damage. He got a plus 20 damage buff in the patch.
What feels bad here for Hector, though, is the wave is just pushing into Sacred, so I think he missed like 8 creeps there, like, not good.
Still on top lane. Stinger diving, tanking tower hits. Oh, trying to get the kill. Sacred is going to be traded away, and that's going to be a couple of range creeps missed out on here. Is that worth?
Yeah, I think that's worth, because it gives Hector here. Okay, missed that last hit, but it gives him 3 last hits. The wave will push into the tower, and yeah, I think it's quite comfortable. You might get the equilibrium back from this if Hector goes back and blocks or pulls.
Matthew, he refills the bottle mid and is smoked. Smoked while in the fountain, so they might look to maybe counter-engage here if Stinger just wants to go sicko mode and run up and stun up Dark Malgo. I'll just give him a little level 2 ignite.
Ooh, he's going for it, though.
Yeah, the wraparound actually on to see Smile there. The stuns kind of stacking, but I don't think it'll make the difference. The point in Hex here, and Matthew has the kill. Stinger ganked the ward in the meantime, but I think he might go down as well. Just running away here. Really pulling him from the creep wave, though. This is taking some time away from Dark Malgo.
Yeah.
And getting the CS mid. He'll miss a couple of creeps. And in fact, they missed the stun.
Yeah, I don't know if this is worth it. Yeah, he's not dying.
Yeah, and Dark Malgo is just going to go back home and refill the bottle, but he's going to miss a full wave here.
Yeah, and he's like 1 creep away from 6, so... Yeah, quite unfortunate that he's chasing this Ogre. And how's Whisper doing? Yeah, I mean, Gyro definitely winning this lane. Up 1k gold. I guess this is to be expected. And he's also going for... Wait, is he? Or is he saving skill points? Oh, maybe a killer on Gyrocopter.
Yeah. So he is left alone. Stinger rotating down here, and look at the Eidolons. Oh my goodness. Oh no, I thought he killed them all. They just timed out. Right clicks here of Stinger is actually going to get the kill. Panda does not have Tombstone. Level 2 Decay, so the cooldown is short, but just no damage here for Whisper remaining.
Oh, C-Smile mid? Trouble? Yeah, he's dead.
Matthew lingering here is going to be rewarded with a second kill onto the SF. His lane now looking pretty difficult.
Yeah, he almost got Hector in the jungle there too.
Yeah, actually. Nearly the accidental double kill as he'll get out alive. Sacred, in the meantime, though, is bullying Gojira away from the wave. Nice job by Gojira. He pulls the wave. He'll die, I think, for this. Nice dispose. Perhaps he doesn't. The creep's not fast enough here versus the brown boots with Sacred. With the phase,
Oh, he's looking for him. 3-second cooldown on Celestial Hammer.
Yeah, and I think... Oh, the rebound away. What a move, Matthew, though, here to cut him off, perhaps. Matthew without boots, though. Okay. Look at this. I mean, this is what Gojira likes to do. Space created.
Yeah.
You better hope there's not a Zeus ulti, though, for the, and there isn't, of course, for the next minute and a half. Matthew going diving. Here's the Hex. And yeah, nothing to rebound off of the right clicks. Oh, look at that. He even tried to lifesteal off of the creep wave. Dark Mago with a kill mid lane in the meantime, as Panda with his first point in Tombstone is going to slow him to a crawl and allow Dark Mago to get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, this is
Careful
what...
bottom, though.
Yeah. Oh, Pakasi.
That C-Smile rotating, and he loves making these early rotations. No black hole quite yet.
Yeah.
C-Smile without the point in Requiem either, and only has the short range raise left. Another TP coming now from Gojira after he respawns. Kaz with level 3 flash cannon. He's got some damage here, just a bit, and now in comes Sacred. And still alive here is Pandamu. Onto C-Smile they will go, as Pakaz, sorry, make that Dark Mago as well, joining from the mid lane. Oh no, Gojira, he did go for a dispose to maybe slow this assault a little bit, but Thunder thinking about, and actually they will go diving. Dark Mago has the bolt. There's going to be the call down missile now as well. The slow affecting all three as Sacred gets the kill onto Whisper. Pakaz up in the face here with a level 1 Rocket Barrage tickling Stinger. Gojira gets another stun here onto Sacred. Oh, and underneath tier 2 tower, he will be safe, but a disastrous play there from C-Smile.
Yeah, and this is what I've... Oh, maybe they can collect the kill on Matthew here?
He's got another star. And, well, I'll make his buying a little bit of space and time, a little bit of his own Gojira-inspired plays, but eventually he's gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm worried about. If the Gyrocopter is strong enough to take this tower, then you're in trouble. Luckily, the tower doesn't die. And there's still 2k gold. Like, the game is not looking good, but there's still hope. Definitely still hope for them. And I mean, after the last game, like, I guess you can never count them out. But definitely, yeah, definitely Thunder way ahead right now, though.
Bot lane here. Whisper. Quite enough mana for Black Hole. We'll get it with just a couple more creeps. There he is. He's taking the points now, and Stinger can look to set up the stun. It's going to be Gojira who does it first, but Matthew threatening to Hex and cancel the Black Hole. Hector's here, but under War. Dark Mago's well with the Zeus ulti for Vision. He's also got an Arcane Rune. Beast Coast, they got to get out of here. This is not going to be a good fight for them. Whisper can't make it out in time. Double kill for Dark Mago. Gojira, the stun's not going to hit him, but Dark Mago is. And that's going to be a triple kill for him. Stinger, he does have TP, but no chance to use it. The second time, Beast Coast go bot lane. Thunder are ready and willing to fight them.
Yeah, no. They're not leaving their Gyro behind. They're backing this boy up. It's completely correct there. Oof, that's Zeus. When he is this high level in the early game, like the damage he outputs is way too much. And like combine that with an Arcane Rune, and you're talking about overpowered status right here.
Yeah, seriously, what a rune for him to get. Held in the bottle for a rainy day, and when it rains, it pours. And that was certainly a bit of a thunderstorm there. East Coast.
Yeah.
Back down bottom they'll go, but Whisper, I'd say his lane.
They're trying on Sacred top here. I don't know. He's quite tanky. They should. He's kind of juking. He's getting away.
The bottom, there's a smoke here, so in the meantime, we'll keep our eyes on that as they are looking to get another killer onto Whisper. His start has already been stymied a bit here. Doesn't even have the Vlad's offering yet, and the wraparound from Matthew. The stun finds two. C-Smile TPing in, but the Eidolon's deleted here. Oh, and the damage as joining the fight from the top lane is Sacred, so the juke as well is here. C-Smile running for his life, gets a little bit of a rebound buff on that movement speed, and I think it should allow him to live. Tower goes down to Thunder. They've been fighting here like it's a turbo game for the last 3 minutes, but they've been winning every brawl. Hard to blame them.
Yeah, exactly. No, getting this tower is actually huge. Like,
Huh?
yeah, I mean, he looks dead to me, yeah. No, in most games, like, you don't really care that much about this tower. But in a game like this, when you're so far ahead so early, like, getting this tower and then perhaps the mid tower, you have control over the enemy Ancients. So and this is huge, because both Shadow Fiend and Drow, they want access to those. And if you can't farm your own Ancients, you're in real big trouble this game.
Yeah, and see Smile, he's got this casual Ogre Axe in the inventory, no longer builds into the Dragonlance, so I assume it's for BKB,
Yeah.
to be honest. Not much else I think you'd want to do with one of those this early.
Oh, for sure.
So it doesn't seem like he is going to be going for like that immediate farm heavy build, but that being said, like he still needs farm. Like without BKB, you see what happens to him, so it is rather difficult right now because Beast Coast having to split a lot of the farm on the map and 4K behind. In they go onto the Zeus. It could be a big turning point for them. Oh, nice job bringing it back from the Heavenly Jump, but the Finger of Death is securing the kill onto C-Smile. In comes Stinger now. Pandamu and Matthew trying to fight their way out of this one. Now supported by Pakaz here with the Flat Cannon active. Stinger now all of a sudden finds Rashida from the top lane. Sacred from the jungle. Down goes Hector. An amazing fight yet again for Thunder, as they will trade their Zeus for 4.
Yeah. No, they're really good at linking up here. I think we saw there was some other team that did this too, maybe EG, where they won't let the other team get away when they're ahead. So even Pakaz, like, he's farming jungle, but he sees this fight breaking out, so he just rushes over. And this leads to these absolute stompy team fights.
Yep, very, very one-sided. But, you know, this is, we'll watch the replay, but, you know, not out of it yet is Beast Coast, right? I mean, it's just very similar, actually, to the start of Game 1. Thunder, though, this time looking a little bit more put together. There's no mistakes, no big mistakes anyway so far.
Yeah. Does it feel different? I guess the Game 1 was kind of, but I think they're even more ahead this game.
It does, yeah, it does feel that way a little bit to me. But a similar start, you know?
Yeah.
The Whisper kind of off to a little bit more of a difficult laning stage, not using an ulti for a while, right? Even getting killed by the enemy carry a time or two.
Yeah.
So, and in that way, you know, and then Whisper going for a bit of a greedier build that ends up paying off. I just don't know if Enigma is that same kind of hero like the Doombringer, right? Who can give you that same amount of gold and income with as little space.
No, definitely not. This is like, they don't have a cancel for the... Okay, wait, they're trying for a kill top?
Oh no, but they missed the rebound. Will that make a difference? C-Smile, yeah, nice job to dispose into a Requiem, and only 2 raises is what C-Smile needs there for the kill. That's significant. Does get him a lot closer to his BKB.
Yeah, I mean, he did at least get, like, he got 800 or 900 gold for that Zeus kill, so close to his BKB now.
Yeah, so it's not a bad trade, I guess. If you can only kill one hero in exchange for almost a team wipe, you're going to take Zeus.
Yeah.
And I think another good thing here for Thunder, well, I mean, I say that, but I still underestimate the amount of work Undying does on the Roche pit. With Max Tombstone now and Flesh Golem, they could probably take Roche after a big fight, I think, actually.
Yeah, no, it just dies. It dies.
No, so that point is a bit moot. I retract that point.
Good. You better.
Yes, I apologize.
Yeah.
We are almost at this BKB now for C-Smile. Just needs a little bit more. He'll probably go and TP, run home, TP back to a lane, and then look to smoke with whatever his team has got at the time, which is not much else.
Yeah. I mean, the Beast Coast would definitely trade this Roche for the bottom tower. Yeah. Like, they'd gladly give up this Roche for some time to farm.
I guess as long as they don't lose any other main heroes right now, for now, they'd be okay with that. Matthew's running on over. Does not want to smoke to break here to Marcy. But yeah, if it means that Beast Coast just get a little bit more of the map to farm, you can see how carefully Whisper's playing this, though, in the trees. While Roche is taken down here by Thunder. Again, they underestimate how much this Undying does, man. Flesh Golem, Tombstone, and that thing goes down with Picasso. Not even that much damage yet, but does have that Ag Scepter online. So his farm is gonna explode.
Oh, Matthew.
Here, though.
Go on.
Yeah. Got a ward, and now Vision onto Hector K1, who is on the run. Maybe he'll turn into fight now. Is Courier about to deliver a fluffy hat? No, Courier, it's gonna go down. And
Jerry's going in, though.
Matthew alongside with them.
Very nice, very nice.
Set up for the kill. Little punish on that overextension. Thunder not that far ahead.
Yeah, the Lion can't solo you. That's for sure.
Yeah, not yet.
are fortified.
No, I think this was good for Beast Coast though. Giving up the Aegis, it's kind of whatever. Getting this little time and space to farm and get a tower, it means so much more for them.
Well, Beast Coast with an interesting
Panda
wrap here.
Moo here.
Yeah, the smoke. He's gonna try and get their ward, and they'll kill him for that.
Yeah, very nice.
Fortuitous.
Mid lane, they're
2
kind of
times
hitting
bash.
Picas. They both keep it in there.
Yeah, there's a DD rune in the river just chilling. Black Hole is only going to be able to
Very
catch
nice.
on to Sacred, but that might be enough, especially with Ector trying to get some more damage and call down now. As Stinger taking a lot, but it's C-Smile. He's just dead. Dark Mago catching him out, and Picas with some right-click damage has the kill. Beast Coast, they just can't quite connect from behind.
Oh, they almost got it. Just he didn't get BKB off before Lion Chain stunned him. If he can actually BKB there and pop his ultimate, that could be a complete turnaround.
And Dark Mago with quite the kill secured there. Homing Missile, you know, who knows? It might not have gotten the kill with extra 180 damage, but Zeus sure does. Yeah, that's tough, right? Because it was looking really good there. It was a really beautiful connect, but Beast Coast, they still have that ward on the high ground that C-Smile's pinging right now and saying, notice me. And that basically is kind of what wins them that second half of the fight.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend was kind of trying to juke around the trees, right? But to no avail. But you can still see there that Beast Coast are... They know how to take these fights. And they're very far behind, but... Yeah.
It's there. Like
yeah, they can do it.
I think they're a team that plays very well from behind as well, to be honest. Certainly have no lack of confidence, right, to make a couple of moves. And I think that's the only way you can play from behind. If you're second-guessing yourself or not doubting or not going in, it's got to be a team effort in games like these. See Smile, he'll gladly back away. That Zeus Thunderbolt doing casually a third of his HP. Yeah, get out of there, man. Oof.
Okay, Matthew is getting his dagger here. I think that will be huge. Because they can go for absolutely insane plays.
Yeah, and well, there he goes, right? Zeus ulti, not enough for the kill immediately onto Stinger, but the rest of Thunder are going to go ahead and have to back up. Whisper even scouted by Panda. Doesn't have Black Hole, almost had a Blink Dagger, and only Wraith Pact, is going to be his main contributions in these fights.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
No, they're doing what you want to do with first Aegis, right? Capturing some tier 2 towers, farming much more of the map than your enemies are.
Yep, killing both Ancients is always nice. Matthew with dagger now though, so we can see some... They have a very nice ward on C-Smile. Running at him.
Could be huge. Yeah, gets the rebound buff, but again, before the BKB can be activated here, even the Dispose can't get him out of the AoE of that Solar Guardian. Gojira does what he can, but he's now going to be hexed to follow up. Oh no.
Yeah.
Thunder, they're firing on all cylinders right now. They know how to beat Beast Coast. They know exactly what they're going to do to try and get back in this game. And all right now, all eggs in the Ector K1 basket.
Yeah.
C-Smile's been thoroughly shut out of this game. That being said, he still has a lot of farm.
On the Shadow Fiend.
On the shot side, like, you know, a surprising amount of farm considering he has 6 deaths.
Yeah. No, I mean, I noticed that the Zeus kill he got. The trade 1 for 4.
True.
Whisper getting out. Very close to Blink.
Not as lucky because his last hits are going to be a bit inflated because of that. But yeah, Whisper closing in on Blink. With that Black Hole coming off cooldown here, could be a moment for Beast Coast, especially with Aegis expiring in the next 45 seconds.
Yep. I wonder... I don't see C-Smile. He hasn't queued up a new item here, so I guess he's thinking. I wonder, do you go for Blink here, or do you need to be more right-click yourself? Kind of hard. Hard choice. This fight, I think this Blink Dagger Matthew is so big. It's now like, even if he dies, I feel like if they get the initiation,
right,
they have a very good chance of winning.
Even just like a Hex onto Z-Smile, right?
Yeah.
And I think as far as the counter initiation, I mean, you have Black Hole, but like nothing instant. I mean, Hex is, you know, Lion, he's not very much picked these days, but yeah, I mean, that's what you use him for. Look at that. Just that instant Hex into the stun, and Thunder are able to take these really opportunistic fights, turn them into 2 kills here against Beast Coast.
Yeah. When he has Finger Up, he can basically solo kill any hero. Because if Zeus has ultimate too. So that's an extra 600 damage coming in.
A little bit, just a little bit more, right? With that plus 120, yeah. But I mean, not bad at all here for this line damage. I mean, it's overwhelming, especially if you can't get off your BKB. And again, you just can't. He gets the Hex off, it's instant. Beast Coast though, looking to try and maybe take a fight under this ward. See Smile. well is going to be revealed.
They're
And
going!
in they go on a
Ah!
because BKB gets out in time, and
Yes.
Matthew with the Hex immediately. The follow-up stun onto C-Smile. Someone needs to help him. Gets his BKB up, tries for the Requiem, but that's just his death explosion pie. It's
Yeah.
all gone wrong. Whisper's got BKB, or sorry, Blink Black Hole, but just no good opportunity to use it as Thunder diving up onto the high ground. Maybe too
He's
far.
looking for a black
Whisper
hole there.
with Blink, he could look to turn here. Solar Guardian is going to keep him at bay for now. As Sacred up onto the high ground. Gojira as well gets the stun. Whisper waiting for his opportunity. Is not going to make the jump in quite yet.
Oh, they
and
got
is
him.
in fact killed. Matthew with the blink on in. It's still Ector though, who's fighting strong on the high ground. 2 kills for him so far.
Oh, so much damage.
The Fortify here is going to force back Thunder. The multi-shot on an invulnerable tier 3 tower. Not something they can afford to tank. That was terrifying.
That was. I wonder if he had a timing there, but he was scared because the Zeus was not in there, right?
Yeah.
So he was scared of the lightning bolt, I believe.
And yeah, no, exactly. And of course, no BKB right on Enigma, so he has to fear that. He's so far away from the item, barely scrounging up to get the money for that blink. Doesn't have buy even. It's getting dire now for East Coast. I think Thunder, they just know how to play against this team. They, you know, a slight mistake there, maybe 1 extra kill fed over with the Solar Guardian. Perhaps it was Sacred, you know, throwing himself onto the fire to smother it for his allies, you know.
Yep.
So they could retreat, but could have been real bad for them.
Yeah, because I mean that's basically a fight in their own base, you know. So I don't really see how they can contest Roche, for example. Like they don't have the heroes that go in, like the Doombringer last game, and the Earth Spirit. They just want to go, go, go. Okay, we see here. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just on Ector. He's just dead immediately. Hex? Yeah, they have the damage between the two. They just catch him, man.
Yeah, there's no space on the map. Like you basically have to run around those 5.
I mean, yeah, Beast Coast, they want to make this space. That's how you usually get Ector into
Oh,
this
they're
game,
going
but
towards
it's
it.
not happening.
Yeah, they're chasing it down. They have their own ward up there, so Gojira thinks
dead.
he's safe, but they see
He's not.
everything.
Yeah, they see everything. See Smile trying to TP away in the trees. I think he's at least going to make it out alive with Gojira. No quarter for him here in these trees. He is going to fall because already godlike here on the gyrocopter. 23 minutes into the game.
Yeah, what? 10 gold away from Satanic too. It's gonna be very difficult to kill him.
Yeah, even if they do manage to catch him in a black hole, right? Imagine he gets Satanic off. I mean, I think I've seen that combo, you know, back in the day when it was Faceless Void and Gyro still popular in the meta, and he just lifesteals too much.
Yeah.
Adjusted the numbers of Satanic, but
Yeah,
still
it's
might
not
be
as
enough.
strong anymore, but still, I mean, there was one. Okay, but they're gonna go high ground here. Let's see. Driver Ranger is annoying, but
What's the fight win condition right now for Beast Coast? What has to happen? Like, what's got to go right for them?
Thunder kind of have to dive in
Okay.
and start getting hit by this Drow Ranger from far and get baited even further. And then this black hole like catches kind of the back line there, hitting
Okay.
Lion and maybe even Zeus, and then they should be able to win.
Does feel hard. I mean, already
Yeah.
you're asking your opponents to make a questionable move already.
Yeah.
But of course, with Flat Cannon, Gyro does outrange most ranged heroes. So even then, he might be able to find. Yeah, I mean, it's so hard. But BKB almost online for Ector. Does give him a little bit more survivability, especially with his reaction time. But now his reaction time going to be tested here. As the Thunder moving on in. East Coast. Oh, they're so desperate for that last little bit of farm. Just 50 gold making the difference right now for that BKB on the Drow Ranger. He's got it. Flying
he's
his
got
way.
it. Problem is the Lion here, because the Lion can kind of suicide in on one of these cores, like either Shadowfiend or Drow, and they should be able to burst him.
It just needs to get that all-important Hex off, right?
Yeah.
For now, Thunder are going to back up, play it a little slower here. This game makes the difference between for them having to play a best of 1 or maybe a just best of 3, much comfier and cozier on that upper bracket.
Yeah. I mean, still looking for the BKB on Enigma. He's... I mean, I wouldn't say he's close. He's at least getting there. Thunder are waiting for the Roche now, so he gets a bit of space in the bottom lane. What does Bakas? Yeah, okay, he has once more damage, going for Daedalus.
Oh, Matthew? Maybe he's a... Whoa! Oh, no, the Hex is going to be there to turn Finger of Death, and yeah, aptly named. So,
Oops.
even chasing for more,
Yeah.
Dark Mago, he wants Stinger Ector, doing what he can to back him up, but needs to run himself as Sacred. Quickly closing up the gap there with the Celestial Hammer. They'll get out alive here, only losing Gojira, but just a Finger of Death on cooldown for some time, and now it becomes more difficult to contest this Roche.
Yeah, I don't even think they're contesting. I don't know how they do it without Enigma BKB. Yeah, I don't think they can contest. I think it's impossible, but maybe they'll show me something. I don't know. They just have, with these type of heroes, they just have a better chance of like inducing a throw on the high ground, I think.
Yep. Yeah, that's. I like how you said that. Inducing a throw, you know, on the back of the bottle, right?
Yeah.
Induce throw.
Yeah, but at least like this, when you're really excited, you know you need to win, you go, and then you forget they can buy back or something.
Chase for that one extra kill. Buybacks, though, a few and far between for Beast Coast, and only Ector here probably is an advantage to farm his up online. Might consider even hypothermia to try and cancel or counter that Satanic. But Roche is going to go down in the meantime here.
Yeah. Whisper quite close to BKB at least. Might get this bottom tower here. That would be huge. Lion TPing in, but I don't think he can defend this.
Tower goes down. Completely alone, does blink up to the high ground, and I think he sees Enigma. Now he certainly does. That's going to trigger a TP. Look, he's going for it with Force Staff and Blink in 9 seconds.
He might be the one silence?
Yes, they are going to miss the silence because the Tumbler's Toy gets off the Hex. Earth Spike now, but Stinger's coming in. Sacred trying to turn the fight here with Solar Guardian, but he's not going to be able to save Matthew, and he's kind of alone here. Ector just needs a couple of marksmanship procs, but here's Dark Mago, now Pakaz. Ector is going to look to just BKB and TP away, and he'll be able to do that successfully, but a scary moment there for Beast Coast.
Yeah, but I think, yeah, he managed to pick up his BKB on Enigma at least, so yeah. Not feeling too bad about that at all. Here, Sacred is level 18 though, so like this, the Solar Guardian downtime is basically nothing.
Wait, let's go back to that actually. BKB on Enigma. He's online now, isn't he? Nothing to cancel that.
Yeah. They have Aegis, unfortunately, but could get... Oh.
Well,
and a move.
Yeah, Undying doesn't. The silence it does catch them both, but they actually both kind of do a synchronized blink away. Sacred, though, running the wrong way here, and Ector, not a BKB, but high confidence now from Beast Coast. As they will take down a couple more. Stinger's going to die there to the side gunner. And Ector, oh, yeah, gets forced up to the high ground. Wow, that was scary. Woo.
He wanted to bait a little more for the... Because Whisper was respawning with Black Hole, but it's just too much damage from that Zeus.
And soon Pakaz is really going to be, you know, pumping up the numbers here a bit. He's going to get... already has a big red shiny crit number on some of his auto attacks, but it's going to get even bigger with that Demon Edge soon being
But you can see it's kind of hard for him to get on top of these... on these heroes, like getting on top of either Shadowfiend or Drow. Like he has to run very far.
What do you think? Then 95-5 here in favor of Thunder?
I think that might be a little... I guess they're looking at this Zeus and how fat he is, but I think that might be a little too much. Maybe 90-10.
Okay.
So I would double the chances for Beast Coast from that.
All right, there we go. Does give him a chance here. And of course, Thunder, having lost a couple of heroes around the map, you know, not completely invulnerable here, showing that there are maybe a couple of ways for Beast Coast to witch their way back in this game. That ward's going to be scouted, though, so not likely to pay off for Gojira, unfortunately. But the rest of Thunder on the opposite side of the map here, trying to still make use of this Aegis. Still about half duration left with 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the thing.
Yeah.
Pakaz does get the Fortify now.
Yeah, because we can't forget they have uncancelable Black Hole here, right? There's nothing to... They can heal with the Solar Guardian, but...
Oh, wow. Well, that's I think 2 times 3 multicasts in a row, which is a lot of damage. And there's the jump, the Gust as well onto 2. They've immediately deleted
Zeus,
1.
look at the
Black Hole! It's going to catch 3 heroes. They need to get down Pakaz first. Dark Mago as well. He's going to die in this thing. But Pakaz, the Satanic, look at this! He's already gotten a kill here. And K1, without a BKB, he's in some trouble too. Sacred, though, at least stunned up by Stinger there from long range.
Look at C-Spy from behind there. Dark Mago bought back.
Yeah, Dark Mago back in the fight as C-Spy with the Requiem of Souls. Does at least catch Pakaz with this, but the fight, it's looking now a little bit bad. The Zeus ulti, not quite enough damage there for Ector as he hides under the tier 4 towers, which give him a little bit more regen. Back into the base for him, but a buyback forced out from Stinger. Whisper is dead. It did get off as good of a Black Hole, I think, as you can ask for, but they just didn't focus on a Pakaz. They knew he had Aegis, but he also had Satanic by.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, so the Lion jump here is what's scary. Otherwise, Hector would just move up and hit, but yeah. Looks like they're gonna back off a little bit.
Without BKB, and they at least, you know, they held on to that second Fortify. They did not lose top lane of Barracks, but they also did not get Aegis away from Pakaz.
Yeah.
Only 1 minute left.
They did buy back on Zeus, so can't forget about that. I don't know if maybe they want to try to force this now with no Black Hole up. So funky things might happen here.
there another Force Staff here for Hector? There is. Okay, Hurricane Pike on C Smile. That's the that's the damage we're looking for. There's going to be the fear. Look at that in return though onto Chris Luck.
Oh,
C
look at
Smile.
the
He needs to get out of here. He
in.
is. And Dark Mago leaping off of the high ground. There's the counter initiation from Sacred. Finds a stun onto Gojira. Would be a big kill here as Hector poking and prodding from the outskirts of this
Matthew,
fight.
hexing.
Pakaz a little bit too tanky though. Oh, and the call down missile. Pakaz has it onto both supports there now with the flak cannon. Aegis though is going to be reclaimed now as another jump onto C Smile. The Zeus
buyback.
though, he's dead. That's a dieback. Pakaz shredding through all that base armor with the marksmanship procs as Sacred jumping back on in. In goes Pakaz now with the BKB. Satanic active, running down C Smile. But look at the damage. They're trying to turn and fight. And the gust! It stops Matthew from casting an Earth Spike. Thunder! They run into the arrows of Hector.
Oh
The
my
comeback!
God. Yeah. No, this is a Drow Ranger dream fight. You get to sit in your tier 4s and just auto attack whatever you want.
But what a gust as well. We need to see a replay of that.
Yeah, he caught the lion, right? The lion tried to go in and just insta-gust.
But the Beast Coast fans rejoicing. There's another fight. The guys filling the chat here. They're not out of it yet, Pi.
No, but ooh, Thunder are kind of, I don't know if choking is the right word, but they're getting too excited. Definitely overexcited here. Diving the base when they already killed the Rax, like it's just too much. You need to calm down a little bit.
Radiant's middle tower has
Hector, he's
fallen.
gonna be feeling pretty hyped after this one. It's kind of Linken's, and it's not a bad Linken's game by any means, but lots of things to break that here against him. So not complete invulnerability, as I'm sure Pakaz knows from last game on that Doom from Whisper. But Hector, set to pick up 2 towers here. So he barrels down mid all by himself. And it's going to inflict some serious damage. And they know that there's no buyback here on this Zeus for 20. So he's dead for 20 seconds, right? He bought back earlier in the fight. You can see still on cooldown. And Pakaz, he's just a bit of gold shy short of it, actually, himself.
Are they gonna, they can definitely not go high ground there. Okay. They're just gonna posture up a bit, because they have black already. So, yeah, they could potentially take their first team fight outside of base.
And there's a swing already 20% here from 95 to 70 and continuing to tick here in favor of Beast Coast.
Yeah, I mean, wait, it's saying 20% now?
No. It's shifted 20%, right?
Oh, okay.
It's actually saying much closer to 30%.
Yeah, because I would almost give this game a 50-50 right now.
Same. I agree. I don't quite agree with our AI overlords just yet.
Yeah.
I do think that this is mainly one Roche fight away from Beast Coast being, I don't know, in the driver's seat perhaps even. You can see Thunder definitely respecting the tension in this game. They're all that crowded in the base.
Yeah, I mean, the gold lead is already down to only 6k, but the thing, if they get this correct initiation right, the Zeus just deals so much damage. But I think that's what the AI is seeing, like it really likes Zeus. But I don't know, Beast Coast are really good at sniffing this guy out and killing him.
Look at this, Beast Coast as well. Not only are they all in the base, they're also smoked. They're not taking any chances, man. This is incredible. You can just, you know what's at stake here.
Yeah.
They're so scared. Hector, though, he's the one leading them off the high ground. Really wants to get a little bit more farming. This man, it's his base impulse. He can't stop farming Pi, but he does at least have now the marksmanship.
Yeah.
Shard online. We'll see how long this Roche is.
Third smoke.
Okay, Pakaz. They're going to see him on the opposite side of the cliff. In goes Hector, but they can't quite catch him in time here. Zeus ulting now for vision.
Matthew,
quite a few of them, but Matthew, he's in. They're going to get through Whisper, but no, a 4-step away. They even protect him with the Linken Spheres. Now Hector, he turns to fight versus Pakaz. Mono on mono, but the black hole, it's too much. Oh, but that's not going to be enough on the Ag Scepter for the Dawnbreaker, as she does find a big stun, but even through the miss rate, they get the kill onto Pakaz. As C Smile onto the back lines, doing what he can here, but he's going to die here to the Zeus and the Lion.
Oh, 4-step so away?
Nah, he is
Zeus
dead.
has Blink Dagger. Okay, because Pakaz still has buyback, but he's holding it. I think that's a good choice, yeah. So, I mean, what do you say about this fight? One even, right?
It's hard to say, but I think so. Better for Thunder. I mean, neither team knows this. Of course, we can say this with confidence, but we'd be having a much different tone, Pi, if Roche was already up. It's not. It's going to be still another 75 seconds or so. We'll take another look at that one, and you can see the Solar Guardian moving because of that Ag Scepter, giving a 60% evasion rate, which is why it takes so long for Pakaz to die, but still, it was just too much damage out from Hector here.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing with the evasion, right, like, it's one of the worst, it's the worst versus Drow Ranger, because she has this innate...
accuracy.
Exactly. Built in her ultimate, so it's not that effective. Where's that hero?
45 seconds till Roche is up. He's Ghost. Another good fight here to continue delaying the game, to get a couple more items here for Ector. But he's feeling good now. Going for a Swift Blink, the Eagle Song in his active inventory. He's bought out for that pie.
I mean, I'm guessing he wants to blink on top of this Drow, but she has Hurricane Pike and she has the Black Hole to save her, so nothing is easy here. Yeah, no, these two Black Holes are just because Whisper as quietly has gotten everything he wants. I think he even has, he even has a Netherlands. He has so many items now.
Whisper on these Black Holes, being the big dip playmaker here for Beast Coast when they've needed him. Gojira is kind of baiting in this top lane. In goes Pakaz immediately. Gojira, he's gonna die. He doesn't have
Matthew
buyback.
gets the Hex on Stinger.
He does the good Force Staff away, and that's going to be an Earth Spike harmlessly missing. But that's Thunder being able to move into the jungle here, get a couple of big D wards, set up their own vision, capture the outpost, and they'll see Roshan respawning here in the pit. He's got an Axe Blessing. Not sure if that's good or bad here. It would at least give Zeus the free Nimbus. Yeah,
no, it's not bad for Zeus. Very good.
Coast, once again, they've always been in this situation where I don't believe they've been able to contest this Roche once this game. And it's gotten harder and harder now. It's always looked more and more dire every single time that Thunder have picked up this Aegis.
Yeah.
Time and time, they've rebuked them from the high ground. They're going to need to do it again.
Yeah, no, I think this is smart though. Like, the way their heroes work, it's just, you're taking too big of a risk contesting this Roche. It's obviously possible to win the fight. You have double Black Hole, but you know, like, look at the wards around Roche Pit here. Like, Thunder were ready. They have 3 wards set up. So contesting that objective might just be too much, too big of a risk. Just defend in base. Delay this game. Get even more items from Whisper. Why not? Get an Octarine.
Reduce cooldown.
Get buybacks. Like, let's drag this out.
Yeah, buyback seems to be the goal. See Smile, he's about to get his in a couple more last hits. In fact, all of Beast Coast right about to get theirs. You can see Stinger is now back available.
Look at the tier 3 tower bottom, by the way. Just almost dead. From his Eidolons and some wagons pushing.
Got Matthew there, though, of course. If anyone dares to show, he'll be in with a Blink Hex.
No, and then we have to also... Oh, wait, Pakaz might go for a solo killer?
Oh, yeah, the Blink on in with the Nimbus. Stinger gets the Force Staff away, and the Dispose. They won't give chase, but they do need to take down that homing missile. I assume that they'll hit it for him. Yeah, they
I would imagine if this was a DPC game in South America, you couldn't be sure.
Yeah, they might go and... Oh, but the Zeus ulti, they commit it. Yeah. They know he's unable to get to the base in time. Has buy, and it's only a 45-second death time because he's still in level 15, this poor Ogre.
I mean, we have to be honest, we have to compare the cores they have. So, like, Drow Ranger versus Gyro, like, it's quite a big counter, like, the matchup. Yeah. He has Zeus, who is pretty good versus Drow, so, like, that's the backup there. But in general, like, when the game starts going this late, and you see Gyro, you see Drow, like, the Drow team should be feeling pretty good.
I think Beast Coast, I don't know, man. It's almost like they prefer to play with this kind of tension behind them sometimes when I watch them. But it just kicks them into that next kind of gear. And I don't know what's past Modo Serio. Modo Muy Serio, I guess.
Yeah.
But for Thunder, of course, they're still looking for their way to close out this game. It just feels like they're about one fight away. They're up on the high ground. That could be their jump here. It's just going to be a kill and an easy one at that. On to Gojira, but he got to PKB. He's going to find a rebound off of actually the illusion, and he'll get away.
Yeah.
Didn't actually have buyback for a couple hundred gold. Wants to TP, and you know, he's just seen how Stinger's died, so he'll get back home safely. Whisper as well, cautiously pushing these waves out as much as he can.
Yep. So we have any 25s? Okay. Gyrocopter's kind of close. Zeus is already 25. 100 extra arc lightning.
Okay, that's some damage. Gyro, I wonder what he did. Probably flat cannon CD, I imagine, this game.
I have no clue, actually.
Yeah. K1 as well, approaching his.
What is that, then? I wonder what you get here. 3 multi-shot waves.
Yeah, so
that's
it does double the channel time of multi-shot.
Oh,
but of
really?
Course, yeah, but because it, you know, you apply all your attack modifiers to it, right? Otherwise, it'd be a little like, you know, everything dies in that AoE at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe it's worth it anyway. It's
only
I would probably get the marksmanship chance, just because of the. Yeah, I don't know. They were
Look at that,
hoping
Hector, he
someone
pops
stand there.
BKB. He's like, hey, I'm not dealing with this, dude. Get me out of here.
No, because I think you get the marksmanship because of the Aghanim on Dawnbreaker. So you can hit through that evasion. Let's see what it does. He's 25. Nope, nope. I guess multi-shot waves is the way to go.
Okay. Seems to be for him. Again, it does double the channel time, but it's very strong. It is very, very strong. So we'll look for that now. I mean, it's going to clear creep waves with the utmost of ease. He's got Bloodlust, right? He's got Swift Blink. I mean, so much attack speed. You can see, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and that's fine. I think for what it does, it's a whole lot. I mean, you can safely clear waves from Omega range.
No, try to go high ground versus this. It's basically impossible.
Especially if Matthew can't get off that immediate, blink, force staff into the Hex. Needs to make a hero play here now. It seems like it's all, pardon me, it's all up to him almost.
And Aegis is almost out. Like, it's too hard for Thunder to go high ground here. They basically need to dive them.
They haven't even, like, grouped up for the siege so much, right? They that much is how that's how much they really respect Whisper. But you naturally have to ask the question: well, if not with Aegis, then when?
No, I think they're doing it. Like in a game like this, they're doing the right thing. You need to bait them out, or you farm till you have a 50k gold lead. You just keep farming.
That's something that Pakaz can certainly do. He's taking his 25 talent here, by the way. Has an Aeon Disc now online.
Look at Matthew.
Hey, he's on a cliff. Oh, and blinks away in time. Okay. I would do want to point out Pakaz's 25 talent choice. He did go for the flat cannon CD.
Yep.
So down to 12 seconds. I suppose that makes sense if you're going for the flat cannon attacks, I guess.
Yeah. It's probably
sorry,
the better
talents.
one.
Sorry, talents. But Beast Coast, they've timed this Aegis.
There are a few people smoked up here.
Dying in the mid lane. It's going to get a ping out accurately out to where the Drow Ranger is standing for her multi-shot. Thunder looking to position themselves there on the poop emoji ping of C Smile.
They don't want to. They don't want to go too deep. And interestingly, Pakaz has picked up Aeon Disc. In these games where you don't have a Saber's Black Hole, you sometimes need to do it. Like it's the best item you can get, even as a position 1.
That's right. It is only going to freeze his HP,
Maybe a fight here, though.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be the Zeus ulti revision. In they go. The force step back from Gojira. It's not enough damage, though. And Hector now, K1, look at the multi-shot. It's not enough damage with the black hole. It's going to catch 2. Hector just firing on it. Aeon Disc, though, prevents him from dying on this first black hole. The second one, though, yeah, that'll get him. But they're on to Hector. Hector gets the force step away. The multi-shot's just not enough. But C-Smile trying to pick up the mantle here, trying to get the damage in from range. He's got it. Assisted by Gojira. They've at least taken down Pakaz. Buyback forced out there from Matthew as well, as Sacred and Dark Mago chasing for more. They want to get some buybacks out here, and they've got him. Pakaz is bought back here, and it's going to be 5 heroes from Thunder, forcing out buys now from the side of Beast Coast.
Yeah, they all have to buy back here.
Close fight there, but my
Matthew
goodness.
wants to go. Matthew wants to go.
Yeah, they've used everything here for Thunder. What do they have left? Sacred. Maybe just waiting for that jump in. There goes Pakaz. He wants to get on top of these buildings. Homing missile after the Drow Ranger instantly killed. You can force staff that thing, by the way. I don't know if that'll make a difference here, but wow, Hector, that aggressive blink here, trying to get those marksmanship procs onto Sacred.
Oh, he dies so fast, though.
Yeah, Nimbus, he's safe from that, taking down the Nimbus as well. Pakaz trying to get these bottom lane affairs. The blink out. No, the blink in with Sacred to protect him here a little bit. They are trying to burst through C-Smile, but haven't gotten the chance. Gojira, though, he's a lot easier to take down, but they're on top of Whisper here. Oh, Sacred not really comfortable where he stands. What's that blink from C-Smile? Look at that. Dark Mago in trouble. He's got Hector right-clicking him down, and the stun from Sacred. Sorry, the stun from Stinger. They have to kill the multi-shot arrows, slowing Panda to a crawl, and he's not living long versus Hector. 2 dead. Oh, and they're going to be able to, no, not quite chase down Matthew. Stinger can't catch him in time. Beast Coast backs against the wall. They claw back.
Yeah. Oh, that's so close to this game being over right there. But just this Drow Ranger capping the tier 4s, man. It's not easy to get through.
There's a real win condition right now for Beast Coast. They know Pakaz has bought back Beast Coast. Now they feel confident moving around the map, looking for some kills here.
Yeah.
And one downside here of this Aeon Disc, I did want to bring up before that fight kicked off, didn't really make much of a difference, but Pakaz, if he's got Aeon Disc, he has to make sure not to use Satanic if he's Black Holed, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't deal any damage during Aeon Disc. That means you don't lifesteal. So that's
we can see here, they really tried to go in there, but yeah. Hector's just, he can't get close to him. It's too far away.
And see Smile as well. I mean, just the perfect amount of aggression here, I have to say. Ector as well, doing a fantastic job baiting Dark Mago there into the base. 4 staffs, lots of mobility. Nullifier now for this Drow Ranger.
Yeah.
Online.
Oh yeah, that's huge, because that's actually what won that fight. Like, there's absolute genius A on this pickup. Like, that's why they won the fight there. The Black Hole, they couldn't kill him, they couldn't burst him. And the Drow Ranger BKB ran out, and they finished him off.
And as soon as they get on top of her and break the marksmanship passive, it does get really scary for Ector. From range, she'll do okay, but it looks like Beast Coast might be able to get this Roche.
Yeah, it should die so fast there. Look at this.
Oh yeah, that's a fast one. I mean, C-Smile obviously benefits greatly right from this marksmanship aura, and that's a time where the Zeus ulti is going to be ignored. Ector.
He has pops to refresh. Dude, he wants to get out of there, man.
Yeah, he does.
Does not want to get gone on.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, I thought he... Sure.
I mean, obviously you don't want to use it, but...
Maybe he thought a fight was coming. I can understand that from his perspective 100%. So, it's taken down. Who consumed the Axe Blessing there? Was that also Ector? It should have come with an Axe, right?
Yeah, Shadow Fiend got the Axe.
Interesting. They really value that. Okay. A little bit more damage, 5 more souls, and of course a big heal on that Requiem of Souls now.
Yeah. I mean, Thunder have to look like... Pakas is definitely strong, but it's up to the Zeus now to carry this game. He's the one who... when the fights start getting a little longer, like, he has to clean up. He has his own A on disc too, so... It's not as easy to kill anymore.
And actually, so does Panda, actually. So it makes it 3 Aeon discs right now across the team of Thunder Awaken.
Yeah. That's why he got Nullifier on Drow, so...
Right.
He can finish someone off. Yeah, now you can see where they're in base. Like, they don't feel comfortable moving out there. They're probably gonna sit in base until they have buyback on Pakas.
What a turn of events, though, for Beast Coast. Thunder, a team that's beat them in their most recent matchup here for the ESL1 Malaysia qualifiers in SA. Online, sure, on one thing, but on LAN, seemingly a different machine shows up here for Beast Coast, especially when they need it most. But it's been Thunder all year, taking the title from them, being the #1 team, winning the leagues, going 0-14. In goes Ector now, eager to reclaim his rightful place. Maybe the king carry of SA. It's been Pakaz all year. Where's Ector been? Here he is. Zeus ulti now for some vision. Ector, eager to get himself out of there
yeah,
again.
it is kind of funny to see how scared he gets once that ultimate is...
They just, I mean...
They see a DD bottom, though. That could be something.
I think that's going to be a Drow Ranger with a metric boatload of damage. Are they going to give this to C-Smile? Or is he going to just drop the bottle there?
Nah, he'll just pick it up. Oh, okay. He also deals a decent amount of damage.
And he does.
Oh, do they have vision here? Who sees who? They see Beast Coast.
Yeah, it's Thunder that sees Beast Coast, and it's Dark Mago who's pushing waves down bottom, has no blink for 3 more seconds, but hops away into the trees. C-Smile is not really going to be able to do much here, but an arcane blink for C-Smile, so look forward to this next Requiem of Souls to be casted nearly instantly. Check buyback status here. I don't believe... Yeah, there's a couple new level 25s. Enigma and C-Smile as well about to get theirs, but Sacred has his 2 Starbreaker charges for him. Lots of magic immunity mid-fight.
Yeah.
East Coast, they're not going to wait for their level 25s, are they? They're going to go smoke right on in.
Yeah, I wonder how they approach... I mean, preferably they obviously want to pick off outside, but... Otherwise they kind of have to bait whoever's hitting the tower. Like, it's not very simple at all to go high ground.
Right.
Is this Zeus? Yeah, you can just check out his cast range now with the Octarine and the Psychic Headband. Like, it's not easy to get on top of him in base.
Yeah, I mean, you just asked Thunder how difficult it was to push this game, right?
Yeah.
Sure, they're going into an Enigma, but Zeus, as you say, might be just as problematic as C-Smile is going to be sent back to retrieve the wave mid.
No, I think, like, we should be going to an hour-long game here, unless someone starts getting very impatient. Because Thunder, they have no incentive to walk outside base here. Maybe... Once they have buyback on Pakas, they'll try something, but should definitely wait out the ages.
I don't think, you know, this is each team's 18th game of Dota here, and Beast Coast playing for the chance to get more to the 4-step up to the high ground. They're going to get Stinger there, and the Finger of Death means that's an easy kill. Once again, the Zeus ulti is going to send them scattering here as Beast Coast not liking the way that fight started and backing up.
Yep.
That was the aggro force from Matthew.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Very nice. Okay, he does a quick smoke here. Pakas, 1 minute from buyback. So this could be horrendous.
Wait, and C-Smile, he's showing in the mid lane. The rest of the team eagerly behind
He
him
misses
as
the
there's going to be the
hits.
jump on in. They get a dispel up. The EKB Black Hole now. It's going to catch 2. Pakaz isn't in it though, but Panda, he's still alive thanks to the Aeon Disc. The second one, that one catches Pakaz. His Aeon Disc procs now. C-Smile though with the Terrorize, doesn't catch Pakaz in time. He gets the BKB off. Sacred though is feared, and it's actually Gojira
Hector.
who manages to find a kill. Hector is still fighting this though, but Pakaz right on top of him. Now Hector falling low, has Aegis for 30 more seconds, but no BKB when he comes back up. There's the Death Requiem of
Blink though, he has
C-Smile.
Blink.
He has no buyback.
cannot get
Hector,
out.
he can't blink out in time. Pakaz with the Rocket Barrage. Hector doing what he can. He's going to take down a couple more. Another stun. Hector gets the 4-step away. Turns to fight the silence, the gust. It's going to catch both of them. Oh, but they can't get Gojira out. Hector versus the world as it's Thunder who all buy back.
Oh my god, there are no buybacks, right? He's completely alone.
He wouldn't. I mean, he's got by, but he's completely alone here for Beast Coast. Thunder awaken. They haven't been able to push up high ground here for the past what has felt like 30 minutes of the game, despite being in the driver's seat at 1.95 to 5 chance here to take it. Finally released into the base here with only the Drow Ranger, and now C-Smile with buyback remaining. But Gojira's going to get his in 12 seconds. It's just Whisper and Stinger who are going to be left sidelined here.
Yeah. I wonder, maybe Thunder are too scared to commit here.
Just, I don't know. 5 versus 3 now.
Oh, he
That's
blinks
not
in.
going to stop
He's just going
Pakaz
for
from
it.
blinking in. Oh, Celestial Hammer. In they go. They find a stun onto Pakaz. They need a little bit more damage, but Matthew's on the way in. The Force Staff away. The Solar Guardian. It's going to find a stun onto Hector. No. He gets another Force out. The Gust is going to miss onto Sacred. And in the meantime, they get to die back onto Gojira. He's stuck in the trees. Hector nearly died on his first life. Oh, and Matthew with another Hex. Dark Mago doesn't get through the Lincolns, but an instant buyback from Hector. That's going to be at least Megas here.
Yeah,
but
they're
Thunder
going throne.
onto the tier 4 towers. There's going to be Enigma back up in 20 seconds here. There's no Fortify for Beast Coast, and in they go with the Arcane Blink. Not fast enough for Pakaz, but he is taking a lot of damage off from Hector with his BKB back online. Up with the Satanic, back to full
running out,
HP,
though.
and now C-Smile in trouble. Matthew once again making a big difference here. Hector with his BKB trying to escape, turning and fighting. The Gust is good, but it dispels on Panda thanks to his Aeon.
Pakaz is trying to
Hector
finish the game.
straight out of Pakaz. No damage being dealt though under the cover of that Aeon, as now Whisper's back alive, has a black hole. It's gonna catch one. Pakaz, he doesn't have the Aeon Disc. Hector trying to do the damage. Pakaz is still alive. A big soul rip here. They're onto the throne. Oh no, and it's Beast Coast. They're gonna fall that close to turn it around. I thought it was gonna be the black hole. Oh, Beast Coast just short of taking the game as Thunder, they prevail. And they will win this game to draw the series 1-1. Unbelievable.
Wow, very impressive. Thunder awakens that big balls there, smoking out with no buyback on the gyro, and they just clean up. Just one slight misplay there with the black hole, and they just run them through. Very well played at the end there. Yeah.
Just an unbelievable finish. I mean, something Thunder were hoping they'd be able to do 15, 20, 30 minutes ago. They're so patient. A jump back in, a black hole from Whisper. He's done so much in game 1 to try and get them that win, and it's just shy, man. It's just shy. Oh, my heart beating after that game. SA Dota delivering. I mean, certainly a series and a game 2, especially that Beast Coast can be proud of. The way that they come back into that game, I mean, it's just an absolute beauty of Dota in this series. I can't believe it. I have no other words than compliments right now.
No, for sure. Like, Thunder are making the game look super easy. But then all of a sudden, something happens, and Beast Coast from, like, almost an impossible situation, both games, just start taking teamfight after teamfight, but they somehow prevail. And then we get this ending here when, like, anyone can win. It's absolutely 50-50, and these small details just decide the game, and Thunder get away with it. I think, they're going upper bracket, right?
They're going to the upper bracket, man. I mean, it was going to be some SA team having a good shot into the upper bracket, and I mean, a watershed moment for SA Dota here. You know, finally a team making at least guaranteed, you know, a couple rounds here in the playoffs. I mean, after what so much the region's been through, playing in NA leagues, you know, for years just to get noticed, not being taken seriously, not being able to scrim certain teams because, you know, such was the prejudice back. But like now here in this series, I mean, it's an SA versus SA, but Thunder, Hikori, Beast Coast, I mean, amazing stuff, man. Yeah. I'm so emotional.
Yeah. No, but very nice, very nice. I mean, yeah, and I guess they got to kind of battle it out, like who's the number one. But it is a 1-on-1. But at the end of the day, yeah, Thunder walk away with this victory.
Yeah, and I think Pakaz with a worthy MVP here in this match. But I mean, Beast Coast, they have a difficult journey ahead of them now, right? A best of one here awaits them when in the main stage here for TI11 down in the Suntech Arena here, as we are going to be set to change venues. Tiebreakers, though, not in the cards for them, unfortunately. But I mean, just what is serious for them. And for Thunder, of course, victors once again here of El Clasico. I mean, it's a draw, right? 1-1. Perhaps they'll meet on the main stage at TI at some opportunity. But I mean, once again, showing why they have been able to take down Beast Coast, you know, in matches where it has ultimately mattered, in the leagues, in qualifier events, and now here in the group stage at TI11.
Yeah, a perfect game to end it.
Seriously, yeah. I mean, that's some just absolutely incredible stuff. And well, you and I have had lots of amazing games that we've gotten to watch, and it's been a fantastic time. I mean, we've been absolutely dialed into this game here for the past 53 minutes. Of course, we have no idea what the tiebreaker situation is looking like. But Pi, this could be it for you and I here for the group stage coverage, as this is the group stage now wrapping up. Any closing thoughts or comments here, as we might not be back for tiebreakers?
No, overall, it's been really exciting here to watch. Usually I watch these many games perhaps, but not with this much detail. So it's been quite interesting to follow the group stage this way. And yeah, I've gotten to watch every team play, and you know, it's getting harder and harder. Like every team is looking very strong, and you can see that. I've said it before, like every team now that's getting knocked out, it's kind of a surprise, right? There's no weak team here at this TI, so definitely huge kudos to Thunder though for making upper bracket in. Like I think this might be the toughest group too, and they made it over Team Spirit, I believe. So
they did.
Very impressive.
Yeah, I was trying to keep tabs on that one, with this one drawing too much of my attention. But yeah, guys, I think that's going to do it for us here. Again, I don't know if we'll be back for tiebreakers, but if we haven't, it's been a great honor and a privilege and a pleasure to bring you the group stages along with Pi and myself, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage. Well played to Thunder here, who are going to get upper bracket here after the 1-1 draw versus Beast Coast. We'll see them and look forward to their performance at the main stage. And yeah, thanks again for watching, guys. Maybe back for tiebreakers, maybe not. We'll catch you on the next one. All the same. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.